LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman announces charges against a group of people for looting as wildfires continue to burn in Southern California. Let's listen in.
All right, we'll start right now. So, as we've said before, with the firefighters literally putting their lives on the line to save people's lives, their homes and their properties and their businesses, with law enforcement working 24 hours to keep us safe and secure during these tragic times, with over 200,000 Angelenos cooperating with evacuation orders in order to make sure that they get out of harm's way, but allow firefighters and first responders and law enforcement to do their business. There have been certain people that we have given a warning to because we anticipated that this was going to happen, and these are the criminals. These are the people who are seeking to exploit this tragedy for their own benefit. These are people who have engaged in looting, arson. We've also investigated price gouging. We'll be investigating internet scams and the like. Today we're here to announce that the promise that we made when we started this, that these criminals would be arrested, they would be prosecuted, and they will be maximally punished, is a promise we are keeping. As we announced today, the charges being filed on 10 different individuals, 9 of them for looting in both the Palisades and the Eden fires, and 1 for arson. And arson, by the way, not connected with the origination of the major fires, but an arson that occurred in Azusa. These felony charges are the result of a multi-agency collaboration that has been nothing short of incredibly impressive to be able to bring these charges this quickly. This collaboration includes the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles County Fire Arson Unit, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the ATF, the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office, and all our related cities that you'll hear about that have done incredible work under enormously stressful times in order to bring these culprits to justice. I'll go through the various charges that have been filed to date. The first set of charges are against 3 individuals, Martrell Peoples, Damari Bell, and Travin Coleman. What 2 of these individuals did is on the night of both January 8th and the early morning hours of January 9th, they went ahead and committed first-degree residential burglary and looting during an emergency and evacuation situation in a house in Mandeville Canyon. They have been charged with first-degree residential burglary. They've been charged with looting. They've been charged with grand theft. They stole over $200,000 as been alleged by the charging documents. And by the way, with respect to the charges I'm going to announce, please know this. The charges themselves are not evidence. Every one that I'm going to describe today is presumed guilty until and unless they are proven their guilt is proven by the government beyond a reasonable doubt.
Presumed innocent.
I'm sorry?
Presumed innocent.
Excuse me. Presumed innocent. Thank you for the change. Presumed innocent until and unless their guilt is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So back with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. They went ahead and committed these crimes, and when they committed these crimes, as you're going to see on this TV screen right here to my left, it was caught on a Ring camera. If you can play that as we're speaking. And the LAPD, through, again, such impressive investigation, worked with various leads and tracked Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell to an apartment in Koreatown. Surveillance was then conducted. When they attempted to leave, they were then apprehended and a number of these stolen items from that residence was found with Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell. Mr. Peoples is is committed 2 prior violent or serious felonies. This is his 3rd. As a potential 3-strike person, he is looking at life in prison. And Mr. Bell, as a 2nd strike individual, will be looking at 22 years and 8 months in prison if convicted. Mr. Coleman accompanied Mr. Bell and Mr. Peoples out of that apartment building in Koreatown, went into a 2nd car. And when Mr. Peoples and Mr. Bell were stopped, that 2nd car, driven by Mr. Coleman, kept going. It went through a light. It crashed into another vehicle. That innocent person in the other vehicle suffered a concussion. So Mr. Coleman has been charged with 1-count felony hit and run causing great bodily injury. As also a potential 3rd strike case, he is looking at a maximum sentence of life in prison. The 2nd case that we'll talk about involves Rudy Salazar and Lucia Hilrara Perez. They have been charged with 2 counts each of 1st-degree residential burglary in connection with an Altadena looting incident. On the night of, again, January 8th, they went ahead and entered 2 different houses in the Altadena area, stealing property in each of the houses, and they were apprehended by the police. And they are looking at 6 years maximum on each one of the residential burglary counts. The 3rd set of charges is against Roy Sims, Ryan Sims, Naquan Dewey Reddix, and Pierre O'Bannon. They are each charged with 1 count of 1st-degree residential burglary in connection with their crimes, where they went into a house in Altadena in the early morning hours and stole a variety of different personal property from the owners of that house. If we can show some of that property and the burglary tools that were seized. No. We do not have that. Among the property that you'll see that was stolen in that particular incident was actually the Emmy Award of the resident who lived there. That was, the police worked incredibly quickly in that situation, stopped these individuals, and were able to apprehend them and recover most of the stolen property. The 4th incident is an arson incident in which Jose Gerardo Escobar has been charged. Do we have that ready? This is an incident that occurred in Azusa, where Mr. Escobar has been charged with 3 different arson charges. He is looking at 9 years in state prison. This is arson that occurred at Pioneer Park in the city of Azusa. It was investigated by the Azusa Police Department, who acted very effectively and very efficiently in apprehending Mr. Escobar. Mr. Escobar, as well, has been not only has been charged, but he is set for arraignment today. So again, with respect to all these charges, as I said before, these charges are not evidence, and they are presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. But this shows the effectiveness of law enforcement. So when I said, and I have been saying over the past couple days, the question is not if, but when you will be caught if you engage in these crimes. The 10 charges, or 10 different individuals that have been charged today, are evidence of that fact. And the warning shot remains. Do not go ahead and engage in looting, engage in internet scams, engage in price gouging. Do not violate evacuation orders. And do not commit any of these crimes in which people are trying to profit from the tragedy of the people who have suffered from these various fires. What I'd like to now do is introduce both Los Angeles Police Department Assistant Chief Blake Chow and Los Angeles Police Department Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton provide further words.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Blake Chow. It's BLAKECHOW. You know, I just want to say on behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, if you've followed this whole incident, all week we've been standing together as a regional team. The sheriff, district attorney, thank you, Mr. Hochman, city attorney, supervisors, city council members, because the only way we're going to have an impact and keep our community safe is if we stand together and we operate as a team. And I will tell you, in the Palisades area and the fires that we've experienced in Los Angeles, isn't it bad enough we have 40,000 people potentially that have been evacuated from an area, and then we get a handful of people that want to come up with activity to go victimize them. It's not enough that they have to worry about their properties and rebuilding and things like that, but now they would have to worry about criminals coming up there and taking advantage of them. So I want to really applaud our district attorney. And I also, for the charges that were filed, those are really important to send the message to the people out there that are not only thinking about going up there and victimizing the properties, but the stuff that may come after this in the form of scams. You're not going to get away with it. And this team is not going to let you get away with it. And for the residents of Los Angeles, on behalf of our police chief, I just wanted to tell the residents of Los Angeles, this team has your back. We have patrols up in the hills right now while the evacuation orders are in place to make sure that your properties are safe. And as you can see with the investigation, when we get evidence of a crime, we leave no stone unturned, and we find people and we will bring them to justice and hand them over to the district attorney. So again, on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, thank you for this team. This is really the one way that we're going to ensure that this region is safe, and the people that live in our region are going to be able to come back to some sort of semblance of their normal lives. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alan Hamilton, Chief of Detectives, Los Angeles Police Department. I want to first acknowledge the dangerous and difficult work that's been done by our brothers and sisters in the fire service, especially our Los Angeles Fire Department employees, and our Los Angeles Police Department officers and employees, both sworn and civilian, who stood shoulder to shoulder with our firefighters from all over the United States and the world, really, to help fight this fire and bring justice to these individuals who are being victimized again. A couple of things on the investigative side. So for the individuals that were involved in the burglary up in the canyon, our investigation started immediately upon report, and we were quickly developing investigative leads on that case. I want to acknowledge the hard work of our Metropolitan Division Crime Impact Team, who dropped another case that they were working on and immediately went up on this case, utilizing multiple investigative techniques to identify these individuals, surveil them, make sure that a crime had actually occurred, verify that items were taken, and then effectively conducted surveillance and took them into custody in a safe manner, and identified them as the individuals that were involved. Moving forward, there will be additional investigative information that will be developed as this case progresses, and we'll be able to release more information to the public. But at this time, we're going to be limited in terms of what we can release. In addition, I think most people are aware there was an incident where various individuals were attempting to identify themselves as firefighters. We continue to make progress on that case, and I anticipate that is going to result in a successful filing as well. We've been able to develop information through our investigation that shows that there were conspiratorial acts that were involved in their activity, and I anticipate in the very near future we'll be filing additional charges against those individuals, as well as the misdemeanor charges of impersonating a public official. So I'm gonna close my remarks with this. We are aware that there are other crimes that have occurred, and my message to the public is this. Number one, we are aware of some of the individuals that are involved. The Los Angeles Police Department is going to continue those investigations and take them wherever they lead to. And I anticipate that we will be announcing additional arrests in the very near future for individuals that have been involved in activity within these closed areas. And there will be more to follow on that. The other thing I want to do is assure the community that at times you will see us out there in uniform and in black and white patrolling the area along with our National Guard partners. There are other times that you will not see us. We will be working undercover. We will be on social media. We will be conducting other investigations to bring every single one of these individuals that are involved in this criminal activity in the city of Los Angeles to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. What you see up here, and you're hearing pieces of it, is probably somebody who is out here looking to burglarize, loot, or commit other crimes here in the county of Los Angeles, or the city of Los Angeles' worst nightmare. And I say that because standing around me, and you'll hear from a lot of people from the get-go, when I was communicating with Chief Jim McDonald, I was getting calls from the district attorney, Nathan Hochman, who says, hey, if there's anybody committing crimes, I want to know. I want the cases as quickly as possible. Getting cases from Martin Estrada, I'm not getting cases. Martin Estrada saying, hey, give me the cases. Everybody around me is hungry, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, all of our law enforcement partners. And why is that? Because we've seen hour and hour of people in our community suffering, losing their homes, losing their property. And just like everybody else, people are saying, hey, this is the reason I don't want to evacuate. I don't want to be victimized again. This is a strong message from all of us that we are here. And when we catch people, we mean business. We're going to arrest in the field. We're going to investigate. And then we're going to turn it over to our partners. And depending if it's a state case and or a federal case, we got it covered here. So whether we are talking about burglary, looting, we're talking about scams, we're talking about the misuse of drones, whatever it is, we're going to get you. Do not make this worse than it already is. We're in the middle of this. We have a lot of work to do. You've heard me over and over announce arrests that we are making. When we're making arrests, the 34 that I had as of this morning, not all of them are looting and burglary. But please note, and this is a strong message to everybody, because we still have an active curfew that is in effect, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. If you do not have any legitimate business in these areas, stay out, because our deputies are stopping people in a constitutional manner, I may add, and they are asking people questions. On many occasions, we are involved in these conversations. We're coming up with narcotics. We're coming up with individuals who are carrying guns. And guess what? None of them live in this area. So what are they doing there? You got to think, hey, why would I, if I have narcotics and a gun on me, go to an area that has a curfew in it? Well, that's what we're dealing with. We're going to deal with that. We're going to continue to work. And I appreciate the work that all of these folks are doing to make sure that the people in our community do not get re-victimized. Stay out of the curfew area. Do not come here to do anything you shouldn't be doing. You're going to get caught. And as you heard from the DA, and then you'll hear from our federal partners, you're going to get hammered. Thank you. And by the way, on behalf of all of our community and the deputies that I'm talking to who are working their butts off out there away from their family on 12-hour shifts plus, thank you guys for the work that you've done and the work you're going to do, because our police officers and deputies want to know when they stop and arrest somebody that somebody's going to get prosecuted and there's going to be consequences. So thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Azusa Police Department Chief Rocky Wenrick.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd just like to say, on behalf of the city and our department, pass along our prayers and thoughts and condolences to all those who have lost a loved one or lost property. To add to the previous speakers, for us, we're outside that fire zone, immediate fire zone area. What I'd like to commend is our community for paying attention, being observant, and seeing something and saying something. At that time, the park had lost a lot of trees that were down. The city had started its cleanup process, made big piles of lumber and bushes, and they were all piled up, which made something for somebody come by and say, hey, look at that. It looked like it'd be a great place to light a fire or cause some damage. The park was just 100 yards from the base of the San Gabriel Mountains. So we got lucky that day. And I'd like to thank the community for keeping their eyes out and ask everybody to keep your eyes out. In times of this disaster that's going on, people might not go to those areas because, just like the sheriff said right now, there are curfews. But they also know that law enforcement from all over the county is there to assist those areas, to assist the LAPD, assist the National Guard, to assist the Sheriff's Department and these other smaller cities. So it leaves vulnerabilities elsewhere, or what they perceive as vulnerabilities. But the community, please be vigilant elsewhere, because it just takes another fire someplace else, and we have to split our resources. So please stay vigilant. And again, thank you to everybody from the federal, LAPD, and I'd like to thank the district attorney for his aggressive support of law enforcement and letting people know that there is accountability when you make a decision that is not the right one. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Chair Hochman. I'm going to be short. I want to thank our incredible DA for focusing on an critically important issue. I've met hundreds of residents whose greatest fear, beyond the fact that they've lost their home, is that people are going to go in and steal whatever they have left. And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing. And I want to thank you. And I want to thank you on behalf of the men and women, Sheriff's Department, but law enforcement as a whole, who are out there each and every day arresting. And when I find out that some of the arrests that were made, there were no charges filed on the exact same thing done, it's time for us to let the public know that accountability is alive and well in Los Angeles County. And as a supervisor whose communities are suffering right now, I want you to know we are going to work hand in hand with the district attorney, with the sheriff's department, with LAPD to make sure that not only is your property protected, but anybody that tries to take advantage of this situation will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So I just really want to thank you, Sheriff Luna, to LAPD, to Chief McDonald, to you, District Attorney Hochman. Thank you for working together to recognize that we have to protect our communities. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Thank you so much for having me, District Attorney Hochman, and also for inviting all of us here today, and especially want to thank our Azusa PD Chief Rocky Wenrick and his staff, and also all our public safety officers as well as our elected officials. I'm proud to represent the 1st District. But on this day, it saddens me to hear that we had 2 individuals, one that you just heard about in Azusa, which is in the 1st District, that was caught in conducting an arson. The second was also reported to me from the city of Irwindale. So what I want to say is that we don't have to necessarily be inside the sphere of where the fire is, but there are criminal activities that are going on throughout the county. And we have to be vigilant. And just as our PD chief from Azusa said, if you see something, por favor, say something and let us know what is happening. I want to say that even though there is a dark side to this, we have to say that there are also some good things that are happening. There are people who are being very resilient. Just yesterday I had the opportunity to visit over in Pasadena and in Altadena in the 5th District, and to go by and to see along Lake Avenue and Los Robles all these organic pop-ups of people wanting to share their love for healing and safety was an outpouring that I've never seen demonstrated in that manner in LA County. And I see it happening repeatedly over and over again. So let's not let these incidents that I know of in my district, but the others that are happening, that we have to do something and let people know that this is not what we are about here in Los Angeles and the city of Los Angeles. I also want to thank our sheriffs, but I especially want to thank the National Guard, because I do think that the Biden and Harris administration took note that we need additional boots on the ground. And boots on the ground make a difference. They may not be arresting anyone, but their presence certainly sends a message. And I'm happy that they are now housed over in Azusa, the National Guard Armory, and that we can also utilize their services to assist us and bring calm to the public that right now is so very nervous and also very upset. Brevemente en español, solamente quiero decir que en este reporte hoy día dos cosas que pasaron eran en el distrito número 1, en Irwindale y Azusa. Y gracias a las personas que nos están defendiendo, la policía, los sheriffs, que están haciendo lo más posible para proteger a toda la comunidad. Quiero decir que les doy las gracias y que por favor nosotros ponen atención a todos los directivos que ellos ponen para proteger a nosotros. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd like to now introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good afternoon. Thank you to District Attorney Hochman, Sheriff Luna, and our law enforcement partners. Many of our communities, neighbors, friends, and loved ones are enduring the most horrific experiences of their lives. Multiple reports of people taking advantage in mandatory evacuation areas. This behavior is unacceptable. In the Palisades, someone allegedly impersonating a firefighter, wearing a fire jacket and a helmet to attempt burglary. This behavior is despicable. We cannot tolerate it. And as we continue to help people heal through this suffering, we cannot allow people to prey on the devastation that has already happened, and we will have plenty of time to work to rebuild. No one should take advantage of residents who have been forced to flee for their safety. Taking advantage of this disaster and the suffering that our fellow Angelenos are feeling will not be tolerated. And I want to be clear, that goes not only for individuals who are preying on these locations, but also for the corporations and the businesses and the price gouging and the ways that they're taking advantage of people in this very difficult moment. And if you see this kind of behavior, you can call 800-593-8222. We want to hold businesses accountable as well. We cannot be taking advantage of people who are suffering in these moments. It is critical that everyone follows mandatory evacuation orders and allows our first responders to do their job. The most up-to-date information can be found at emergency.lacounty.gov, and I appreciate the accountability that is happening while we work to rebuild.
I'd now like to introduce Los Angeles City Attorney Heidi Feldstein Soto.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a dual role in our city. I'm both a civil lawyer for the city, and I am the chief prosecutor for the city of Los Angeles, and I'm here in that capacity. As chief prosecutor, I'm responsible for misdemeanors committed by adults within the city limits. Let me start with everyone who's been affected by the fires that have devastated so many lives. I've spoken to many of you on the phone. I spent a lot of time on the phone with particularly the Pacific Palisades and Mandeville communities. I commit that my office, along with the district attorney, the U.S. attorney, our law enforcement partners, and our county and city elected officials, will be here working with you with all of the tools that we have. Today's press conference is about public safety and about the criminal side of what I do. I want to take 1 second to also assure you that we are laser focused in our civil side on legislation, on investigation, on disaster relief, on mortgage tax and insurance expenses, on cutting through red tape and bringing every single legislative, executive, civil, and law enforcement resource we have available to help all of you and all of us get through this disaster, recover, heal, and rebuild. That is what we as Angelenos have done for as long as I've lived in this city. I am really honored to join DA Hochman and this multi-agency coalition to talk about the steps that we are taking collectively at a city level, at a county level, at a state level, and with U.S. Attorney Martina Estrada at a federal level to ensure the safety and well-being of all of our communities in the wake of the fires, and to hold accountable every single solitary criminal who seeks to prey upon people who've lost so much already. Whether it is looting, which usually falls to the district attorney, price gouging, which I think all of us have jurisdiction over, fraud, scam artists, trespass, which usually falls to me, or any other effort to take advantage of those who've been evacuated or otherwise affected by this crisis, let me add my voice to the chorus. My office will lean in to ensure that no individual gets away with illegal or predatory conduct. My office is prepared to hold everyone and anyone who engages in price gouging for housing, for shelter, for essential consumer goods, food, services, veterinary care, health care, accountable. Price gouging laws went into effect. For those of you who doubt it, they went into effect immediately upon the declaration of a state of emergency. No one, and I do mean no one, can increase pricing on any of these items: housing, shelter, food, water, clothing, pet care, health care, any other essential goods or services by more than 10% without violating the law. Violations are both criminal and civil. Violations of the price gouging statute are subject to criminal prosecution with up to 1 year's imprisonment and up to a $10,000 fine. Violations are also subject to civil enforcement, and my office has a public rights branch dedicated to civil enforcement. We have formed a price gouging task force within my public rights branch, and that is punishable by an injunction, by restitution, by up to $2,500 per violation. We are working with the mayor's office and city council on a dedicated intake system to address price gouging complaints in particular, and our lawyers and other legal personnel are already getting back to residents who have reported price gouging. If you are a victim of price gouging or aware that it is happening, if you see it happening because all of a sudden an apartment that was for rent for one amount doubles in price, please email my office to a dedicated email to this that is ATT, which stands for attorney, price gouging task force at lacity.org. att.pricegougingtaskforce@lacity.org, or call us at our dedicated price gouging line, 213-679-5035. As a result of this unprecedented emergency, so many of us face uncertainty about our futures, and it is the responsibility of everybody up here to ensure that those futures are bright, or as bright as they can be under the circumstances. I'm really deeply grateful to and humbled by the actions and the bravery of our city, our county, and our neighbors. To our firefighters, to our law enforcement, to our first responders and volunteers, my deepest gratitude for your heroism, strength, and unceasing commitment to saving lives and property across a vast area of our city and our county, an area much bigger than any of us thought possible. I thank our neighbors in California, in other states, and from across our northern and southern borders. I thank our federal government and our state for providing the National Guard and providing the resources, expertise, personnel, and equipment that they have. And I thank each of you, the press and the public, for helping us get out the message, for staying vigilant, for notifying us when something goes awry, for letting us know when you suspect arson, and for your resilience and commitment to our city, and your many, many acts of kindness and compassion in helping all of the families, friends, and neighbors in need. I am so proud to stand with our district attorney and our law enforcement partners. Thank you.
I'd now like to introduce United States Attorney Martina Estrada.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Martina Estrada. I'm the United States Attorney. This past week has been devastating for our community. Our family, our friends, our colleagues have suffered immeasurable losses. Our hearts go out go out to all the victims of the terrible fires that have occurred in our area. But I will say, one thing I have seen time and time again is the resilience of this community. When the times get tough, we come together. That is no different with regard to law enforcement. The level of cooperation and collaboration with our law enforcement partners, federal, state, and local in this area in Southern California is top in the country. We come together, whether it be violent crime, human trafficking, you name it, we come together. This time will be no different. We will collaborate and work together and bring the same approach to holding accountable all those who engage in crimes related to this disaster. Now, the first priority is stopping these fires, stopping the destruction. My deepest gratitude to the first responders, the ones who are out there on the lines fighting for us. God bless them, they deserve our prayers. But another priority is ensuring that there aren't people out there who victimize others, criminal opportunists who take advantage of this situation. This sort of behavior is completely unacceptable, and because of that, it is critical that we all work together to hold such individuals accountable. Let me talk about what we're doing as federal authorities. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the ATF is fully engaged in this crisis. We are addressing three main areas of criminality. First, arson. This investigation is at its early stages, but I will tell you the ATF National Response Team hit the ground this morning investigating to determine the origin cause of the fire. Now, this group is highly experienced, includes investigators from throughout the country. This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit. We are going to fully investigate the origins of these fires. We have powerful federal arson statutes to hold accountable with mandatory minimum sentences anyone who is found to have recklessly or intentionally caused these fires. Second, illegal drone activity. We have seen people flying drones over restricted areas. We need to ensure that our first responder personnel are able to do their jobs. We've already heard about drones flying over fires, hitting fire planes, disrupting them, taking them out of commission. That is unacceptable. It is illegal to fly drones over restricted areas. This basically means not flying over the areas where the fires are taking place. If you do so, you'll be arrested and you'll be prosecuted. And be warned, you may not be arrested right away, but our investigators will continue their work. We brought these illegal drone cases time and time again, including a case a few weeks ago involving Vandenberg Air Force Base. As we speak, we have investigators issuing legal process, investigating social media posts of drone footage in the fire areas, looking through that footage to determine the perpetrators in order to hold those people accountable. If you're thinking of flying a drone over an impacted area, over a fire, the message is simple: don't do it. Third, fraud. We are not going to allow victims to be re-victimized. Certainly, as the district attorney talked about, looters will be held accountable by his office. But we will take on some of those more sophisticated fraudsters who are out there using other means to steal. This is one of the largest disasters we've ever faced. We will see huge amounts of relief money coming into this area, including federal funds. If history is any guide, including through the pandemic that we all went through, the COVID-19 pandemic, there are people who will attempt to steal that money. Let's talk about two areas of fraud we are vigilantly monitoring. First is federal recovery funds. The Small Business Administration, FEMA, and other federal agencies are beginning their efforts to support homeowners, renters, business owners with relief funds. During the COVID-19 disaster, we saw people committing identity theft to steal that money. My office can use mandatory minimum sentences against anyone committing such conduct to hold them accountable. Second is charity fraud. People around the world are looking for ways to support the victims. This is a good thing. People are generous in times of need. But it also creates an opportunity for fraud. Charity fraud is a donation scam where people are tricked into donating money to a group or a fake group that essentially provides no services for the victims. We will investigate any group that illegally diverts funds from the victims. And let me say, as I mentioned, generosity is a good thing. The fraudsters will target victims and generous individuals who want to help. They'll do so through many means, including social media posts, including calls, including texts. Keep this in mind. True charities will not pressure you into giving funds. If you come across deceptive individuals who try to push you to donate money, that raises suspicions, and do not donate. Make sure your money goes to trusted organizations, and beware of websites that may try to mimic real organizations. There's a lot of fraud out there and people trying to perpetrate it. In conclusion, regardless of the type of crime we are talking about, we will hold people accountable. There is zero tolerance for any criminal activity arising from these fires. Together, we will recover from these fires. But the ongoing work, the recovery work, including protecting the victims and protecting those people who would like to help the victims and protecting relief funds, will be ongoing. We will be vigilant. Now, before I conclude, I want to give out a number from the ATF. If there's anyone out there who has any tips on the origins of the fires, any of the fires, please text 63975 with your tip. That is, again, the number 63975. That will go to the ATF National Response Team. Thank you very much. I will now introduce to the podium Special Agent in charge of the FBI, Akil Davis.
Good afternoon. My name is Akil Davis. I'm the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I want to state my condolences for those who have lost loved ones, property, and are currently suffering. We at the FBI also have employees that have lost everything that they own. It's a traumatic event for all of us, all Los Angelinos everywhere. I'd like to highlight just 2 lines of effort that your local FBI office is involved in. U.S. Attorney Estrada highlighted our drone efforts. FBI Los Angeles has created the nation's first counter-UAS task force. This task force has been deployed to the Rose Bowl, it's deployed to the Golden Globes, and it is deployed to all of these fires. We're out there every single day looking for drone pilots, looking for operators that are disrupting our most critical effort to contain these fires, and that is the airdrops. I'd like to foot stomp what our brothers and sisters at CAL FIRE said. If you fly, we can't. Meaning if you fly these drones, we're not able to use our most sophisticated technique to contain these fires and save lives. The second line of effort for the FBI, as U.S. Attorney Estrada stated, is significant fraud. As we have seen from COVID fraud, Hurricane Katrina fraud, we've seen earthquake fraud, all those monies that are pouring into our communities, fraudsters are sitting right now trying to figure out ways to steal that money. You heard Sheriff Luna reference the term being hungry. Our investigators, our task force officers, our deputies, our police officers, our investigators, we're hungry too. We're hungry to try to find the fraudsters that are stealing this money and preventing it from getting in the hands of the people that need it most. There are 2 ways you can reach the FBI. Please call 1-800-CALL-FBI if you have any tips or you've been the victim of any of these frauds, or tips.fbi.gov. Thank you for your time today. I'll turn it over to DA Hochman.
So I'd also like to thank Jose Medina, Acting Special Agent in charge of the ATF's LA Field Division, Jessica Post, Battalion Chief in charge of the LA County Fire Department Arson Unit, LAPD Detective Wilson, LAPD Detective Carrillo, for their tremendous efforts, and all the officers and investigators and detectives that worked to make this day possible to announce these charges so swiftly. Over 30 years ago, Los Angeles endured the fires, the floods, the earthquake, and the riots, all in sequential order. And LA showed back then its grit, its resilience, to not only come back, but to build better. We're going to see that occur again. When we get these fires stabilized, we're going to show Los Angeles to the world that we have the grit and resilience to again build ourselves better than we were. And to the extent that these criminals want to get in our way, please let today be one example of the united front that they are going to face. Between the District Attorney's Office, the City Attorney's Office, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, we have well over 1,000 prosecutors ready to do justice on behalf of the residents of Los Angeles County. And working with us, we literally have thousands of officers, detectives, and investigators that will bring these criminals to justice. So thank you all very much for being here. We'll take questions now.
Chief Hochman.
Yes, in the back.
Friend PR Martin Costi, do you have a number of reports of burglaries in these zones, the evacuation zones? I mean, not ones where you charge people, but actually, you know, what's CompStat saying?
These are ongoing investigations. Everyone that has not been charged is an ongoing investigation. So it's too preliminary to comment about those investigations today.
Do we have a total number, though, of arrests for looting?
Actually, Sheriff Luna would like to add.
Yeah, very good question. And before even coming here, I'm trying to inquire about how many burglaries there are, at least in LA County Sheriff's territory. It has been extremely difficult to do that. Let me try and paint a quick picture for you. We have many areas where residents have not been allowed to go back in since they left in a really quick hurry to save their lives. As we start repopulating some of these areas, we are going to get reports. I hope it's not too many, but I think we are going to get reports of burglaries and other crimes. So just a quick second to tell our community, as you do repopulate, and if you believe you were the victim of a burglary or any other crime, immediately report that to your local police station, sheriff station, whatever that may be, because unfortunately, I think we're going to get those. But that's why we don't have all that information now. You talk about CompStat, it'll all start coming in as soon as we start going back in there.
So, Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. We talked about some people who were impersonating firemen, and it's been confirmed that they were in fact wearing a uniform and helmet. How did they get those? Were those stolen?
I can address that. So that's part of the investigation that feeds into some of the information. So we're not going to disclose those parts of the investigation at this time. As the prosecution moves forward, at whatever level it moves forward to, we will be releasing additional information, especially after we confirm which charges are going to be filed. At this time, we can't really discuss it.
Chief Hamilton, quick follow on that was the people impersonating. That was at the Palisades fire scene?
That's correct.
Were they found, do you believe they had also been involved in looting or burglary, or were they found stolen property?
We believe that they were conspiring to conduct illegal activity, including looting and residential burglary in the area.
Just let me follow that up, because I would just want to tag on to something that Sheriff Luna said, that, you know, this has been a very, very chaotic scene for everybody right now, and we have a lot of areas right now residents have not been able to go back. I know that LAPD has reported 14 arrests for fire-related things, many of which you have seen here, but I think, for example, what the individuals that are arrested with the fire uniforms, we're pleading with the public, if they have any information that they may have seen these individuals in other parts of the Palisades, we need that information, because as the Chief Hamilton had said, this investigation is not closed, it's still going, and as residents begin to repopulate and we get more information, ring videos and things like that, those are the things that we're going to need to really get a picture as to how many crimes may have occurred in that area.
Chief Cheryl?
Yes, right here.
Natasha Chen with CNN. I know that the investigations into the origins of the fires for Palisades and Eaton are still ongoing. As far as that task force activity is concerned, though, is there any indication that there's investigation into possible human involvement in the Palisades fire, whether that be accidental or intentional, and for the Eaton fire, a potential electrical transmission tower?
So we're not going to address at this point that part of the investigation. That'll be conducted by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. More information will be forthcoming from that investigation in the future.
Will ATF have a news conference? Anyone?
So we are speaking on behalf of ATF. We are coordinating with ATF on the investigation and any potential prosecution. We are at the initial stages of this time, so we ask for patience as we go through this investigation. Everything is on the table in terms of the investigation and potential statutes that are in play. I gave you the number. I'll repeat it. If anyone has any tips, I encourage them to text the following number, 63975. But given that the investigation is at its early stages, we cannot provide further information.
How many of the cases qualify for federal charges, and what will be the maximum sentence if somebody is accused of arson?
Anyone who intentionally or recklessly causes a fire can be prosecuted federally for arson, carries a 5-year mandatory minimum sentence, and from there, depending on the facts, the sentence can be much longer, including decades in prison.
Mr. Estrada, can you just clarify, is this arson investigation just normal matter of course given the devastation, or are you acting off information that there may have been an intentional fire set, Palisades, Eaton, otherwise?
I can't get into details of the investigation. I will say this is by no means the normal course. We're dealing with the largest disasters in our area ever. It's for that reason we asked the ATF National Response Team to get involved. Highly experienced group has done this throughout the country, including in our area before, with success. Thank you.
How many cases are on your hands?
The investigation is at early stages.
Don't you have any number of investigations?
We are investigating all the fires for potential arson. We are looking at all the fires. We're focused on the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire this time.
Sheriff Luna, given the level of frustration and misery for so many people who are out of their homes, there's been some reports of vigilantism. Are you concerned about this, and how do you mitigate it if indeed it is happening?
Concerned, yes. I think we're always concerned. As the days wear on, people, our community, our residents who live there, they're getting angry and they're getting frustrated. We're going to try and do everything we can to enhance our communication. That's why every time we get up here, we talk about the reasons why we are not repopulating as quickly as we would like. There's still a lot of hazards out there, for example. As we're speaking now, I still have search and rescue teams that are out there trying to recover remains of individuals, correlating missing persons to addresses that used to be there. There's a lot of work there. So again, I plead with our communities, be as patient as possible. There is no conversation that we're having as a county family with our city partners that doesn't include evacuation orders and warnings without, okay, when are we going to repopulate? Because we're hearing our community loud and clear. All of us, I know our supervisors are going out personally and listening to our community and their frustrations. We know it. We're staying on top of it. None of us have been off one day. All of us are working 16, 18-hour days, and we're doing this because we want to get back to normal as quickly as possible. But I do remind everybody, I just read the weather report before coming in here. We're gonna experience some significant winds. I'm very concerned about the dangers that we still face, concerns that our community still faces. So we're still in the middle of this. But please communicate with us, and we'll continue to work on putting out as much public information as we possibly can. We don't want our community to go that direction. Now, if the vigilantes you're talking about are people who live somewhere else and are going to come and cause problems, this team I have around me, we're ready to deal with that.
I see the show of support here today, and it's massive and impressive. But to someone who feels desperate, how can you reassure them?
Somebody who lost their home, we will do everything we can to make sure that you are aware that we're here, we care, we're going to respond, we're going to investigate. And the reason we're here today united is because we are communicating. We have been communicating from the beginning. we're going to be something that the rest of this country looks at and says, how did you guys do this? That's where we're at. That's the assurance I want to give our entire community. We are here. We are here for you.
And our breaking coverage of Southern California's devastating wildfires continues right now at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. We've been listening to a news conference with the district attorney, Nathan Hochman. I believe the headline here is 10 people have been arrested, 9 for looting, 1 for a charge of arson. Let's get you caught up with the very latest here. Much of Southern California facing critical fire danger again, with an even more serious red flag warning going to effect tomorrow morning. That should begin at 4 a.m. for some of the mountain areas, the West San Fernando Valley, and the 5 and the 14 freeway corridors. Firefighters gaining the upper hand. That's the really good news on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires today. Crews are now focusing on hotspots in both of those areas. And the death toll for both fires has climbed to 24 as the teams go home to home in some of those burned out areas, sometimes with cadaver dogs looking for more possible victims.
And because of that grim search, law enforcement has paused escorts for homeowners to go see what remains of their properties. LA County is updating their website in real time so residents can check on their properties. The address is recovery.lacounty.gov, and we have that link posted on our website, NBCLA.com. And LA County's new DA has announced criminal charges, as Colleen just mentioned, against 10 people related to the fires, including burglary, looting, and arson.
Any moment now, we're expecting an update on the Palisades fire. We will bring that to you live. NBC News has also just confirmed with several law enforcement sources familiar with this investigation going on for these fires that an early focus into how this fire started is possible human cause.
Also new today, a group of people affected by the Eaton fire have filed a lawsuit against Southern California Edison. They claim that fire started from sparks from SCE's energized power lines. The lawsuit also names these time-stamped videos from Cheryl and Jeffrey Koo that were shared on social media. The images were taken the night the fire started last Tuesday. They show an electrical tower there in the distance with flames all around its base before the fire spread. Now, a spokesperson from SCE shared this statement with us. It says, in part, SCE's distribution lines immediately to the west of Eaton Canyon were de-energized well before the reported start time of the fire as part of SCE's public safety power shutoff. PSPS, I should say, program. SCE is currently conducting a review of the event.
Yeah, we're talking about the weather to come. You may look out there now. It may be beautiful in your area as we look at a live picture of downtown LA. But we're here to tell you another round of dangerous, very dangerous winds headed our way. Our meteorologist Stephanie Olmo is timing all of this out in the first alert forecast. Steph, this is coming. Right. As bad as it was last week at this time?
No. So that's the good thing. So this time around, we're focusing over the wind-prone areas. The typical wind-prone areas we talk about won't be as widespread, and the winds are not expected to be as strong. So that is.
So they won't be 80 to 100 miles an hour, but they're still going to be significantly stronger.
Correct. We'll see gusts around 50, 60, maybe some isolated areas getting up to 70 miles an hour. So not expected to be as strong. You know, we had wind gusts over 80 miles an hour, not expected to be the case as we head into the coming days, which is good news, but still strong enough that could cause some damage. And also, if we get a new fire, I mean, that could spread rapidly. And also, we could see some extreme fire behavior. As we go over the sustained winds right now, we're looking at winds coming in from the northeast, more of an easterly component. This is why this time around, we're looking at stronger winds around Ventura County as we continue. But right now, we're looking at sustained winds over 20 miles an hour in spots like Santa Clarita down to Van Nuys. As we go over the wind gusts right now, looking at wind gusts over 30, even close to 40 miles an hour in some of those areas. Santa Clarita down into Oxnard area. You see some of the oranges and some of that purple. So we're looking at some spots looking at gusts right around 40 to 50 miles an hour around that location. So because of the winds and also considering how dry it's been, low relative humidity, we do have that combination. We do have high fire danger, and that's why we have a red flag warning that remains in effect through Wednesday. And within this warning, we have what's called a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS. It's the 4th time it's been issued by the National Weather Service in the past several months. So This is the highest level, and the areas of concern is parts of the 5 corridor down right near Santa Clarita, the city of San Fernando, stretching on over into the central portion here of Ventura County. This is including Fillmore down to Simi Valley, for example, down into the western portion of the Santa Monica Mountains. So again, the winds won't be as strong as last week, but if we get a fire, it could spread rapidly, and also we could be dealing with extreme fire behavior. So you want to watch the outdoor activities as we head into the next couple of days. Back to you guys.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. The DWP says it's restored power to all of its customers affected by the wind last week, except in the high fire risk areas where fire authorities have asked the utility to de-energize its power lines. That includes Pacific Palisades, Brentwood, Sylmar, and Encino. The DWP says it will restore power in those areas once CAL FIRE gives them the all clear.
Also, the DWP is working to restore water pressure in the Palisades fire zone before the high winds come back. Crews are fixing leaks out there. We understand they're closing fire hydrants that were left open in order to boost the pressure throughout the system and to restore flow to the storage tanks. DWP says they are supplying 19 water tanker trucks to support the firefighters.
All right, Pasadena Water and Power now testing the city's drinking water system today, which was impacted by the Eaton fire. Now, if you take a look at your screen, the areas there in gray on this map are still under a do not drink advisory. That means water should not be used for drinking or cooking. And keep in mind here, folks, boiling or filtering the water does not make it safe to drink.
Okay, work is underway in Altadena right now to start to try to put that community back together. Very early stages, but after so much was lost in the Eaton fire, our Conan Nolan out in the neighborhood once again today, live in Altadena, with some of the problems the homeowners are facing there. Conan, are they being allowed back in at all?
No, they're not, and there's a good reason for that, Colleen. This, you can multiply where I'm standing 1,000 times, several thousand times from the Palisades to here. At some point, they're going to have to figure out how to get the toxic material. That's why we're wearing the masks. If you have, by the way, a Tesla or electric car that burned up, there's battery in that. That's toxic. Then you have to scrape the pad here to figure out where the debris goes. And then after that, you can start possibly thinking about rebuilding. If you do that, you have to pull a permit. Everybody's going to be doing that at the same time. At the moment, though, yes, they're trying to set up so that they're able to get power back into the neighborhood because they don't have any electricity here. One of the reasons why people are not allowed back into their homes. But looking at this over the next several months and years, anybody interested in recovering what they have and rebuilding what they had, they're in for a long haul.
It is the cadence slowly enveloping scores of neighborhoods throughout Altadena, one street at a time. Public Works clearing debris so that utility crews can get to the work of bringing in new lines and poles in the effort to restore power.
Get rid of all the wires that are down, cleaning out all the poles that are like just this one that you see here.
64-year-old Kent Kashigian has a generator, but he needs more fuel. He saved his home using water from his swimming pool. Neighbors not so lucky.
I saw there was fire in the eaves.
Yeah, I put those out with the buckets and they're equal. I broke the wall the other side of the garage and poured water by cup in there.
Oh my God.
There wasn't a fireman until Friday.
Such are the tentative first steps to an oh-so-difficult future. Jeremiah Van Cans is a real estate agent now struggling to get burned-out clients shelter. This while navigating the precarious road ahead.
Phase 1. Remove all the hazardous material to get the rubble out of here. While this is all happening, people are processing their insurance claims, right? If you lost your house, file that claim as soon as possible. What do you have? 12,000 plus people wanting to rebuild at the same time. So that's going to cause major delays.
The state already has a shortage of housing and of construction labor, but no shortage, unfortunately, of speculators who started seeking bargains even before the smoke cleared.
The land that the house once sat on, they're already speculating on that.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's like we're going through a tragedy, and you have developers already looking at this as an opportunity.
Van Can says it will take an unprecedented effort by state, county, and city officials to cooperate in helping homeowners, without which rebuilding could take years.
But out of all this, I'm positive that this community is going to come back stronger than ever.
Yeah, he was from New York State, was at 9/11, and said that Manhattan, yes, we know what happened then, but it came back. That can happen here as well. California Governor Gavin Newsom has said that the California Environmental Quality Act will be suspended for these folks trying to rebuild. That's good news. Back to you.
Conan, appreciate that. We want to take you live
Kick it
right
off with
out
an
now as they
operational
give an
update.
update on the Palisades fire.
Hello, I'm Battalion Chief Christian Litz with LA County Fire, partnered up with CAL FIRE Team 2 with the operations section. We're going to start over here on the top left part of the map where you see Montecito there. This is more of the brush side on the top half of the map. So we have resources in there still isolating and securing the edges, looking for the heat sources deeper inside as far as we can to limit any probability of escape. And we're doing that to protect the town of Montecito, coming around the top to Piuma Canyon, over to Saddle Peak Ridge, and coming around to Tuna Canyon into the Topanga area and around the neighborhood of Fernwood, doing the same thing along that whole top edge of the fire. We have resources still scouring the fire's edge, mopping up. That means getting rid of any kind of isolated heat sources that they're finding inside, and as deep as we can to isolate that problem and make sure that we don't have any issues as far as probability of escape. We're limiting as much as we can. Around where we have structures in Fernwood, we do have resources in there, getting behind those structures, again, mopping up any heat that they find, make sure that we don't have any adverse fire effects to those buildings right there to keep them safe. As we come up to Topanga Canyon along the fires again, we're securing that edge, putting in that hand line, and getting deeper in the mop up. Everything's looking a lot less heat in this area as far as everywhere else as well. Topanga, we're looking at Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Park's up there, so we're going around the edge. We still got a lot of work to do in this area right here as far as constructing direct control line. Going direct means we're going right along that fire's edge, securing the edge, mopping it up, getting deeper as we go along that to secure it. Coming up the side, we had a little bit of activity here a couple days ago, what we are calling Division Zulu, as we come back up to Dirt Mulholland. It is good. We got retardant painted thick along that edge. Nice big line constructed with the hand crews that did a lot of work. So they're just finding, those isolated heat sources to make sure we have very low probability of any escape of this fire. Coming around the top, the Dirt Mulholland. Coming around to the corner and coming back down into Mandeville Canyon, same story. Resources are still scouring that edge that's to secure it, and getting behind those structures in Mandeville Canyon, make sure there's nothing that can roll out or do any damage that we don't want done to any structures. And they're working really hard to get as depth as they can in there. Overall, that's the more brush area of the fire, is the top half of the fire. Find very little activity in there. We do still have helicopters up there dropping on those heat sources to help the ground crews out. Now coming down into the Riviera area, West Ridge, Riviera, bordering Santa Monica and the Pacific Palisades, all along the bottom half of the fire that we see here, going into Topanga Canyon, Temescal Canyon, Las Flores area, and also coming back over to Malibu. Same story. Resources are lined up and going all along the PCH, interior to all the structures, up the different roads, all around those structures. They're really concentrating on the structures that are still standing, getting ready any heat sources around it, anything that can cause any damage or get inside those structures and have any unwanted damage that we're thinking about. And then coming around, finishing up back to where you see the black line. That's where the fire butted up against the Franklin fire here on the far left of the map. And it's looking really good. We still have eyes on it. We still have resources in the area. We also have resources in the structure groups, which means they're around the structures building plans. We always plan to keep the fire as small as possible, but we always prepare for something different, especially with the winds coming on. We could have change of the environment for us, so we're preparing to respond to anything new. We have resources identified that could respond quickly and keep new starts small. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service assigned to the Palisades incident. Last week when this fire ignited, the area was experiencing one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've had in recent memory. And those historic Santa Ana winds brought extremely critical fire weather conditions to this area, allowing the fire those first couple of days to grow rapidly and explosively. Since those first couple of days, the fire has still been under the influence of Santa Ana winds, and that influence is going to continue for the next couple of days. In fact, from today through Wednesday, we're expecting moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds across the fire, and with that, it's going to bring continued critical fire weather conditions to the area. Along with the critically dry brush, because we haven't had any rain here since last April, it's going to bring those critical fire weather conditions to the area, and therefore we have red flag warning that's in effect. That red flag warning is still in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. So we have expectations of those moderate to strong Santa Ana winds, critical fire weather conditions. That red flag warning is in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday. Fortunately, by Thursday and continuing into the weekend, things are going to moderate quite dramatically, and we get back to actually kind of nice oceanic sea breezes, cooler temperatures, higher humidities. Hopefully, we'll get at least a couple of days of respite from these Santa Ana winds. But again, the big thing is red flag warning is still in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite all of our speakers and guests up to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Everett. I'm the Assistant Chief for Operations West Bureau from the Los Angeles City Fire Department, covering the area of the impacted zone. It troubles me to see these things happen to my neighbors. This is an area that I live, work, and play. All that being said, I have to put my emotions behind me because it's time for me to roll up my sleeves along with this incredible team I have behind me to really help with those business continuity and resiliency plans and try to get this place back up on their feet at the best of our abilities. I proudly stand with a number of partners in the area, but primarily my fire partners, Los Angeles County, who we share the border with, of course myself, Los Angeles City, and then we have our force multiplier, CAL FIRE incident management team to help us, along with a number of law enforcement partners. We have a good team to help you the best of our abilities. Within the city of Los Angeles, we're still actively working in there. We do have some active structure fires left over from the original impact, and we're also bracing for some severe weather that you just heard from our weather specialist. So I just want to tell the city Angelinos that we are not out of this yet. We have a significant storm coming tonight, so listen to all the warnings that you've heard, and please, believe me when I tell you that we're in this together. But I really want you to be safe until we get out of this next storm, and then we can take the next step.
CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 Incident Commander.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Hudson with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and Unified Incident Commander for the Palisades incident. Over the last 36 hours, we have seen very little fire growth on this incident, which is a positive. However, it's important to remember, as was just stated, we are still under a red flag event, and we will continue to surge resources to the priorities around this fire. The priorities right now are extinguishing any flare-ups around structures, responding to any hotspots on the interior around structures, and primarily building line for community protection. Those have been our priorities the last throughout this incident, but we've been able to achieve those priorities. We have a large number of resources. We're over 5,000 people at this incident right now, spread across the entirety of this incident and the fire line as well as interior. We are also continuing to build contingency line. I mentioned yesterday that some of the flare-ups that we saw over the last 48 to 72 hours, they did remain within the contingency line. We're actively building contingency line to the north, south, east, and west around this fire. We're focusing around communities like Fernwood, and with the westerly flow that we're starting to, or the offshore flow we're starting to see, we're prepared for that. I know we've had a lot of questions about containment. Not a lot is part of the reason that the winds are keeping the smoke down, and but also with the containment, when we call something contained or identify it as such, we want to have complete confidence that the fire will not cross that line. So we anticipate through Wednesday night. This fire is going to be heavily wind tested. We do anticipate an increase in containment, and we'll report that as such as the time allows or the situation dictates. So thank you.
LA Fire Department Chief.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start with just giving you a quick brief. This morning, Mayor Bass and I conducted an aerial survey of this specific fire of Palisades. While we witnessed significant loss, we also saw many, many successes in the efforts to save lives and protect property. Containing the fires absolutely remains the top priority. When the time comes for recovery, we are committed to a unified effort across the agencies to support the affected communities. The Palisades fire is still active, as we can see, and our mission continues. As I said this morning, I've staffed all available LAFD resources ahead of this wind event, and it's already underway. There are pre-positioned engines, strike teams, task forces across the city to make sure that we have the ability to rapidly respond. In addition, I've directed the Fire Prevention Bureau within the city to augment as fire patrols in the very high fire hazard severity zone. I tell you, as I take a step back, I'm so very grateful as I look around and I see all of our firefighters and first responders from all over California and our neighboring states. You think about that from the western region to Canada to even Mexico. We know absolutely we cannot fight this alone, and we are so very appreciative of our partners. Just a brief on the Palisades fire. You've heard a couple of the numbers, but the LAFD remains committed to this fire, and we have a significant number of engines that are assigned. The fire is 23,713 acres with 14% containment, 5,123 personnel that are assigned. As you can see, the firefighters are up and down. They are completely and diligently working through the night to increase the containment and prevent further spread. As this wind event that we just heard about continues, we urge the public to stay diligent, to stay ready, as the danger has absolutely not passed. Please adhere to any evacuation warning and orders immediately, and prioritize your safety. Thank you, everyone.
LA County Sheriff Commander.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Commander Christine Coles. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I'm serving as the Unified Incident Commander from the Sheriff's Department Incident Management Team for the Palisades Fire Response. I'd like to provide you just a few updates on the status of our operation. We currently have over 100 Sheriff Department personnel assisting with our operations, along with National Guard personnel. Currently, no new evacuations are being performed. We've made 5 arrests related to the Palisades fire, involving charges such as unauthorized entry into an emergency area and additional charges for weapons and narcotics possession. A curfew has been established for all mandatory evacuation zones affected by the Palisades fire and will be in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. and until further notice. This curfew is strictly enforced to enhance public safety, protect property, and deter looting. We urge all individuals to comply with the curfew and avoid the affected areas unless you are authorized personnel. We regret to confirm that 5 deaths as of this afternoon have occurred within the LASD jurisdiction due to the Palisades fire. In collaboration with the Los Angeles County Fire Urban Search and Rescue Team and multiple other agencies, search and rescue operations began this morning in designated areas which were affected by the fire. These searches are part of a phased approach and will occur during daylight hours. The goal of the searches is to ensure that areas are made safe prior to entry and to ensure every resident is accounted for. I can't begin to comprehend the anguish that some in the community are feeling, and I'm so sorry for all the losses that you have suffered. However, we ask that you understand that thorough searching must be conducted in these areas to render them safe and to provide conclusion for those that have been reported missing. We appreciate all the cooperation that you give us during this tragedy. Thank you.
LA County Fire Department Chief Harris.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Robert Harris, and I'm with Los Angeles County Fire Department. I'm one of the Unified Incident Commanders assigned to this incident. Your Los Angeles County Fire Department understands that the community is in need of information. To assist the community in understanding or knowing the status of their property, impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view preliminary maps showing the damage assessments. Please note that preliminary maps have been posted and are updated daily. If you look at the map and you do not see a color by your address, that means that that building has not been assessed as of yet. As stated by my colleagues, severe weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County Fire Department is prepared, and we are anticipating winds and low humidity and low moisture, which will be a threat to the Los Angeles County area, and it will be critical. We ask all Los Angeles County residents in fire-prone areas to understand that the public safety shutoffs are critical and necessary for the collective safety of the community and for preventing additional wildland fires. There are rumors out there that the Los Angeles County Fire Department turned down offers for mutual aid. We want you to be assured that these rumors are totally false. However, we would like to make it totally clear that repopulation will not occur until the area is safe for our residents to return home. We would like once again to thank Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for her unwavering leadership and continued support through this unprecedented disaster. And finally, to the residents of Los Angeles County affected by this catastrophe, please be assured that our firefighters continue to work toward containing these wildland fires from the land and the ground so that we can get you home relatively as soon as possible. We stand alongside of you during this terrible disaster, and we will be with you during the recovery effort. Thank you.
LAPD Chief.
Well, good afternoon. I want to assure you that the LAPD and all of our partners here remain fully committed to your safety and well-being as we move forward through this together. Just a bit on our deployment, LAPD officers are performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires. For a 24-hour period, we have deployed roughly 600 officers to these areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard, who has 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades incident, and we're very grateful for all of their support. On the missing persons front, certainly a concern for everyone. At this time, we have 26 people reported missing. 17 of those have been found safe. Of the 9 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased, but we have yet to be able to positively identify those individuals. 1 has likely been found safe at a shelter, but refused contact with the police, and 6 remain unaccounted for. Anybody who may have information on any of those 6, if you would, please let us know. In total, 3 fatalities were fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital, but had not been previously reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made a total of 14 arrests. 3 of those were for failure to obey curfew, impersonating an officer 1, impersonating a firefighter 1, unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area 2 people, 1 for driving under the influence, 1 for vandalism, 1 for possession of ammo and burglary tools, 2 for burglary, and 2 for conspiracy to commit burglary. So in spite of what we say up here, there are people who are still going to take advantage of the situation, so please help us out with that. Animal services on that front were sensitive to the fact that in the rush to evacuate, many residents were forced to leave their pets behind. In order to help residents gain access to the pets that were left behind, Animal Services is accepting calls and creating a list number is 881, and Animal Services deploying 2 animal regulation officers here to the Zuma command post to be able to assist in that and inspect undamaged properties for animals. Again, just a reminder on the curfew, my partner, Commander Coles, mentioned the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., and unless you're public safety personnel or other disaster workers, you have no reason to be at these locations. If you are in those areas, as you've heard over and over again, you will be subject to arrest. And force use an important tool to keep the burn areas and evacuated property secure and to keep looters out. This effort also helps to protect public safety personnel who are operating in darkness in very difficult circumstances. As you heard previously, there's still a threat there from gas lines, electricity down power lines, not to mention the toxic environment that's been created. So unless you have a real official reason to be there, please stay out. In closing, I just want to reiterate that our department, that all of us standing be here with you today before you, are with you. We're here for you for the duration, not only to ensure your safety, but provide support and resources necessary to recover and ultimately rebuild. I want to assure the community that we're working tirelessly every day to protect lives, property, and maintain public safety during this critical time. Thank you for your understanding, your patience, and your resilience during this this very, very difficult time for all. Thank you.
CAL FIRE Director.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Tyler. I'm the Director and Fire Chief at CAL FIRE. Again, as I said yesterday, my heartfelt thoughts and prayers are with the community and our citizens who are affected by this devastation. And I have the utmost appreciation for our firefighters and our first responders, our law enforcement and military organizations who have come together to support the community. Over 15,000 responders are across Southern California right now, brought in from all over the state of California, the Western, Midwest, and Central United States, as well as our international partners from places like Canada and Mexico. It takes coming together with our local, state, federal, nonprofit, tribal, and international partners to make this all possible. And as we continue to mitigate the hazards that are occurring here at Palisades and mitigating the hazards that are occurring at the Eaton Fire while we're continuing to do damage assessment with multiple damage assessment teams, being able to publish that information as you heard earlier, we recognize that these conditions will change and being able to look ahead. So the other portion of CAL FIRE is our natural resource protection responsibilities. And working together with the Department of Conservation's California Geological Survey and CAL FIRE with our foresters and hydrologists are working together to look at the burned soil severity, looking at the risk factors, and providing a plan that will be supported with our local and county leaders on how we are going to continue to recover and mitigate the next steps of this community. We continue to pre-position resources for this event that we've heard about going through Wednesday night. Throughout the Los Angeles County, greater Los Angeles area, San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, San Diego, there are pre-positioned resources across the area. We have moved aircraft to various Southern California airports while we continue to support the Palisades and the Eaton, making sure that they are out of the wind-prone area and are able to get off the ground when needed. We set up a mobilization center. It's sitting in Beaumont, California at Noble Creek Park. For resources to be filled in that mobilization center as a staging area to be able to move them north, south, east, or west. As we continue through this event for the next 2 days through Wednesday evening, we need you to remain vigilant, ready to evacuate, heeding the caution of law enforcement, military, National Guardsmen, your firefighters. Heed their warnings so they can fight fire and not have to focus entirely on rescues. For additional information, as you've heard and you will hear, you can go to a variety of links on websites to find out more information that's available, but from CAL FIRE's perspective specifically, fire.ca.gov, to all of our local and county official websites. And to prepare yourself better, go to readyforwildfire.org. Thank you.
CHP Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Boundary. I'm the Commissioner of the California Highway Patrol. Currently, the CHP has over 700 officers. They need to be on tactical alert in the LA region. 248 of those during this 24-hour period are assigned to both the Pacific Palisades and the Eaton Fire. Their general role is general law enforcement support for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles Police Department, looter suppression. Many of them are on traffic control. Just a message, I would ask you to have patience with the officers that are on traffic control. They are not the ones making the decision to deny entry, to not allow people to reoccupy. We're interacting with a lot of members of the community. Emotions are high, and that's being taken out on the officers. During briefing, we're asking our officers to have empathy, to show patience, and we'll ask the community to have some tolerance for the officers as well. The CHP is in this for the long haul, along with all our other state partners, as we mitigate this tragedy. Thank you.
Next up, California State Senator Ben Allen.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Ben Allen, representing the wonderful communities of Malibu, Palisades, Hollywood, that have been so impacted by this terrible fire. I just want to thank the incredible first responders who've come from all over the state, indeed, all over the West and several of our neighbor countries, heeding the call and are working so hard. And it's because of them that we've made so much progress on defeating this fire. We've been able to roll back evacuation orders in Santa Monica and make incredible progress in Mandeville Canyon and up on the northern portions of the fire. And that's very much due to the selfless and tireless work that they've been engaged in. I've taken several trips into the fire zone. It's devastating. I understand why people are concerned about letting folks back in, given the amount of wires on the ground, asbestos risk, water, gas. A lot of utility work currently underway in the area where they're shutting off all the potential risks. It's going to be a long and arduous process. I brought one of the ranking member of the committee that oversees FEMA in the U.S. Congress there today. We talked about resources for the area, and I certainly hope that, and I hope and expect that our fellow Americans from around the country will step up and help us through federal assistance, just like we do every single time in other parts of the country as they've had storms and challenges with hurricanes and issues on the Gulf. Senator McGuire came, the leadership of the state Senate. We talked extensively about ways that the state is going to help. We talked also extensively about the rebuilding efforts in some other cities in the state, such as Santa Rosa, which burned down 6 years ago, and it's now been rebuilt. And I think that's a story of inspiration for us as we think about a path moving forward. We're also so happy that the president came to visit some of the fire site and offered a 100% reimbursement rate for the firefighting and first responder efforts. And the governor's now stepping up with a major infusion, $2.5 billion just proposed just now to assist with fire recovery efforts here in Los Angeles. He obviously came out with a big announcement on permitting reform yesterday. Our Attorney General and District Attorney are working hard on both looting issues but also price gouging and making sure that people don't take advantage of folks who are vulnerable. We've got there's a lot of work to go ahead now, including in the world of insurance. And part of what's so important, the efforts that were just announced, was that insurers oftentimes require photographic evidence of the destruction of the properties in order to get to pay out their insurance reimbursements. And that's why this kind of work, going through and documenting the destruction property by property, is so important for folks. It's not just the sense of closure, which we know is incredibly important as well, but it's also going to assist with insurance. The insurance commissioner is actually bringing 2 weekends full of workshops. First of all, this weekend, the 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, and then the following weekend at Pasadena City College to largely service the folks who've been impacted by the Eaton fire. So we're hosting that workshop at SMC this coming weekend, and there are going to be people from private sector insurers, the FAIR Plan. It's going to be a one-stop shop for you to get all of your insurance questions answered in person, so you don't have to be stuck on hold on a line. You can make appointments. You can walk-ins are accepted, but we're certainly encouraging people to make appointments. 800-927-4357. That's 800-927-4357. Again, this has been a devastating few days for our community. I've lost so many of my friends have lost their homes. Was at my synagogue, which is based in the Palisades, on Friday night as we had a service of healing, and over a third of the congregants there have lost their homes, including both of the rabbis. It's just a very difficult moment for us, and we certainly appreciate all of the people who stepped up to help the victims, both through offering places to stay, the incredible outpouring of donations of all kinds in those recovery centers and in the shelters. It's really been a moment of what made me proud to be an Angelino and proud to be an American. So I just want to, again, send out my hope and expectation that our fellow Americans will help us in our time of need through FEMA assistance and other recovery assistance. I can't believe it will be anything other. And I want to just close by saying God bless our firefighters and our first responders who have been working so hard, who have thrown everything they have at this fire, and they're a big part of the reason why we're now on such a track toward success in ending this fire. Thank you, and God bless our firefighters.
Next up, United States Senator Adam Schiff.
Just want to start off by referring to the remarks of the incident commander, Jim Hudson, who I think said we have seen very little forward progress on the fires in the last 36 hours. That is some very good news that we have all been desperate to hear. If we can say the same about the next 36 hours, we will be indeed fortunate and maybe begin to move into a different phase of this. But the only reason we've made that progress in the last 36 hours is because of the folks that are standing behind me on this stage and literally thousands and thousands of others that are deployed throughout these fire areas. This command center right here, we have 5,000 people operating out of it. It's like a fire army operating from here. So I'm grateful for what the governor and his staff have done to help organize this response. I'm very grateful to CAL FIRE for your leadership in this, to my colleague Alex Padilla, to LA City Fire, LA County Fire, to the police department, the sheriff's office, to the weather service, to FEMA, to SBA, to everybody who's coming together. In the public sector and the private sector, it's been an extraordinary effort. I was at one of the shelters earlier today, seeing what Red Cross volunteers are doing and Salvation Army volunteers are doing. Many of these shelters are being inundated with offers of help from the community, which is just so heartwarming. And talking to some that have lost their homes and lost everything but their lives, it is inspiring to see how strong and resilient they are, how determined they are to rebuild and to bounce back from this. And so there's a lot to be inspired by in this time of trial. There's also a lot to be infuriated by, and I would just say to those of you out there who are looting, adding injury to injury for these people who have lost their homes, there is a special place in hell for you. And if the folks behind me have anything to say about it, there'll be a special place in jail for you too. And I would also add, for anyone, as we've seen in prior disasters, who are looking on this as an opportunity to defraud taxpayers and try to steal money meant for the relief effort, there's a special place in hell for you too, and we are going to go after you. But I'm so grateful for what everyone around here is doing. I want to urge any who are watching in the insurance industry to move with urgency when people are coming to you with their claims. because many can't proceed very far with FEMA until they determine what's covered or not covered. And so we need you to treat all of those affected like the members of your family. Some indeed are members of your family, but we need the insurance industry to move on this with urgency. And I also want to tell people who have applied to FEMA, you may have gotten a quick response that looks like you're not going to get any help from FEMA because you have insurance. You may not qualify for most of FEMA if you have insurance. You may not qualify for everything, but there may be funds nevertheless that you do qualify for. So read carefully what response you get from FEMA. There are also, in addition to grants that FEMA has, there are low-interest loans that the SBA has to help you rebuild homes and businesses. So there are resources out there. We're going to be trying to bring more resources back. This is going to be an intensive recovery effort. Our first priority right now is to put down the flames, make sure people are safe. And then we need to move with speed to clean up the debris, which, as Senator Allen was pointing out, there are still fires in some of these residential burn areas. There are wires, there are poles down. There is just a huge amount of ash and debris that is unhealthful to be around and breathe for sustained periods. We're going to need to clean all that up. Obviously, we want people to be able to access their personal possessions that still remain. But we need to, when the time comes, we need to move up that cleanup effort and really get to it. As well, the process of rebuilding, I'm glad to hear the governor talk about streamlining the permit process. We can't have this drag out for 10 years. We need to get this done urgently. Let's make this a model on how you can quickly rebuild after a major disaster. Finally, to so many of you who are struggling with what you've lost, the whole state, the whole country is thinking of you, is sending their prayers to you, wants to be helpful to you. We're going to get through this. We are in California nothing if not resilient. We are going to rebuild. These neighborhoods will be rebuilt. Communities that you love will be rebuilt. We want you to come back. Neighbor wants to see neighbor again. So we're going to be working on this. We can't lose sight of this. We have a tendency in this country to focus on a disaster while it's happening and in the immediate after and then move on to something else. And we need to remain focused because this is going to require a sustained effort. Once again, thank you, and I think they're going to open up to questions.
We're incredibly grateful to be joined by our partners from the California National Guard. Also, we have our partners from ATF and the Mayor of Beverly Hills. So if you have any questions for anybody on stage, we're going to move into the Q&A portion. My partner, Captain Scott, is out there with a microphone. If you have a question, if you could please raise your hand. He's going to get the question read out loud, and we'll find the best person to answer it.
First question's in reference to the fire caused by CNN's Julia Jones.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Thank you for answering our questions. My question is about the investigation and one of the hypotheses that was raised in an article by Times about the possibility of this fire that might have started from a fireworks fire near a popular hiking trail near here over New Year's Eve. Could you speak to that hypothesis and whether or not the fire appears at this point to have human causes?
Yeah, thank you for that. If they're looking at all possibilities, they can't talk about the investigation while it's ongoing. As you know, they're also looking at the cause and point of origin for all of these fires. So the task force that we mentioned yesterday that's together is being led by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. They are the best in the business at doing this, working closely with our Major Crimes Division and the Sheriff's Arson and Explosive Section and the FBI as needed as well. So you're not likely to hear anything specific about the questions you're asking now until that comes to a resolution. So I apologize for not being able to be more detailed on that.
Second question will be in reference to the death toll by Spectrum 1's Chase Beach.
Hi there. Just hoping to get a bit of clarification, maybe from the Sheriff's Department. From my count, it sounds like it's 29 now is the death toll. And also, if you are able to share, it sounded like you said 5 more from the Palisades fire. If you know the rough location of that would be helpful. Thank you.
So the amount of deaths that I reported, which was 5, is only from the Sheriff's Department's area of responsibility. So some of the numbers that are being reported are a combination of the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, and some numbers that you're seeing out there are a combination of the Sheriff's Department and LAPD areas. So only within the Sheriff's Department area of responsibility, we have had 5 deaths.
The next question is in reference to the spread of the fire, particularly Friday and Saturday by Los Angeles Times. Grace Tuhey.
I was hoping to get some more details about how you guys were able to successfully contain the fire when it was threatening West Los Angeles as well as the Encino and Tarzana area. How are we able to get that under control, and are you expecting those same areas to be a concern if the winds or when the winds do pick up?
As far as the area is concerned, right now the wind is favorable for Tarzana and actually the entire 101 corridor. So with the offshore flow, they are actually burning back towards the coast. It was a very aggressive firefight. I can say that. Multitude of different strategies and tactics used, primarily tactics. We did have a successful day with our aviation assets that day due to the wind, and they were working very hard and building line with retardant and using the rotor wing or the helicopters to drop water. And that was primarily a direct attack incident. Crews were working right along the fire line, and it was a lot of hard work and a lot of effort that was put into that day. To summarize that, crews were engaged across the whole perimeter there.
Next, we have a question from Ross with KCAL, 3 parts, and he'll go through all 3 of them.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. If I may ask you a question from CBS News and KCAL News. First and foremost, our analysis from the numbers that CAL FIRE has given us show of the 5,000 people fighting in this fire, 85% of them are from Southern California, our local heroes, men and women. How are they holding up? That's the first question.
So I'll speak specifically from our LAFD members, and please join in. I tell you, our people are resilient. They are working extremely hard. I did have the opportunity to speak directly with our members that are assigned to the local fire stations, where it was initially, they were fighting fire. And I tell you, they stand strong and proud. But I also want to tell you in the community that they feel what the community is feeling. Their community is our community and vice versa. So we visited the fire stations, and our people are fatigued, but they keep showing up. And I'm extremely, extremely, extremely proud of them. And I'm sure that goes across the board with every single entity that is reported to this specific fire. They're incredible.
As we go into this period now, the wind gusts perhaps as high as 70 miles an hour beginning late tonight and through Wednesday. How have you changed the firefight tactics, and what do you have to say to residents in this area about, is the fire possibly going to whip back up out of control? We're only at 14% containment right now after nearly a week.
Right, so I'll speak really high level, and then we can bring in the operational experts in that regard. But when it comes to just the lean forward posture, this is still an active incident, very active incident. We have 5,000 people, individuals who are assigned just to this incident. Mind you, let's talk about all the other incidents that have already occurred, and we still have to build recovery from that side. That lean forward posture is very, very important. Do not let your guard down. The winds are here, so that's what we need the community to pay attention to specifically. When it comes to the operational side, again, even outside of the Palisades fire, just be resilient and be mindful about the information that's coming out.
Let me ask you what homeowners have been asking us in the areas that have tragically already been burned through, in Palisades, for example. Every homeowner wants to know when they can return to their homes. So Angelinos are strong, as you know. They just want it straight. Is it going to be days or weeks or possibly months? What is your best estimate at this time?
Right. So I would love to bring in when we talk about repopulation, we have messages over and over again, and I understand the frustration. Number one, the community needs to understand, still active, we are still searching for individuals, families that are missing, family members that are missing. There's an active search. And when it comes to it not being safe, I know that is so frustrating, but that's what takes the time. I will tell you and guarantee you that when it is safe to do so, we will allow the population and repopulation in the community to come back in. That is top of mind, but just as important top of mind is the safety of those individuals as well. I'm not sure if anybody else wants to speak on the timing.
But the estimate, Chief, realistically,
it will not, what I can say, it will not be days. And with that, I think, again, stand by for more information. We have so many individuals here to do what we need to do to manage what's happening out there. Repopulation and getting our community members back so they can see it and understand it is really, really important to every single person that's here. That is top of mind. We'll make sure we'll do it as quickly as we can, but it has to be safe.
And in the meantime, if homeowners go to those links, they can see photos as well of their properties. Photos, so that's brand new. That's a huge step forward.
That is a step forward, and I don't want to speak for the individuals that are doing that, but that is a big step forward. Thank you.
I think that concludes the questions. We would like to make one mention there. It was mentioned the Mayor of Beverly Hills, of course, that's the Mayor of Malibu, Doug Stewart. So if there's any other questions or Spanish, they'll be happy to be handled. Thank you.
A red flag warning. 5,000 fire personnel on this, and they're building contingency lines in all directions, especially in the area of Fernwood, just off of Topanga.
Close to 24,000 acres have burned in this fire so far, only 14% contained. But as you pointed out, Michael, they are really working on the hot spots. And as we were watching the news conference here, you may have seen the split screen. We saw several people on a mountain there. We believe those are the arson investigators that they were talking about. The ATF out there, presumably with fire officials from around LA. Ileana Marino overhead in News Chapter 4. Ileana, you've pulled off that shot now, but we're also looking at, give us an idea of where this neighborhood is in the Palisades.
Hey, Colleen, we're just off of Via La Costa, and this is a residential neighborhood of the Pacific Palisades that has clearly been incredibly impacted by the fire. You see a number of homes have burned. But I was actually looking at the very last street here. It's Via La Costa, and that is where we do see a ATF vehicle. We see some fire department crews here as well. So they almost have like a mini little command post here at the end of the cul-de-sac. But just beyond that to the north, I'm moving the shot over to a trail, and this is called the Skull Rock Trailhead. Again, that's the Skull Rock Trailhead. It's a popular hiking trail just on the north side of the Palisades, and it is here that we see those ATF officials along with other investigators, and they came up here in some off-roading vehicles, and what they're looking at is a possible initiation point for the Palisades fire. Now, at this point, it is all still under investigation, So we do not know how this fire began, and that's exactly what investigators are trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out if this was caused by man, if this was an accident, or if it was an act of God. But this is a possible initiation point where the fire may have broken out on Tuesday. So they're out here. I'd say it's about a dozen officials that are on this trail, and we have little groups of them throughout, kind of walking around. They're poking around in the vegetation. So they clearly are looking for very specific markers to indicate to them where the fire began and what may have been the possible cause. Again, the ATF is the lead on this one, and they are still trying to figure out what may have started this Palisades fire.
All right, Eliana Moreno live for us in News Chapter 4. We'll see you here in just a bit. But here, folks, it's 4 o'clock, and we're committed to bringing you the very latest information on the wildfire disaster here in Southern California.
This behavior is despicable. We cannot tolerate it.
Right now at 4, arrests made for looting and for arson during our wildfires.
When we catch people, we mean business.
What's being done now to make sure no more evacuees are victimized again? Then firefighters are making progress, but the winds are about to pick up once again, where the biggest threats are tonight.
NBC4 News at 4 starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon. Southern California once again bracing for those extremely strong winds and fire danger. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Bradley. We begin with the very latest developments here in the Palisades and Eaton fires. The death toll for these wildfires climbing. 24 people are confirmed dead. And search teams going street by street looking for any other potential.
The NBC4 News at 6 with Colleen, Michael, and Melissa.
1,000 people are under evacuation orders right now, and another 89,000 could be asked to go at a moment's notice. This all happening as the winds return here tonight. Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here with a look at the timeline for us. Melissa.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. And yeah, once again, we are tracking more winds. In fact, I want to show you the red flag warning that has been posted across much of Southern California. So this will not expire until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. And then within the red flag warning, we have what we called a PDS, or a particularly dangerous situation. This is the 4th time the National Weather Service has issued this type of language this season. The first time was back in November, then December, and then twice already in January. This time, this PDS is focused in across areas in LA and Ventura County. So the wind event that we're tracking is not as strong. However, it is just as dangerous. Why? Because we've got dry fuel on the ground, relatively low humidity. So any new or existing fires will spread fairly rapidly here in Southern California. So let's go over the particularly dangerous situation locations along the I-5 up through the Grapevine, Santa Clarita down through Silmar and San Fernando, back to the west out across areas in Simi Valley, Fillmore, for example, Ventura, Oxnard, and even western Santa Monica Mountain. So just some wind checklists for you in advance of our next Santa Ana wind event that we're tracking. Create and maintain defensible space around your home, secure any loose items, have a wildfire action plan, and make sure you have multiple ways to receive alerts. NBCLA.com is a great resource for you. Coming up, we're going to time out the winds and let you know when the strongest arrive, all coming up with your first alert forecast. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you for that. Law enforcement from across LA County say they are working together now to protect the victims of the fires so they are not victimized again, and have already started working and filing criminal charges against some of the suspected looters. Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us from the Hall of Justice downtown LA right now. Eric, these are just some of the cases that police and federal agents as well, the feds are working on this. You really see the breadth of support in all of this.
That's right, Colleen. We saw a number of representatives from local and federal agencies here, all together, all working on a single goal, which is to protect Southern California from the lawbreaking that could follow a fire like this, or fires like this, and they're looking at a number of areas. For one, obviously the feds focused on the cause of these 2 largest fires. Second, they're working to protect the property of everybody who's had to evacuate and may be out of their homes for days or weeks. And third, they're also trying to do something about what they say are near constant personal drone flights within the restricted airspace of these fire areas that continue to interfere with firefighting, sometimes even preventing water dropping flights that could be so critical on the next next day or two. But let's go back to that first question, which is the cause of these fires. Clearly, that's what's on everyone's mind. The U.S. Attorney announcing today that members of the ATF National Response Team, which is the group within ATF that investigates the cause of major disasters and fires, is finally on the ground. I believe that's what we've seen from News Chopper 4 out in the Palisades this afternoon. Here's what the U.S. Attorney had to say about their goals right now.
We are speaking on behalf of ATF. We are coordinating with ATF on the investigation and any potential prosecution. We are at the initial stages at this time, so we ask for patience as we go through this investigation. Everything is on the table in terms of the investigation. The investigation is its early stages.
Don't you have any number of investigations?
We are investigating all the fires for potential arson.
Those investigators were on scene in the Pacific Palisades today. Today is the first day they've been on the ground in Southern California, and that's where they believe the fire began about a week ago. Again, they're part of the ATF's National Response Team, and the group that was sent here has particular expertise in wildland fires. So far, as you heard, nothing's been ruled out. The feds are working with the local investigators from LA City Fire, who were the ones who were first on scene and gathered the initial evidence. Next, we heard from the LA County District Attorney. He said charges have already been filed against the first group of suspected looters arrested in the first days after the fire. Among them, accused thieves who are suspected of burglarizing homes both in Altadena and the Palisades fire areas. One group of burglars was caught on Ring video inside a home in the Palisades where it's believed they stole valuables worth more than $200,000 while the neighborhood was under an evacuation order. The Santa Monica Police Department told us today it's made upwards of 40 arrests, those ranging from looting accusations, burglaries, curfew violations, and so that number continues to climb. I think we've calculated at least 80, maybe close to 90 arrests in the last week, and that number continues to grow. And then lastly, the FBI says it is working to work backwards from the wreckage of a drone that was found after it collided with a Super Scooper water-dropping airplane over the Palisades fire last week, and they have agents out trying to track down the owner of that drone. They say they're on the trail, and the FBI warns that anyone else who's doing this is going to get caught. In fact, they say agents are looking through social media posts where people are posting their own drone videos over the fire areas, and they're working backwards, possibly with subpoenas and search warrants, to find those people. Flying drones over restricted areas is against the law, and they could face significant federal charges. A fourth area that all the law enforcement says they're looking into has to do with fraud. They're warning that between price gouging and people trying to abuse federal relief money or possibly trying to set up phony charities, all of these are areas that both local and federal agents are very focused on right now. The LA City Attorney's Office has set up a special price gouging hotline. That's an area that the City Attorney's Office is uniquely focused on and has the jurisdiction to prosecute. That number, we'll make sure that number is in our digital reporting today. Also, the federal government, very interested in relief money fraud. You'll remember back during the COVID-19 pandemic, months into it, we started learning about all kinds of individuals and even some small businesses that were accused of filing false applications and collecting, in some cases, millions of dollars in relief money fraudulently. Well, the FBI is very focused in this area. They want to make sure that everybody that's going to be receiving federal relief money, both individuals and small businesses through the Small Business Administration, are entitled to it. FBI agents are working on that. And then they also warn about potential phony charities. People from all over the world have been watching the coverage, watching the utter devastation in Southern California, and are eager to do something about it. The Fed's saying, please make sure you know who you are giving money to. In the past, fraudsters have set up phony charities that have names reminiscent of legitimate ones to try to divert some of the money to themselves. In other cases, they set up new entities trying to collect some of that money. All of those things, part of the focus of all of the investigators we saw here today. Live at the Hall of Justice, I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you. Well, those fires have not only destroyed homes, they've also taken lives. As of this hour, at least 24 people have died in the Eaton and Palisades fires. These are pictures of just some of the victims right here. And there are several people who are still reported missing. NBC4's Lolita Lopez live for us in Altadena, where she spoke with a man who lost his sister to the Eaton fire. Lolita.
Yeah, Michael, and these victims are fathers, mothers, sisters, and of course, like you said, the man that we spoke to from New Mexico remembers his sister fondly. She lived here in Altadena for decades, and he tells us that she hated the wind. So on the night before the Eden fire, she went to sleep and died in her home.
Besides being my big sister, she was like Mom.
From his home in New Mexico, Mark Winicky remembers his older sister, Kim. He tells us he received the confirmation Sunday afternoon that the 77-year-old died in her Altadena home during the Eaton fire.
She really liked her home. She loved it there. So,
in some ways, if it is her resting place, it would be peaceful for her because it is.
Yes, I do believe that.
He says she worked for the phone company most of her life and found light even when things seemed dark.
Whatever was the mood of the day, she was normally the one that would make light of whatever problems that I thought were problems, and she'd usually figure out how to say, it's not that important, don't worry about it.
It is difficult. I mean, obviously, delivering the bad news to the family members.
Eric Hernandez is here from Napa County to support the efforts at the Eaton fire, including search and rescue.
Crews continue going through property to ensure that, to see if there's any additional people that are found.
Do you get reports from family members? How is it that you are understanding where to go?
Yeah, so there's different things. One is typically the family members or acquaintances are reporting missing people. They work directly with our law enforcement partners, and then they send out a dispatch SAR and USAR. USAR is urban search and rescue, so we have teams from fire departments that are specialized in going in rural areas, very confined space areas. In addition to that, we also have dogs that are qualified to assist in that particular mission.
A mission to bring closure to so many people like Mark, who smiles thinking of his sister.
She was just a good, warm-hearted person that there's not many of those like that out there. I'd all be so lucky to have a sister like that.
And the search continues out here in Altadena as well as the Pacific Palisades. Here, the home behind me is a scene we're seeing quite often. A sheriff's deputy waiting here guard at a home where a person is believed to have been passed away, and then waiting for authorities to come here and do that difficult task of making a confirmation. In Altadena, Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
Lolita, thank you for that. We want to let you know you have less than 1 hour today to go and take advantage of assistance centers that have been set up by FEMA. This is a look at some of the video from the location at the West Hollywood Library that's on San Vicente Boulevard. These centers are scheduled to close at 5 today. Government officials were on hand to help people impacted by the wildfires, help them through all the red tape here, help them apply for disaster relief. That's the first step. Senator Adam Schiff said this afternoon the recovery on this will require sustained effort, and he urged insurance companies to move quickly with claims.
We completed our registration in about 20 minutes, and because they're experienced with disasters, he kind of gave us a roadmap of what to expect in the coming weeks or months. But this is a totally different kind of disaster. Everything's burned. I mean, there's nothing to salvage at all, zero.
Officials also want you to be on the lookout for scams. They say don't trust anyone who asks you or pressures you for money. These FEMA centers will be transitioning into 2 local assistance recovery centers that will open on Wednesday. One will be located at the Pasadena City College and the other one at UCLA Research Park, formerly the Westside Pavilion. Services will be available to people who have lost their records, things like birth certificates, a driver's license, Social Security cards. Those centers will operate from 9 in the morning till 8 in the evening, 7 days a week.
All right, next here at 4, people who lost their homes are suing Southern California Edison. Details on the first wildfire lawsuits and the videos homeowners really want people to see.
And if you'd like to help with the wildfire relief efforts, NBC4 is partnering with the American Red Cross to help all of those people affected here. You can go to NBCLA.com or call the number you see on your screen.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer for your house today, regardless of condition. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for a free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. That's MyHomeSold.com.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
Linda, how did you find out about Dr. E?
I was searching the internet for dentists and he just popped up. I gave him a call and it made me feel very good. I was very nervous going in there because I had been to many dentists locally that just never really made me feel comfortable. It was just very warm, it was very kind, and I just kind of felt like this was a natural fit.
Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation.
If you've been injured in an accident and look something like this, it's time to call us at Larry H. Parker. Our results speak for themselves. Call us today for a free consultation. The law offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Right now, get our Value Bowl combo for only $8.99. Waba Grill, it's for you.
Legendary R&B sensations, New Edition, live in concert. In a one-of-a-kind experience. New Edition, performing at Yamava Theater, February 27th. Get tickets now at YamavaTheater.com or at the casino box office. New Edition, live at Yamava Theater.
I remember the moment when the truck hit me. There was nothing I can do.
The driver here was clearly at fault, but the insurance company kept saying, we're not gonna pay.
We tracked down surveillance footage proving the driver was on his phone when he crashed. But even then, they kept saying,
they're not gonna pay.
They're not gonna pay.
They're not gonna pay.
But the Law Brothers fought for me. And at the end, they paid.
I want to give you a live look right now from our camera here atop Mount Wilson. Of course, you still see the smoke in the air there. We want to bring in meteorologist Melissa McGee here tracking the return of those Santa Ana winds. Hey, Melissa.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. And we've got what we are calling a PDS. So this is like a particularly dangerous situation. This is the National Weather Service yelling to us as loud as they can how extreme this event is going to be. It's not going to be as strong as last time. However, the impacts will likely be just as dangerous because we've got really dry conditions on the ground. So we'll get into the details. I want to show you what's going on as we look at a live picture outside from our San Pedro camera, camera atop the USS Iowa, and 4 things to watch as we're tracking moderate to strong Santa Ana winds across much of Southern California. Damaging winds tonight right through your Wednesday. The peak intensity that we're really focused on, and this is really for LA and Ventura counties, from 4 a.m. Tuesday, so during the overnight hours until noon on Wednesday. We've got a northeasterly wind sustain and gusting anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. Then we will have those mountains gusting anywhere from 50, isolated spots up to 70 miles per hour. The issue is that it is really dry at the surface. Relative humidity anywhere from 8 to 15%. So new or existing fires will spread very quickly across much of our region. So we've got wind alerts to tell you about. In the tan shaded color here, that's a wind advisory for much of Orange County and the Inland Empire. Then the mustard shaded color here, that's where we've got the high wind warning. So that's up through the San Gabriel valleys, right through Santa Clarita, up the 5, down across areas in Ventura County as well. This will not come down until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Already starting to see those gusts outside right now. It will get stronger later on tonight. Nearly 40 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, 33 miles per hour in Oxnard, 28 miles per hour in Ontario. We've got a gust in Santa Ana coming in at 25 miles per hour, but the concern later on will be out across areas in LA and Ventura County. So satellite and radar showing you it's mostly clear. It's quiet. Hard to believe that we've got another round of wind on the way, but we'll show you the the setup and why things are occurring in the atmosphere. Essentially, we've got some cold Santa Ana winds moving in out across the mountains, and these winds race through the mountains down across the foothills. And as it does so, that's when we will start to see the strongest winds through the mountains and the foothills. As it downslopes west of the mountains, that air with that northeasterly wind, it does, relatively speaking, warm at the surface. It compresses and it dries everything out at the atmosphere. That's why we've got a big concern for the rapid increase of fires, because conditions are really dry across much of Southern California. So let's time this out for you. Wind gust futurecast showing you later on tonight really starting to peak, and now it's in some of those wind-prone spots across much of Southern California. Close to 40 miles per hour in Simi Valley, 43 miles per hour later on tonight in Moore Park. And you notice it is void of areas where we're dealing with the Palisades fire. So when we say wind-prone spots, that's out across areas that typically see them. Santa Clarita Valley, down across areas in Ventura County, and even out across areas in Orange County and the IE. So the winds are with us as we go throughout the rest of tonight, even into our Tuesday and Wednesday as well. No matter where you are, however, air quality is a big concern. The air is moderate in a lot of spots, but where we're dealing with the Palisades fire and out across areas in Ventura County, we've got air that is unhealthy for sensitive groups. A reminder to monitor your time outdoors and wear one of those P95 masks or a P100 mask. LA Basin tomorrow, and at 65 for the coast. We're tracking those winds over the next 3 days, although we've got lots of sunshine on the way. 68 degrees for the valley, 66 for the IE. Strong winds even as we get into the first half of the day on Wednesday. Then we'll clear it out as we get into the latter half of this week. High desert spots 56, 68 for the low desert. The winds will ease as we get into Thursday and Friday. More of an onshore flow develops, and we'll start to cool it down by then. We've got more details to coming up with the rest of your First Alert forecast. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Group of Altadena residents now suing Southern California Edison over the Eaton fire. This one has burned more than 7,000 buildings, including homes and schools and businesses. Lawsuit claims that fire was caused by SoCal Edison's power lines. However, Edison says they are not to blame. Reporter Dana Williams joins us live from the newsroom right now with more on that. Dana?
Colleen, while people try to grapple with what happened, they're looking for answers as to why it happened. We spoke to a couple just yesterday who say they may have captured video of the first flames that later became the Eaton fire, and that same video is now being used in connection with that lawsuit you just mentioned.
Oh my God.
Jeffrey Koo says he took this video from his front lawn in Altadena on Tuesday night, right at the time the Eaton fire appeared to be starting.
A nightmare horror movie. You just don't ever want to see something like that. And it was so close. That tower is very close to our house.
Screenshots of this video are included in the lawsuit filed by Robertson and Associates on behalf of nearly a dozen named Altadena residents. The lawsuit claims the fire in Eaton Canyon was caused by Southern California Edison's power equipment when it created an electrical arcing event, and that led to the fire that spread into the community.
Edison has done better over the years, but obviously there's no margin for error. And here, despite the National Weather Service issuing the highest level warnings that they issue of particularly dangerous situation, of life-threatening extreme fire risk weather, they chose not to de-energize their circuits in the Altadena-Pasadena area.
A spokesperson for SCE shared a statement with NBC4 News in response to the lawsuit. It says, in part, SCE understands that a lawsuit related to the Eaton fire has been filed but has not yet been served with the complaint. SCE will review the complaint when it is received. The cause of the fire continues to be under investigation. Earlier in the week, the company also said the power lines to the immediate west of Eaton Canyon were de-energized well before the start of the fire, and that they did not find any anomalies in energized lines in 12 hours leading up to its start. Still, they filed a report for the Eaton fire to the California Public Utilities Commission to investigate.
There's really no precedent for it. The devastation is just hard to wrap your head around when you just look, blocks in every direction, and there's just everything's gone.
The attorney who you just heard from says even though the plaintiffs have insurance, it's more than likely not going to cover all of the costs they've had to incur over the last week. So the hope is for the suit to help cover that remaining gap. Reporting from the newsroom, I'm Dana Williams.
And I'm Olivia Garvey, live here at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. The Rams are about to take on the Vikings in a Monday night NFC wildcard showdown. It has been an unbelievable week for our city and this team, and I'm going to catch up with team president next.
No one ever thinks they will be seriously injured in an accident, but it can happen to anyone at any time. If it happens to you, the attorneys at Sweet James will be right by your side to get you back on your feet, help you recover from your injury, get the maximum compensation, and get you out on the road again. Over the last 20 years, we've recovered over $1 billion with a 98% winning record. And no one pays us a dime until we win. Injuries have a big impact on your life. You need attorneys that deliver big results. Call Sweet James.
Fargo is your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo.
Oh, come on.
Fargo lets you do this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card. I found it. I found my card.
And also this.
Fargo, turn on my debit card.
Do you, Fargo? You can with Wells Fargo. What else can Fargo do? Quickly tell you what you spend on things like food.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries this month?
Hey, Dad, can the guy stay for dinner?
No.
Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
GIA Diamonds, lowest prices ever. The Jewelry Exchange has natural 1-carat GIAs just $19.90. Custom mounts are just $4.99. Carat 50, $29.90. 2-carat, $59.90. Thousands of diamonds guaranteed the lowest price. The Jewelry Exchange, Tustin.
Every day, over 1,000 accidents happen in California. Lives turned upside down in an instant. The aftermath of an accident can be overwhelming. Medical bills, lost wages, and emotional trauma. At Jacoby & Myers, we control the chaos, providing legal and emotional support so you can focus on healing. With over 50 years of experience and $2 billion recovered for our clients, we fight for the justice you deserve. Call Jacoby & Myers at 1-800-5-million today because you deserve justice.
Letting loose, baby! Mammogram time.
We don't want patients coming in here telling us what they want and how they want it. It's not some Quiznos.
St. Dennis Medical returns Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Every person
On Deal or No Deal Island
is motivated purely by
money, money, money.
everyone's gonna lie.
You're gonna be safe.
Deceive, that's how you win.
I like it. Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Well, the sports world is also stepping up to help the people of L.A. 12 L.A. teams, including the Dodgers, Lakers, Kings, Angel City FC, and Clippers, have pledged more than $8 million to support those victims in need and the crews currently fighting the fires. The teams are also holding distribution events this Friday at Dodger, SoFi, and BMO stadiums. People will receive personal hygiene kits, school supplies, sneakers, and much more. And as I just mentioned, the Rams organization is one of the teams stepping up.
And the Rams have been affected in a different way here. Tonight's playoff game was moved from SoFi Stadium out to Glendale, Arizona. Our own Olivia Garvey, who's been covering the fire in town now, is in Glendale, Arizona, home of the Cardinals now, with more on what's going on with the Rams. Ready for the kickoff, Olivia?
Hey, Colleen, Michael, you know, when tragedy strikes, you find out who the real ones are, and that's the Arizona Cardinals right now. They have opened up their home for this NFC wildcard game for the Rams to take on the Vikings after the unthinkable happened in Los Angeles. And with me now, we have team president Kevin Demoff. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us right now. First and foremost, how are you? How are the Rams right now?
We're lucky, right? We're here. We're with each other.
everybody is safe, and we're thinking of people back at home and hoping to provide 3 hours of respite and maybe some good news for our community.
You look around right now and you see so many Rams fans that have come out. I watched you all week on X trying to come up with ways to get the fans here. You did it so quickly. I mean, how'd you go about that? How was that for you to try to figure out how to get Rams Nation here tonight?
Well, I look around this entire building and it's blue on the field, blue on the scoreboards, blue in the stands. We had the bus convoy from SoFi, just a great testament to the entire organization, rallying around our fans who are here, having a great time. And you know, we have such an amazing fan base, passionate, and just communicating with them, telling them how they can get here and make this feel like a home game at SoFi.
The Cardinals stepping up in a big way. I just said when tragedy strikes, you know who the real ones are, and right now that is the Arizona Cardinals. To have you all here at their home, send the planes, what did that mean to you personally?
Well, look, the NFL is a family and you may compete. This is a team that 2 weeks ago we were playing at SoFi Stadium that clinched our ticket to the wild card and winning the division, and here they are sending planes, opening up their facility, working until 3 a.m. to set up their meeting rooms, their locker room space for our players to feel at home. Michael Bidwell and the organization, first class, did it all the right way, and if we're fortunate to have success tonight, it's because of them. But regardless, this would not have been possible without their work and the hard work of the NFL.
Kevin, I'm sure you would do for the same for them if this were to happen in Arizona. Lastly, what do you want to say to the fans and to the people of Los Angeles right now?
Well, we're excited. This is a chance. It's been a terrible week, one of the worst we can remember for those of us who grew up and love Los Angeles. Hopefully for 3 hours we can provide a respite, bring our community together. LA has always rallied through sports. LA Together has been our message, supporting LAFD, and we appreciate the fandom. We hope whether you're watching at home, in an evacuation shelter, in a hotel, or somewhere far away, that this can give you some piece of normalcy for LA.
Kevin, thank you so much, and thank you for everything you're doing right now for Los Angeles. You know, sports brings people together. Sometimes we forget that, and that's what's happening right now. Back to you guys in studio.
Right, Olivia, thank you. Next at 4, for the first time since the fire started, some students are headed back to class. How parents can talk to their kids about this disaster. Plus, NBC4's Hetty Chang shows us how some of the homeowners out there are taking matters into their own hands in order to protect their homes and their property.
Need cash today? Get it right now at Speedy Cash. I went to my local Speedy Cash store and walked out with cash in minutes. So why wait? Come in and you can have cash today with Speedy Cash.
Love that Speedy Cash.
You're driving and out of nowhere, boom! You're hurt in a car accident. We've recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for our clients. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call 1-800-222-2222.
You are not just watching a performance. You are witnessing a culture reborn. Now, you'll see what the modern world has never seen. China, before communism. Live on stage, Shenyun.
Coming to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, January 17th through the 19th. Buy tickets now at shenyun.com.
Find a seating solution that adapts to your lifestyle at Living Spaces, where we offer a variety of modular collections that are flexible, functional, and versatile. Switch, change, and rearrange configurations to fit your room and meet your needs. You can start small or go big with your design, thanks to separate components that come together in many ways. Our modular assortment spans tons of different styles, so there's something for everyone. Discover why modular is so popular and experience it for yourself, only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
So Frank, would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say about Dr. E?
Without reservations, I recommend him to anybody. If it can be done, he can do it. Guaranteed.
Would you have gotten these implants sooner?
Yes. And years ago, I would have saved myself years of suffering. I would have gotten a permanent solution. I would have been living a better life years ago.
Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Right now, get our Value Bowl combo for only $8.99. Waba Grill, it's for you.
If you're an asbestos victim, pay close attention. Billions of dollars are being paid out to people like you.
We should know. We're Whites in Luxembourg, the law firm that already won over $9 billion for men and women just like you. That's right, over $9 billion for mesothelioma sufferers and their families. We know you're short of money, and we know you're short of time, so we fight hard. Call Whites in Luxembourg at 917-LAWYERS. That's 917-LAWYERS. Whites in Luxembourg, winning big for the little guy.
Need cash? SpeedyCash.com offers cold hard cash on the spot.
I applied today at SpeedyCash.com and already got my cash.
So why wait? Visit SpeedyCash.com and you could have cash today.
Love that Speedy Cash.
Well, now at 4:30, most LA Unified schools reopened this morning after fires, poor air quality, and power outages last week.
However, schools in the evacuated areas remain closed because of the ongoing fires out there and all those hot spots. In Santa Monica, all schools except Roosevelt Elementary reopened today. Malibu schools will remain closed through Wednesday. As for Pasadena Unified Schools, those will be closed until this Friday, January 17th.
For some students, going back to school might be tough, especially for the younger ones just left wondering what's happening. Reporter Bigad Shiban is one of the NBC reporters who's traveled to Southern California to help us cover this emergency. He's live in San Gabriel with that part of the story for us. Bigad.
Hey guys, well, just in the horizon, I can see the San Gabriel Mountains where the Eaton fire continues to roar through. But inside classrooms all throughout Los Angeles, teachers today have been working to offer students support and a sense of normalcy.
It's back to school at McKinley Elementary, but not quite back to normal.
So it's good to be here at school working on stuff.
Jim Simmons is superintendent for the San Gabriel Unified School District.
But many of the lessons we have designed for these first few days are, to give students time to talk about maybe what type of mood they're in today, what they're experiencing, how they're feeling today. And then, of course, taking time to have them share if they'd like to share about their experience over the last few days.
The ongoing Eaton fire just to the north forced evacuations for some of the district's teachers and students, and even destroyed their homes. While schools here are back in session, reminders of the loss are just out the window. The scarred mountainside left behind.
One of those houses burned down. Both of the houses burned down.
Even on the school playground, there is no escaping talk of the tragedy. 11-year-old Ian Jimenez is a 5th grader.
It's been kind of scary getting all these alerts. Just like not being able to go outside and just like having to look through the window, watching the news. It's been like very scary, and it's like made me and my sister worried, but my parents always assure us that it's gonna be okay. Like sometimes the power turns off too, and sometimes it's strong winds. There's like a bunch of stuff going on all over the news and everything. It's just like scary.
Mental health experts recommend having honest but age-appropriate conversations with your children, even with kids as young as 2 years old.
Otherwise, children will make up stories about what might be happening, and the stories might be scarier than the reality.
Dr. Karen Rogers is a child psychologist with the National Center for School Crisis and Bereavement at Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Listen more than you speak. We want to give children an opportunity to ask questions or talk about whatever is on their mind. And we won't know that unless we're really prepared to listen to them. Feeling heard is so helpful when you're going through something difficult.
Rogers and her team offer trauma training to educators across LA County, including the state's largest school district, LA Unified, which today also welcomes students back at most of its more than 1,000 schools. But the return is only the beginning of the recovery for students weary of what could come next.
What's it like still having that fear?
It's kind of worrisome, like it's just there, like you can't really get rid of it.
Now, in some of the hardest hit fire areas, as well as neighborhoods still under active threat, several LAUSD schools remain closed, Colleen and Michael, as the district is actively working to find out just when it will be safe to reopen their doors. In San Gabriel, Bigad Shiban, NBC4 News.
Bigad, thank you for that. Very, very observant young man. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee, right now because we're anticipating strong, very strong, powerful Santa Ana winds back again tonight.
Yeah, that's right. They start to develop tonight, and then overnight tonight into our Wednesday, we're tracking that peak intensity. But I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Kevin Jeans. He is visiting us from our Chicago station, WMAQ. Kevin, so great to have you with us.
It's an honor to be here.
Yeah,
really.
So there's so many elements to track with the Santa Ana winds that will be on the way. We've been talking about this particularly dangerous situation. It's a mouthful, but what does that really mean for our community?
Well, it always seems like now there's like new terms that are coming out, and just terms that get more popular. And PDS, as you know, is not a new term. So we're going to talk through a particularly dangerous situation. So what it actually is, it's been around for decades. So while it's been around, the use of it has changed. So it is a rare tag, basically, added to alerts from the National Weather Service to heighten awareness, to say, hey, this is a big deal. You need to pay attention to this. So that's why we have a PDS for the critical fire danger and the red flag warnings. So previously, this was only used for basically tornado outbreaks. So you really only saw this across the South, areas like Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Texas, where tornadoes are more prevalent. So when you have the risk of severe, long-track, violent tornadoes, you can get a particularly dangerous situation tagged to those severe thunderstorm or severe tornado watches. So now, up until a few years ago, now they're starting to use them in other alerts. So that's why we have this PDS for the red flag warning. These are all the red flag warnings, the fire danger, expanding about 300 miles, all the way from San Luis Obispo all the way down to the border, but only a portion of that is the PDS red flag warning. So highlighted here across Ventura and LA County. So from 4 a.m. Tuesday until noon Wednesday, that's when the strongest winds are anticipated. The winds will relax through the day Wednesday. Still going to be quite strong through Wednesday morning, but the wind should get lighter later in the day Wednesday and much lighter as we get to Thursday and Friday and through the weekend. But this is the highlighted area in purple for the PDS, the particularly dangerous situation. That's where high wind warnings are, because high wind warnings, you have stronger wind gusts than areas under the wind advisory. The high wind warning across Ventura and LA County goes until noon Wednesday. The wind advisory is going to last until 6 p.m. So I think Ventura County, although in general this event won't be as intense or strong of the winds that we had a week ago, Ventura County may still get stronger wind gusts than you experienced a week ago because the winds could be a little more easterly from this wind event. So peaking up Tuesday morning through Wednesday morning. Of course, Melissa is going to be back. She's going to break down the time and the impacts and what wind gusts are going to be like locally here in just a few moments. But Michael and Colleen, back to you guys.
All right. Thanks so much for the explainer on that. Next here at 5, it's a question we've heard over and over again. Is my house still standing? We're going to meet a man who pedaled over 20 miles to find out if his family still had a home in the Palisades.
Plus, the cost for rental housing has spiked after the fires. We're going to dig into some alleged price gouging and the laws against it.
Also, we're live in West Hollywood right now, where thousands of people have come to find relief at a local FEMA center.
You can see a single firefighter just desperately trying to put out the fire.
It's really, really smoky, but those firefighters just standing in the middle of it.
They are right up against it with the fire blowing right at them.
These firefighters, man, they're working.
And they have been working for quite some time.
18 hours that these firefighters have been on the line. These firefighters, they don't quit.
These are the real heroes right here.
They are protecting life.
We're doing the best we can. We're doing more than the best.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Hello, I'm Adrian Hernandez with MyHomeSold.com, and we want to buy your house cash. We'll give you a cash offer today regardless of condition. We save you money with no commissions, no fees, no repairs, for free, no obligation, as is cash offer. Go to MyHomeSold.com.
You can see axolotls and other amazing amphibians at the Aquarium of the Pacific's new exhibit, Frogs, Facing a Changing World. Discover the frogs and 12,000 sea creatures like the otters, the jellies, and the penguins.
Aquarium of the Pacific.
You're way shorter than I thought you'd be. There's a shirtless selfie of me by the dumbbells. Here I am. I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
I tried to quit smoking cigarettes
probably hundreds of times over the years. 2 or 3 days into quitting again, I go get into a vehicle, and guess what? There's a pack of cigarettes in there. I mean, I've got the unlit cigarette in my hand. And I said to myself, why do I even try to quit if I'm going to cave so easily every time? Something clicked in my head that told me I can do this.
You may not be able to tell from the outside, but cars are more complicated than ever on the inside. That's why you need to take your car to a place where the technicians really know what they're doing. At AAMCO, we've been fixing cars for almost 60 years. From simple brake jobs to complex transmissions. There's nothing the experts at AAMCO haven't seen or fixed. That's why we know cars inside and out. Fix it fast, pay it slow. Easy payment plans available. AA MCO.
If you're hurt in an accident, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James will help you recover from your injury. Whether it's a car, truck, motorcycle accident, or even a bicycle accident, Sweet James will be right there. Awarded Best Attorneys of America.
One family in Pacific Palisades says they are certain that a home watering system saved their house. They live on Piedra Morada Drive, which is just about a 4-minute walk from where the first 911 calls came in for the Palisades fire. NBC4's Hetty Chang live right now in that family's backyard with a look at this system and how it works. Hetty?
Colleen, we first spotted the Gollings video on social media, and it really does look like a homemade sprinkler system. This is the Gollings pool. It was filled with 20,000 gallons of water. It's mostly gone now because the family says they used it to douse their property and then protect it.
This is where we set up our sprinkler for quite a bit of time.
Patrick Golling tells us he's certain 2 things saved his father's Palisades Highlands home.
We cleared out brush that was on our property all the way here, and if you see there, all the trees, everything was cleared on the bottom. Everything dry and dead, we cleared out.
The other thing is now sitting in his father's garage.
It's a water pump that's fueled by a Honda engine.
Consider it a generator-powered, homemade sprinkler system that you hook up to your swimming pool. Golling's father purchased it from someone online last summer for $3,700.
I visioned this being burning, and I said to myself, this is a catastrophe to happen.
This is video of the family's test run a few months ago. At the time, they couldn't have known one of the most devastating fires in history would race through their neighborhood.
When we came back on Thursday, we were so shocked to see this tree that had caught fire and all this hillside below. And that's when it occurred to us that there's no doubt in our mind that if this wasn't soaking for 5 hours, that the fire would have lit up and burnt everything.
The Gollings ran the equipment for 10 hours after the Palisades fire started Tuesday. They drained their 20,000-gallon pool and the one next door. Their homes are among the few dozen in their Highlands neighborhood that survived. The Gollings say they feel for their community and so many who lost everything. They do believe luck was on their side, but also feel their home watering system saved their home.
People should be better prepared for future fires. Fires aren't going anywhere.
We want people to save their homes. We saved our home. We want to share our experience with them.
The Gollings pointed out that row of homes you see downhill from them. You see the swimming pool filled with water and you see the home, it's just gone. Could this system have possibly helped? Possibly. Now, the Gollings spent several $1,000s on this system. They also realized not everybody has a swimming pool, but they were able to do a lot of other things to protect their property. You see their patio furniture here. They managed to move the patio furniture from up on the balcony. Firefighters told them to dump some of it here in the swimming pool, and you see everything is moved away from the home. They say that, along with brush clearance, along with this home system, is why they have a home to come back to. We're live in Palisades. Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
And 4:47 this afternoon, we're looking at a live picture outside of downtown Los Angeles. We are seeing some winds out there, gusting anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. They will get stronger overnight, and even as we get into our Tuesday, we'll talk about the details and let you know how high they go this time. It's all coming up with your First Alert forecast.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here.
Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Good day, good day.
Gernander, National University supports the whole you so you can focus on what's right in front of you. National University, supporting the whole you.
Accidents happen, and when they do, every second counts. Whether you've been involved in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, waiting to reach out to my winning team of attorneys could be a costly decision. Evidence fades, memories dim, and vital details slip away. Your case deserves immediate attention. Don't navigate the legal maze alone. At Sweet James, we're here for you. Let us fight for the justice you deserve. Time is ticking, and so is the strength of your case. Call now for a free consultation. Your future depends on it.
Health priorities. They're at the top of your list. Taking care of Carlitos. Helping your husband manage his cholesterol. Scheduling mom's physical. And making time to take care of yourself, too. At Ultimed, we provide comprehensive health services under one roof, so you can spend more time caring for who matters most. Live fully and grow healthy at any age with Ultimed.
After a car accident, beware of insurance companies bearing small checks. If you've been injured, you may feel pressure to settle too soon and for too little money. Don't be fooled. The minute you sign, your claim is over, no matter how serious your injuries are or how many bills come in later. Choose Jacoby & Myers. For over 50 years, we've turned low insurance offers into big settlements. Call us and find out what we can win for you. Jacoby & Myers, because everyone deserves justice.
Oh, Mrs. Garcia, you're a school counselor and new homeowner and grad student. You're an Ander. National University supports the whole you, so you can focus on what matters most. National University, supporting the whole you.
Well, thousands of homes burned here in the Palisades and Eaton fires. So many families have lost so much. But with the help from a few firefighters, one family was reunited with one of their prized possessions. NBC4's Alex was there live in Altadena with that story for us. Alex.
Yeah, Michael, when families impacted by the Palisades and Eaton fire evacuated last week, so many people grabbed those priceless items you just can't replace. But in a rush, Victoria DeSantis accidentally forgot a few of those prized possessions. But thanks to a few firefighters, they came in and saved the day. These concrete steps are the only recognizable feature of what used to be Victoria DeSantis' home.
Obviously, there's been fires before, but never have affected this neighborhood.
When the Eaton fire tore through Altadena last week, it burned her house and most of the block she's lived on for 18 years.
For us, we make a right turn up Olive, and just to start the street, there's just nothing there.
If you take one look at the rubble, you'll realize Victoria's family lost so much. But amazingly, one day after the fire, firefighters made a priceless discovery when they found a symbol of love amidst destruction. As she rushed to evacuate early Wednesday, Victoria placed her wedding ring and wedding band near the front door.
I took off all of my rings because it was so dry. I just kept putting hand lotion on, and my rings were starting to kind of slide off, and I thought, I don't need to look for that if the power goes off. I'll just set it by the front door with my keys so I can grab it on the way out.
Sadly, she didn't grab the rings on the way out, so after her home burned, she returned on a mission.
So I just asked these firefighters if they wouldn't mind just helping me find my ring.
Victoria thinks she found a piece of her melted wedding ring, and the firefighters found something too.
They're just like hands and knees digging through the ash, and one of the guys says, I found a ring, but it's not gold. And I said, oh my God, that's my wedding band. I could not, for the life of me, believe that this little tiny thing was found amongst ashes and debris.
After a week with so much loss, she'll hang on to this wedding band forever.
To me, it's just a symbol of our family. It's our love.
They have each other and this symbol of love and resilience in a dark time.
And as we bring you back out live here, you're looking at our camera from our live truck. They still believe that Victoria's mom's wedding ring is still somewhere in this rubble. They hope to find that in the days ahead. But her husband was out of state at the time, so he learned of this fire from afar. Her 2 kids are okay, so her whole family is okay. She's thankful for that tonight, and she tells me that she'll never take off that wedding band again. Reporting live in Altadena, I'm Alex Rozier, NBC4 News.
Alex, thank you for that. We're going to take you outside right now. This is a live look from our camera high atop the battleship USS Iowa. This is stationed in San Pedro. You can see the almost like a line of bad air. I think it is. I don't know what else to call it right now as we look out over the ocean. We've been talking about the winds coming in tonight. We need to let you know, this is not a drill.
Right, exactly. And it's some of the most extreme winds we've seen, which is why the National Weather Service wants everyone to be on alert. They're not going to be as strong as we had last time with those hurricane force winds, but still the impacts are just as strong across our region, or dangerous, we should say. So let's talk about the details. I want to show you what's going on as we're looking at a live picture outside of downtown Los Angeles on this Monday. It's calm, it's quiet, it's actually a beautiful day. Temperatures hanging out in the middle 60s, even the lower 70s across our region. Downtown, you're cooling down to 63. Here's the problem, though, as we get ready for this Santa Ana wind event again. Relative humidity knocked down to 15%, so the air is terribly dry across much of our region. Look at some of these readings here. We're down to 16% in Lancaster, 15% at West Covina. Relative humidity in Van Nuys in at 13%. So we are tracking more winds. This time they're in those wind-prone spots, meaning the Santa Clarita Valley, down across Ventura County mountains in the valleys, also across areas in Orange County and the Inland Empire. But let's go over the timeline for you. Monday, today, right through Tuesday and Wednesday, we're tracking moderate to strong Santa Ana's on the way, gusting anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. The mountains, you'll have some isolated gusts up to 70 miles per hour. The pink intensity is really 4 a.m. Tuesday, so overnight until noon on Wednesday. So we're calling for more than a 24-hour period of some very strong winds, mainly for LA and Ventura counties. The impacts, we've got tender, dry fuel on the ground, low relative humidity, so fires will grow fairly rapidly across our region. And a lot of people are wondering, what's the difference between last week versus this week? Well, last week across much of Southern California, we had gusts for the coast and the valley anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour. And we also had some hurricane force winds up to 100 miles per hour in some spots. This week, the winds will not be that strong, but the impacts are just as dangerous just because we've got dry conditions on the ground, and this will last again for a prolonged period of time here in Southern California. So your forecast tomorrow for the basin in at 68, 65 for the coast. Lots of sun with this northeasterly wind. Wednesday in at 70 degrees. Then once we get into Thursday, the winds kind of back off and we turn into a northwesterly wind. So that brings more of that marine layer influence as we get into the latter half of our work week into the weekend. But very windy as we get into Tuesday into Wednesday for both the valleys and the IE. Temperatures hanging out in the upper 60s, lower 70s. Lots of sun even as we get into our Thursday and Friday before we cool down over our weekend. High desert 56 for your high temperature tomorrow, 68 for the low desert. We're tracking those winds overnight Tuesday and into your Wednesday, and then Monday, mountains I should say, on your Tuesday and at 40 degrees, 43 for you on your Wednesday. We're bright and sunny all the way through. Temperatures hanging out in the 40s. That's your forecast. I've got more coming up next at 5, but for now, send it back over your way.
Coming up next year at 5, the cost of rental housing has spiked in LA after the fires. We are digging into alleged price gouging in our area and the laws against this.
What'd you do?
I'm a thief.
Could you do a bit more work than me?
If you rip me off, I'll kill you.
What's your name again?
Jessica.
Larry and I built the #1 personal injury firm in Southern California. Take a look at our results.
The law offices of Larry H. Park will fight for you.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
So Frank, would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say about Dr. E?
Without reservations, I recommend him to anybody. If it can be done, he can do it, guaranteed. Because of my issues, just the normal all-on-4 would not work on me. So he immediately jumped into how can I do this for this guy? And so he worked out a game plan and even a backup plan.
Would you have gotten these implants sooner had you known how easy it was?
Yes. And years ago, I would have saved myself years of suffering if I had known, instead of going to temporary solutions or partials, I would have gotten a permanent solution. I would have been living a better life years ago.
Are you tired of hiding your teeth when you smile and laugh? Do you miss eating your favorite foods because of painful, damaged, or missing teeth? Take the first step to your new Forever Smile now. Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation. Call now.
Waba Grill is an LA original, so we've got to keep it real fresh, with our Asian-inspired menu that's grilled to order every time. Download the Waba Rewards app or order online at wabagrill.com. Waba Grill, keeping it real for you.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. Many times your injury was because of a defective product, and our team of product lawyers will bring a claim against the manufacturer. Other times, you need to file for Social Security. Finally, your employer could try to retaliate if you bring a claim, and our employment law team is ready to slap them back hard. You can count on us. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Something magical happens when you unbox BritBox. It begins with an invitation to experience something new, hope, and leads to a remarkable discovery.
What are we waiting for?
Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV.
Now at 5, how did the fires start? Arson investigators are looking for a potential point of origin in the Palisades fire, where they're focusing their search today.
These are the criminals. These are the people who are seeking to exploit this tragedy for their own benefit.
More people arrested for looting during these fires. What investigators say the suspects did when they got into these homes.
And Colleen, we're already tracking some gusty winds here in Southern California. They get stronger as we get into the overnight hours. We'll talk about the details all coming up with your First Alert forecast.
NBC4 News at 5 starts with breaking news.
Now at 5, we continue our coverage of the LA County wildfires live from the front lines and inside the neighborhoods hardest hit. Good evening once again, everyone. I'm Colleen Williams.
And I'm Michael Brownlee. Today, we are tracking another strong wind event elevating wildfire risk. But first, new developments in the Palisades and Eaton fires. We're learning of a possible point of origin for the Palisades fire. News Channel 4 spotted arson investigators near a neighborhood on the north side of the Pacific Palisades this afternoon. Now, they're looking for any clues that might point to how this fire started, but finding a cause could take weeks.
Also, firefighters are now gaining ground, getting some control on these two big fires. The Palisades fire is now at 14% containment, and the Eaton fire is 33% contained. Once again, in both fires, they are still working on hotspots. We're also learning of new arrests in the evacuation zones. Sheriff Robert Luna says 34 people have now been arrested. The death toll for these fires is also growing. 24 people confirmed dead. 23 are reported missing. Of the 24 killed in those fires, 16 of the victims died in the Eaton fire in the Altadena area. And there could be more victims as several people are still missing there.
NBC4's Lolita Lopez live in Altadena, where she spoke with families who lost loved ones in the wildfire there. Lolita.
Michael and Colleen, we're learning so much about these loved ones, pioneers in the community, and in some cases, even in Hollywood. Today, we learned a little bit about a woman lovingly known as Mama D. Her granddaughter says that on the day of the Eaton fire, she was at the doctor's office and at the hospital getting some testing, even though she was a healthy 95-year-old. And she came back to her home and was simply exhausted. They believe she died in her favorite chair in her beautiful home in this neighborhood that she cherished.
It was just so lovely and so beautiful. And she's such a, I don't even know how to say, so eloquent in how she speaks and what she does and how she sees the world.
Lorraine Beamer Wilkinson says her grandmother, 95-year-old Delise Curry, brought sunshine wherever she went, lovingly known as Mama D. She was an actress who was featured in the 10 Commandments and Blues Brothers, and Lorraine says ahead of her time.
So we always talk about her role in 10 Commandments and doing those types of things and really kind of lighting a fire for women in general and breaking some glass ceilings there.
Besides being my big sister, she was like Mom.
From his home in New Mexico, Mark Winnicky remembers his older sister, Kim. He tells us he received the confirmation Sunday afternoon that the 77-year-old died in her Altadena home during the Eaton fire.
She really liked her home. She loved it there. So,
in some ways, if it is her resting place, it would be peaceful for her because it is hers.
Yes, I do believe that.
He says she worked for the phone company most of her life and found light, even when things seemed dark.
Whatever was the mood of the day, she was normally the one that would make light of whatever problems that I thought were problems, and she'd usually figure out how to say, it's not that important, don't worry about it.
It is difficult. I mean, obviously, delivering the bad news to the family members.
Eric Hernandez is here from Napa County to support the efforts at the Eaton fire, including search and rescue.
Crews continue going through property to ensure that, to see if there's any additional people that are found.
Do you get reports from family members? How is it that you are understanding where to go?
Yeah, so there's different things. One is typically the family members or acquaintances are reporting missing people. They work directly with our law enforcement partners, and then they send out a dispatch, SAR and USAR. USAR is urban search and rescue, so we have teams from fire departments that are specialized in going in rural areas, very confined space areas. In addition to that, we also have dogs that are qualified to assist in that particular mission.
A mission to bring closure to so many people like Mark, who smiles thinking of his sister.
She was just a good, warm-hearted person that there's not many of those like that out there. I'd all be so lucky to have a sister like that.
The search continues here, as you can see behind me, a sight that we continue to see around here. These are sheriff's deputies at a home where a person is believed to have been deceased, and they are here awaiting other officials to come and do that difficult task and make a final confirmation. In Altadena, Lolita Lopez, NBC4 News.
Lolita, thank you for that. As we've been telling you tonight, the wind could once again be an issue. The next round of Santa Ana winds brings the potential for power outages, downed trees, and more wildfires. Late this afternoon, Governor Newsom said he is sending another 300 firefighters to Southern California so they can be on standby for this.
Meteorologist Melissa McGee is here tracking it all for us. Melissa.
Hi there, Michael and Colleen. And the winds already starting to pick up this evening. I want to show you what's going on in terms of the gusts. We've got 23 miles per hour in Riverside, a gust close to 40 miles per hour there in Santa Clarita. This is just the beginning. Overnight tonight into our Tuesday and Wednesday for the first half, we've got those strong winds. So it's the gusty conditions, dry conditions on the atmosphere leading to the red flag warning. It's up until 6 p.m. on Wednesday for much of Southern California. LA, the basin and the coast and inland Orange County sheltered from some of these red flag warnings. But in between that red flag warning, we have what we call a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS for short. So this is the fourth time the National Weather Service has issued something like that. The first time was back in November, then December, and twice already this month. This is mainly for LA and Ventura counties. And this is basically the National Weather Service screaming to us how extreme the event will be on the way overnight and into our Tuesday and Wednesday. The winds this time not as strong, but just as dangerous because new or existing fires will spread fairly rapidly. So in between this particular dangerous situation, the I-5 corridor, Santa Clarita, San Fernando, over back across areas in Simi Valley and Oxnard. We're watching those places very closely. A wind checklist and a timeline for you. A good idea to create and maintain defensible space around your home, secure any loose items, have a wildfire action plan plan in place, and make sure you have multiple sources to receive alerts. NBCLA.com is a great resource for that. Coming up, we're going to have the latest on the winds and when they move in and move out, all coming up with your first alert forecast. I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We have more details right now on those criminal charges just announced late this afternoon against the people accused of looting and burglary in the wake of all these fires.
That's right. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says 10 people are now facing charges. 9 of them are associated with looting and burglary. One person has been charged with arson. Now, this arson is not associated with one of the major fires. It is connected to a fire at a park in Azusa. Officials show this ring video of the accused looters during a live update. Supervisor Catherine Barger says accountability in LA County is alive and well.
And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna reminded people again to stay out of the areas under curfew. He warned you will be caught and arrested. Santa Monica police aren't messing around either. They've arrested more than 40 people in the Palisades fire evacuation zone.
And as we heard in a news conference this afternoon, they're also stepping up patrols in the Palisades area. We've seen the Guard and sheriff's deputies and police in Pasadena and Altadena as well.
They're not messing around.
No, they are not. Price for renting a home or an apartment has spiked in LA in just days since the fire started really just last week. And that's creating another problem for thousands of people who have no place to call home right now.
Yeah, McCullough Medina spoke with some wildfire survivors who say they've seen an 80% spike on rentals from before the fires. He's live for us in Long Beach. Mac.
Yeah, Michael, Colleen, first off, any price hike above 10% during an emergency like these wildfires is straight out illegal. That's according to the governor, the mayor, even the attorney general. And they say, though, it's still happening. We talked to a fire victim, also a realtor, who's saying they're seeing homes for rent 80 times more than what they were right before the fires.
I read about a Beverly Hills mansion that went up like 86%.
Real estate broker Jimmy Mercado is talking about this Bel Air mansion listed this weekend for $29,500 a month. That's up from $15,900 when it was last listed in September. The listing has since been removed, but we found other listings that show a 29 or 22% hike in prices since the days after the fire. Mercado says it's a clear example of the jacked up prices that those in need are facing right now after losing everything because of the fires.
I've had calls from people who've lost their homes and looking for places, and I know the prices have significantly increased illegally.
Illegal is the key term here. Under California law, when an emergency declaration is made, it includes a ban on increasing prices more than 10% compared to pre-disaster listings.
In one night I slept by my sister, one night I slept by my mother, one night I slept in the car.
Rafi Antibi is an evacuee from Malibu. He owns Rafi Lounge there. He is disgusted, he says, about the attempt to make a quick buck on a disaster that he's still trying to maneuver through.
This is the most horrible thing I've heard. That's like, for me, it's just as been as somebody who's looting.
They've increased the rent by like 30%, 50%, 60% since January 7th.
It disturbed Chelsea Clark, an LA Tenants Union organizer, so much that she decided to track the jacked up prices on this public Google Doc and report the listings to the state and local governments.
I'd say hundreds of people have contributed. We have 465 submissions so far. We're seeing some disgusting rent gouging happening right now.
For Rafi, he hopes those trying to make a buck will get what's due.
We maybe take some money, but enjoy your jail time after. That's what I said to those people. I think right now it's the time for community to support each other.
Yeah, once again, he thinks it's right now time for community, not trying to make a buck. There are two ways to report some of these rentals to state agencies. One way in LA County is simply to call 311. The other way is to go to the California Department of Justice website and report it there. I'm McCullough Medina, NBC4 News.
All right, good numbers there, Mac. Thank you. A lot of people who've been affected by our disaster are looking to the federal government now for a little help.
Yeah, that's right. NBC4's Carmen Dickerson live for us in West Hollywood with more on the FEMA assistance centers. Carmen.
Hi, I'm at the library here in West Hollywood. They're making some space for one of these pop-up FEMA centers, which is essentially a place that people can come and get some help filing a claim, or at least starting the claims process online. Now you can see that there are about a dozen people in here now. So far, about 100 people have come through this location today. We're told there are about 70 coming through this weekend, and that's just this location in particular. So FEMA wants people to keep a couple of things in mind. First, they say they are not a homeowner's first line of defense. That's not what they're intended to be. That's supposed to be your insurance, your homeowner's insurance, your renter's insurance. They are intended to step in if you are not insured, if you're underinsured, to sort of be a safety net. And as we're finding out, a lot of people could stand a little bit of help there.
From the foothills
And that was when we realized, oh my God, everything's gone.
to the seaside.
I recognized a tree, but the destruction is so complete, you can't even recognize buildings.
Thousands of people unified by loss, displacement, and a goal: navigate what's next.
Yeah, I'll wake up at night sometimes and I'll reach for something that I know was by my bed, and then all of a sudden I realize I'm not home anymore. I don't have this anymore.
That journey brought them to West Hollywood today. Many of the hundreds who have come through this room at the library have at least at some point relied on the kindness of others.
We're couch surfing. We have very gracious friends who have taken us in.
And strangers.
The person that we're staying with this week is an Airbnb host who's actually hosting us free of charge.
And at one of the 8 FEMA pop-up locations around LA, they're looking for the help of the federal government.
We completed our registration in about 20 minutes, and because they're experienced with disasters, he kind of gave us a roadmap of what to expect in the coming weeks or months.
The West Hollywood Library is just one of the locations where FEMA is offering some in-person help. They're calling these pop-up sites, and dozens of people have turned out to try to get some answers. Now, they want to be clear about the expectations here. They're helping people start new FEMA registrations. And so if you have not started a FEMA case yet online, they can help you process that. If you have a specific inquiry about, for example, a denial or your specific case or what and when you can expect, you might not be able to get those exact questions here. For that, they do recommend either checking their website or calling and trying to get someone on the phone. But just having heard some feedback from several people who are trying to get some help here,
I think it's definitely worthwhile if you have the option to come in person, yes.
So applying for FEMA assistance, you can do that online, you can do it over the phone, you can do it at one of the service centers here. This is actually the last day for the service centers, but a larger disaster assistance center is opening, and FEMA is going to be operating out of there. And they also say if you do have insurance and were denied initially by FEMA, that's not necessarily the end of the road. Go through the process with your insurance and then circle back to FEMA if you need more help. Reporting live from West Hollywood, Karma Dickerson, NBC4 News.
All right, Karma, thank you for that. We want to let you know that NBC4 is committed to round-the-clock coverage of these wildfires. Live from the front lines, we'll take you inside the neighborhoods hardest hit. Simply go to NBCLA.com and the NBCLA app to find the latest numbers on both the Palisades and the Eaton fires. And of course, we're also following the wind situation, the stronger winds moving in tonight.
All right, still ahead here at 5. L.A. strong. More stories of L.A. coming together, which is only making us stronger.
Families who lost their homes in the L.A. County wildfires are starting to go back into their neighborhoods, some of them. What one woman discovered in the rubble there that is giving her hope.
And Santa Ana winds on the way, moderate to locally strong here in Southern California, and fire weather outlook because of those Santa Anas extreme out across areas in LA and Ventura counties, critical elsewhere across our viewing area. We'll talk about the winds. We'll give you a timeline as to when they will arrive and develop, all coming up with your First Alert forecast.
The attorneys at Sweet James have successfully been helping injured accident victims recover for over 25 years. So if you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident anywhere in Southern California, call your serious injury attorneys. Call Sweet James.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, BedMatch recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you. During our New Year, New You sale, save up to $1,000 on select brands and get 0% financing for 24 months.
Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price, or your mattress is free!
With Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, you can access your FICO score in a snap.
What I would give to be able to make art on this scale.
You will one day, but it's equally important for you to be thinking about your future, building credit.
Dad. Fargo, what's my FICO score?
Wow, it's a work of art.
Do you, Fargo?
That was corny, but I'll take it.
You can. Visit wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Do air drumming, I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
8 Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
We've secured windows with sensors. And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. And with the tap, you can lock all entrances. And unlock them as well. So why don't we finish this up outside, huh?
If you get seriously hurt by a big truck, don't trust the insurance company, call us. My brother and I will fight them and get you the big money that you deserve. We're the Law Brothers!
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
Right now, the concern remains those high winds returning tonight. Possible hotspots from the Palisades and Eaton fires spreading, not to mention the possibility of new fires. The winds are starting to pick up across the San Fernando Valley. NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi is live right now in Porter Ranch with more details on the conditions out there. Camilla?
Hi, Colleen. The wind in this area has already started to pick up this afternoon. Some important reminders to share from the National Weather Service. Make sure to secure any loose objects around your home and avoid doing anything that can spark a fire. The Porter Ranch area is not under any evacuation warnings or orders, but people I spoke with here say they are prepared just in case. You can hear the winds picking up Monday afternoon in Porter Ranch. The San Fernando Valley is bracing for another round of strong winds over the next couple of days. People who live in this area say they are staying alert and ready to go.
Porter Ranch is so windy, so I'm always worried. We are making sure we keep food in the house, those kind of basic things, but making sure we watch the news and stay updated with all the updates from the fire department.
This is Letitia Bender with her son, Caden.
I'm just a little worried for the people that lost their homes because of the fire, and I just hope that it doesn't come anywhere near us.
We also caught up with Gloria Santos. She says she has already set aside important items in case she needs to evacuate.
This fire could start any place, any area. The documents and some clothes, medications, and some, that's all pretty much.
The message here is to remain prepared. Again, as those winds are expected to get stronger, local fire and law enforcement officials are reminding everyone to stay alert and to heed to any evacuation warnings or orders. In Porter Ranch, Camilla Rambaldi, NBC 4 News.
All right, Camilla, thank you for that. We want to bring in our meteorologist, Melissa McGee. We saw the winds blowing there in Porter Ranch. Camilla's live shot.
Yeah, they're up to 40 miles per hour where Camilla is, and they're only going to get stronger overnight and into our Tuesday and Wednesday. So we're tracking this key time frame for you guys. Let's talk about the details. I want to show you what's going on because we've got red flag warnings. It's dry and we've got winds that are moving on through and wind advisories already posted. Wind advisories for Orange County, the Inland Empire, San Bernardino County Mountains as well. Then you have this yellow shaded color here. This is a high wind warning. San Gabriel valleys up through the Santa Clarita Valley, up the 5, getting close to the Grapevine here, even across areas in Simi Valley, Santa Paula, Oxnard, and Ventura County. So we're calling for winds gusting anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. Then the mountains, you'll have winds, some isolated spots up to 70 miles per hour. So that's why once these Santa Ana winds become locally strong, there's a big concern for new or existing fires to spread fairly rapidly. Looking at satellite and radar, couldn't even tell some wind was on the way. It's mostly clear. It's quiet. High temperatures today in the 60s and 70s. So really lovely here in Southern California. But overnight tonight into our Tuesday, we're watching the development of those winds, and they will continue throughout the day tomorrow. So what we're tracking is initially these cold mountain winds coming through the mountains. They're racing through the canyons and the passes. So the strongest winds and the highest gusts for our mountains and our foothill communities. And once that wind compresses and downslopes west of the mountains, it's going to dry out the atmosphere fairly quickly. So that is the big concern as we get into our Tuesday, Wednesday time frame. Let's time this out for you. Wind gust futurecast showing you this time the wind event is in those wind prone spots. So it's not in the LA basin. It's not for the coastal spots of LA County. It's right through the Santa Clarita Valley and right through Ventura County Mountains and the valleys as well. Nonetheless, we're looking at gusts in Moore Park close to 45 miles per hour later on tonight, and even seeing gusts close to 40 miles per hour there in Thousand Oaks. As we wake up tomorrow morning, 4 a.m., when the peak intensity arrives, some of these spots close to 50 miles per hour for Moore Park and Simi Valley. And you notice the Palisades, you will have some winds, but really in that 20 to 30 mile per hour wind range across the region. You get into noon on Tuesday, there's a bit of a lull, and then we do have more winds that will be on the way as we get into Tuesday night into our Wednesday. Again, gusting anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. So the wind timeline for you today, right through your Tuesday and Wednesday, moderate to strong winds across much of our region. Isolated mountain gusts up to 70 miles per hour, 4 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wednesday. Really more than a 24-hour window of locally strong winds, and mainly out across areas in LA and Ventura counties. The impacts with this, we've got dry, tender fuel on the ground, low relative humidity, so fires will grow and spread fairly rapidly. So we'll keep you posted and monitor the winds as they develop later on tonight into Tuesday. Your forecast tomorrow for the basin, we've got lots of sunshine and it's 68 with that northeasterly wind. It's windy for the coast tomorrow and it's 65, but Tuesday and Wednesday are the days to watch. Then Thursday, the pattern changes a little bit. We'll start to tap into a northwesterly wind, so that brings in more of that marine layer as we get into our Thursday and Friday, and we'll start to cool it down as we head into our weekend. Valleys, we're watching those winds in some spots for the San Fernando Valley, anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour Tuesday and Wednesday for both the valleys and the IE. We'll have temperatures in the upper 60s, lower 70s. Then we'll cool it down with that northwesterly wind for the rest of the week. High desert spots tomorrow, 56, 68 for the low desert. We've got lots of sunshine for the low desert, but again, Tuesday and Wednesday are the days of concern for us. For the mountains on your Tuesday, 40. Still windy for you on your Wednesday, and at 43, we'll sun it up as we get into Thursday and Friday for the rest of our work week. That's your forecast. Michael and Colleen, back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Well, you've seen the video, the huge crowds, the incredible acts of generosity. Massive donation efforts continue to pop up all over Southern California.
And one of those donation drives is about to begin in downtown LA. Our Mario Solis live outside Crypto.com Arena, where the Lakers are back in action tonight for a good cause. Mario.
That's right, guys. Thank you. You know, ever since this tragedy began, the sense of generosity and altruism has been really shining bright here in the city of LA. But now 12 professional teams in the city that bear the name Los Angeles on their uniforms have come together. They're donating $8 million for the effort to bring the city back together. One of those, of course, is the LA Lakers, as you said, back on the court tonight, the host, the San Antonio Spurs. And before the game, 90 minutes before the game, they're opening this donation drop-off center at 3 different spots: the Figueroa entrance, Kobe Bryant, and also Star Plaza. Now, let me show you. Some people have already been dropping off some items. We're going to tell you what those items can be, but Let's move over this way a little bit of JR. Andy, thank you for holding on a little bit. And Jennifer. So, oh my gosh, you're actually a Spurs fan. Maybe I shouldn't be interviewing you, Jennifer.
Maybe you should.
I'm just kidding. We love everyone. Of course, you know, sports brings everyone together. So you knew about the donation. What impelled you? What was the sense of, you know, giving that brought you here and you want to be a part of this effort?
I'm a native Angelino. I was born in San Pedro, left, came back to take care of my elderly parents, and I've got a reconnection to this community. And it's very important, and we've been through a lot. Jennifer and I were just talking of all the things, civil unrest, OJ trial, multiple fires, and I'm thinking we can come back, and I think this is just a starting point.
Yeah, that's right. So tonight is not about a rivalry, right? Tonight is about the city coming together.
Yes.
That's right. And so this is going to be here from 6 o'clock through 7:30. Now, if you don't have time to come to the game tonight, even though there's still a little bit of time left, you can go to the Lakers training facility in El Segundo. I believe we have an address on the screen, and that will be open from tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's right. Donate as much as you can. Thank you, sir. From tomorrow all the way through Saturday. Now, they're asking you to bring certain items, unopened food items. They don't need any clothing, but you can bring water. You can bring things that are nutritional, like power bars, dried fruit, things of that nature. And again, this is for an amazing cause. JJ Redick also, by the way, is going to be donating individually. We're going to be talking a bit about 5:45. We'll bring you that interview coming up at around 6:20 p.m. So that is it from Crypto.com Arena. The Lakers back in action, and this is going to be a tremendous effort to heal the city, or at least be a part of that healing. Back to you guys.
All right, Mario, appreciate it. Feel the energy, that's for sure.
Well, you do. You know, it started the other night, last week at the Rose Bowl. It has continued every day and every place in Southern California, it seems like.
All right, folks, if you feel the need to help, you're going to find a list of donation sites on our website, nbcla.com. We also have locations where free meals are being offered, as well as helpful resources for wildfire victims. We'll be right back.
Hey, how do you get your health insurance again?
Oh, Cover California. They helped with the cost, so it was actually affordable.
That's what I'm worried about, the cost.
Well, now a bunch of their silver level plans have lower copays and no deductibles. So you'll pay less when you see the doctor or get care.
Really?
Yeah, and you can get it regardless of how much you make. Come here, check this out.
Check out your new options at Covered California.
Whether you've been hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident, what you do next matters. Make sure to call Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Every month, my firm and I help hundreds of people get the medical treatment they need and the financial compensation they deserve, all without paying a dime out of pocket. Recently, 5 out of the top 50 settlements came from Sweet James. Call the firm awarded Best Attorneys in America. Call Sweet James.
And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats. Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. He's very good.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
Would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say to them?
I would, and I have. You know, I don't just go up to random people and go, hey, you can use some new teeth. I'm very open with this, where I will be talking face-to-face with somebody and I see them staring at my mouth, because I used to do that. I was terrible at that. I would just stare at people's mouths while they talk. So when I see people looking at my mouth, I'm like, you know, they're not real, right? 99% of the time they go, what? Like, you can't even tell. And I tell them, you know, if they are interested in something like that, I give them the name and I give them the number and I say, this is who you would go to for something like this.
Are you tired of hiding your teeth when you smile and laugh? Do you miss eating your favorite foods because of painful, damaged, or missing teeth? Take the first step to your new forever smile now. Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation. Call now.
Huh? Oh, that's very,
Right?
This store doesn't have agent force, so an AI agent didn't tip off the stylist as to what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Ooh, that's a commitment. Hey, bud, What do you think?
You know, people can see you out here.
Yeah, right. Love you too.
Agent Force helps retailers prevent fashion fails. It's what AI was meant to be.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can by analyzing your unique shape and size. So get custom fitted with bed match only at Sit and Sleep.
Treasure saved in the debris of the Eaton fire. Some things can be replaced, but this one is different. Now, before we get to Alex's story, here's the latest numbers for our most devastating wildfires at this point. Alex is going to do a story on that ring that was found in the Eaton fire.
But first, the death toll for the Palisades and Eaton fires has now grown to at least 24 people. The Palisades fire has burned more than 23,000 acres and has destroyed 5,000 homes and buildings. Right now, it is 14% contained. Meanwhile, containment on the Eaton fire in Altadena has gone up as well. It's burned more than 14,000 acres and is 33% contained.
And with thousands of homes burned, so many families have lost so much.
Yeah, but with the help from a few firefighters, a family is reunited with one of their most prized possessions.
This is a story we've been talking about. Alex Rosier live in Altadena with more on that. It's so small amid all that debris, Alex.
It sure is. You know, when families impacted by the Palisades and Eaton fire evacuated last week, so many people grabbed those prized possessions that you just can't replace. But Victoria DeSantis accidentally forgot a few things, but thankfully a few firefighters came in to save the day.
These concrete steps are the only recognizable feature of what used to be Victoria DeSantis' home.
Obviously, there's been fires before, but never have affected this neighborhood.
When the Eaton fire tore through Altadena last week, it burned her house and most of the block she's lived on for 18 years.
For us, we make a right turn up Olive, and just to start the street, there's just nothing there.
If you take one look at the rubble, you'll realize Victoria's family lost so much. But amazingly, one day after the fire, firefighters made a priceless discovery when they found a symbol of love amidst destruction. As she rushed to evacuate early Wednesday, Victoria placed her wedding ring and wedding band near the front door.
I took off all of my rings because it was so dry. I just kept putting hand lotion on, and my rings were starting to kind of slide off, and I thought, I don't need to look for that if the power goes off. I'll just set it by the front door with my keys so I can grab it on the way out.
Sadly, she didn't grab the rings on the way out, so after her home burned, she returned on a mission.
So I just asked these firefighters if they wouldn't mind just helping me find my ring.
Victoria thinks she found a piece of her melted wedding ring, and the firefighters found something too.
They're just like hands and knees digging through the ash, and one of the guys says, I found a ring, but it's not gold. And I said, oh my God, that's my wedding band. I could not, for the life of me, believe that this little tiny thing was found amongst ashes and debris.
After a week with so much loss, she'll hang on to this wedding band forever.
To me, it's just a symbol of our family. It's our love.
They have each other and this symbol of love and resilience in a dark time.
As we bring you back out live here, looking from our live truck camera right now, sadly, they are still looking for Victoria's mom's wedding ring that she thinks is still in the rubble. Victoria's husband was out of state at the time of the fire, so he learned that their home burned from afar. But Victoria's okay, he's okay, their kids are okay. They're most thankful for that, and Victoria tells me she'll never take off that wedding band again. Reporting live in Altadena tonight, I'm Alex Rosier, NBC4 News.
All right, Alex, appreciate it. Thank you. Now to the Palisades fire and the question we have heard time and time again. Is my house still there? Photojournalist Jeremy Lee met a lifelong homeowner of the Palisades who pedaled, ready for this, more than 20 miles to find out if he and his family still had a home.
The father of two, who I met here at the bottom of Palisades Drive, has lived here in the Palisades all his life, 56 years. He returned here on the second day of the fire. He wanted to make sure that the townhouse he rents out for his family of four still exists. Will Adams is pedaling up Palisades Drive, only days after his entire community wanted only to get out. Car after car still lines Sunset Boulevard and the bottom of this thoroughfare, where so many fleeing the fire had to abandon their cars. This is Palisades Drive. The origin of the fire is straight ahead. In the Palisades Highlands, on January 7th, the father of two rushed to St. Matthews to pick up the kids from school. His wife caught in the gridlock.
It is Armageddon. She had to abandon her car.
A few days later, when Will reaches the top of the Highlands, he pumps his fist.
Still standing.
Entire complex all the way down to Cosa Nostra is fine.
But there's one more address to visit in Palisades Village.
This e-bike battery is going to die.
We go together.
That's okay.
So Will is taking me on a walk through his old neighborhood where he grew up. We reach the family home that Will's mom recently moved away from after his father passed.
Hi, Will.
Hi. I'm at Via della Sola. Yeah. I mean, the entire block is gone. I can see all the way up to the point.
So the Edmonds house burned too.
Everything burned, Mom.
Oh.
Will takes a walk to the park on the bluffs. The Tahitian Terrace Mobile Home Park is outstretched below, also leveled. We make a stop in the old neighborhood, just down the street. Did you come here as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Did I come here as a kid? I lived here.
We pass by the family home on the way out.
Gave us free lemons all my life, and all the neighbors would come and we would tell everybody, just come by and grab them. They'd walk up the driveway and just grab the lemons.
We go back through town, past Gelson's and other landmarks, the condo where Will's mom lives.
Does it all, doesn't it?
The steeple of the elementary school he attended.
It's iconic Palisades right there, so that steeple's important. It survived.
In Pacific Palisades, Jeremy Lee, NBC4.
Will told NBC4 just a little bit ago that he is committed to staying there in the Palisades. His 90-year-old mother, whose home was destroyed, will move in with another son up in Santa Barbara until she can make a decision about a future. Colleen?
So sad. Now, as we see all the images of what is left of the Palisades in Altadena, you can't help but remember something so similar happened and not too long ago. We're talking about the wildfire in Lahaina. NBC4's John Kadis-Klimak was the first LA reporter on the ground in Lahaina in Maui when that deadly fire burned the island.
It was August 2023, Hawaii's infamous trade winds fueling a fire that tore through the historic town of Lahaina on the island of Maui. In the aftermath, a hellish landscape of hollowed homes, burned out cars on Lahaina's famous Front Street, where dozens of bodies were recovered once the fire settled. In eerie similarity to the cars that lined Sunset Boulevard in Pacific Palisades last week, people trying to escape the flames, forsaking their cars to flee on foot. Hundreds of homes destroyed in Lahaina, the aerial footage showing just how widespread the damage was. In Pacific Palisades and Altadena, more of the same. The loss this time in the thousands. In both cases, cadaver dogs uncovered the bodies of people who had perished. More than 100 in Lahaina, 16 and counting in our local fire zone. A year after the Maui wildfire, 90% of debris is gone as attempts to rebuild continue today. Residents, though, still struggling for housing, trying to clear red tape for permits. While California Governor Gavin Newsom has pledged to cut all that red tape and permitting requirements for the victims of our local fires, Lahaina may be the example of just how hard the road ahead might be. John Kadis-Klimak, NBC4 News.
That fire in Lahaina cost an estimated $5 billion in damages. Here locally, that number is expected to be exponentially higher.
Still ahead here at 5, hundreds of cats and dogs that escaped the fires at local shelters. Now the search is on for their owners. How long they have to come forward.
Coming up at 6.
I'm Conan Nolan. Thousands from the Pacific Palisades to Altadena have lost their homes. Now what?
That's going to cause major delays.
A long road ahead for those seeking to rebuild. I'll have a live report.
He says it's a $3,700 investment that absolutely saved his home from the Palisades fire. I'm Hetty Chang. Coming up, we're going to show you what the system is and what else this homeowner says he did to protect his home.
Next at 6.
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
We fight for the rights of riders every day. We give back millions to support the motorcycle community because we are riders, and motorcycle law is all we do. If you're injured in a motorcycle accident, don't fight the insurance companies with just any lawyer. Call 1-800-4BIKERS. We ride, we care, we win. If you go down, call Russ Brown, Motorcycle Attorneys.
Something magical happens when you unbox BritBox. It begins with an invitation to experience something new. Hope. And leads to a remarkable discovery.
What are we waiting for?
Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV.
Picture this, the bold, irresistible flavor of your favorite chicken right off the bone. Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks bring you perfectly crafted flavor and texture all in one bite. Experience the juicy, tender, mouth-watering flavor that will keep your family reaching for more. Stock up on Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks in the frozen section and bring home what real chicken tastes like.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
At the Mathis Design Studio, we're proud to introduce the Becky Owens Home Collection. Inspired by Becky's signature style, this collection brings together timeless designs that are casual yet sophisticated. These warm, organic designs are customizable just for you, with a neutral palette to make decorating easy, all at great values. Discover the perfect balance of style and livability with the Becky Owens Home Collection, because your home should feel as good as it looks, exclusively at the Design Studio inside Mathis Home.
Space, the new frontier. For one of my billboards, wherever there is or will be people, there's sure to be accidents, and insurance companies willing to go to great lengths to deny claims. Well, too bad, because I go to greater lengths, and I win big. So wherever you are, or will be, Sweet James will be there to go to the moon and back for you. If you get injured in an accident, wherever that may be, call Sweet James.
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
Well, it's a video that has now received millions of views on social media. A dog named Oreo emerging from the rubble from the Palisades fire and running right into his owner's arms.
Hi, Boo-Boo! How's the fire? Oh, honey! Oh, honey! Oh, my God, you're alive! You're alive! Oh, honey! Oh, whoa!
Casey Colvin hadn't seen Oreo in 5 days. He was away from home when the fire and evacuation started. So when he was able to go back into his Palisades neighborhood, Oreo was safe and sound in a neighbor's yard. Casey thanking the firefighters who opened all the doors to his home so Oreo could escape the flames.
Wow. Hundreds of animals have been taken to the Pasadena Humane Society as families there evacuated from the Eaton fire are trying to get back on their feet.
That's right. NBC4's Christian Casadas is there live now with how they're helping those families. Christian.
That's right, Michael and Colleen, I can tell you that the staff here at the Humane Society, they tell me that families have been dropping off their animals, their pets here after they were told to evacuate their homes because of the fire. Now, we're talking about 600 animals or so are here at the Humane Society tonight. And not just dogs and cats. We're told that there's tortoises, goats, and even rabbits here, just to name a few. Now, outside, there is this stand here where families can come up and get any type of help with their pets if they need any assistance, or they can also get information about reconnecting with some of those lost pets, because guys, out of those about 600 animals here tonight, only a few dozen have been claimed.
It's a bark for help as hundreds of dogs and cats at the Pasadena Humane Society are patiently waiting for their owners to come back.
The evac statuses were changing so fast.
Like the Malaganus.
Even though we only got to like evac level 2, we really needed to make sure that they were taken care of.
Their dog Maple and their 3 cats were some of the nearly 600 pets currently sheltered here, along with other strays found around the neighborhoods impacted by the Eaton fire.
We've been in business here for 120 years, and so while we've never had to respond to a crisis like this, it has been honestly our privilege to help our community in such a really direct way.
Kevin McManus with the Pasadena Humane Society says animal agencies from across the state absorbed their animals to make space for those rushing in from the wildfires. Some animals burned from the flames.
It's almost sound like broken records sometimes when we're saying, hey, make sure that you have your dog's collar has your updated phone number. Make sure your pets are microchipped. And that has actually honestly been a huge help in reuniting animals.
I'm really excited.
Today, this family reuniting with their 4 pets after being apart for almost a week and surviving one of the worst wildfires in Southern California.
We had to do a lot of cleanup at our house, get it ready for the animals to come back home, make sure our kids are, settled and back in their own beds. And now we're happy to put the family back together.
So many smiles out here today as loved ones are getting reconnected with their pets. Now, a few notes to pass along. The Humane Society closes at 8 o'clock tonight, but then they will reopen again tomorrow. Now, typically families have about 5 days to claim those lost pets before they are put up for adoption. But because of this very unique situation, the staff tells me the Humane Society is extending that to 3 weeks to help families stay together. They're also asking everyone to visit their website, pasadena-humane.org. They have a full list of all the dogs that are here at the shelter. Hopefully that way they can pass along that information and hopefully reunite some of those families with those lost pets. We are live in Pasadena tonight. Christian Casares, NBC4 News.
All right, Christian, and of course you can trust if your pet is at that shelter, your baby will be well cared for. We've all been there a number of times, and it's a great place.
They are like your babies, yeah.
Yes.
What's up, Melissa?
Oh, well, we've got some wind that we are tracking, and it's going to be moderate to locally strong as we go throughout the overnight hours and into Tuesday, Wednesday. So watching that very closely, I want to show you what's going on. A beautiful picture outside as we're looking live from our Mount Wilson camera. But if you are outside, no matter where those fires are burning, it's a good idea to protect yourself. Make sure you've got a mask if you're spending an extended time outdoors, because even though the sunset looks gorgeous tonight, there's a lot of particulate matter, a lot of ash still in the atmosphere at this hour. Burbank right now, we're coming in at 62 degrees. Relative humidity, that's the issue, 15%. So once those Santa Anas move on in from a northeasterly direction, it really dries out the atmosphere. So rapid fire growth is a big concern. And one of the areas that we're tracking, Santa Clarita and the Santa Clarita Valley. You're in one of those wind-prone spots, meaning you typically see the winds. You're going to see the winds later on tonight. So as we get into 7, 8, 9 o'clock, we've got winds gusting anywhere from 40 to 50 miles per hour across the region, and they stay that strong during the overnight hours, even if you're waking up very early on your Tuesday morning, 5 a.m. We've got a wind gust up to 52 miles per hour. So 4 things to watch with the Santa Ana wind event on the way. Damaging winds on the way tonight, right through your Wednesday. The peak intensity will be 4 a.m. Tuesday, so overnight into 12 p.m. on Wednesday. So more than a 24-hour stretch of finding some damaging winds here in Southern California. And the issue, it's already dry. We've got northeasterly winds anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour. The mountains could have some isolated gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Rapid fire growth is a big concern for new or existing fires, but air quality is a big concern as well. It's moderate for much of the basin, but where you see the orange, that's Southgate, Downey, Compton, you've got air that is unhealthy for sensitive groups as well as areas close to the Palisades fire as well. So that's going to be an issue even as we go throughout the rest of our work week here. Here's your forecast tomorrow for the basin. 68 degrees, 70 for you on your Wednesday, but it will be windy for the coast Tuesday and Wednesday. Once we get into the latter half of our work week, I'm actually tracking a northwesterly wind, so that brings more of a marine layer. We've got more of an onshore flow, more clouds around in the morning, and even some cooler air on the way, even as we head into our weekend. For the valleys tomorrow, 68, 66 for the Inland Empire. Very windy as we wake up tomorrow morning. It will stay windy even as we get into our Wednesday before the wind will ease as we get into Thursday and Friday. 50s on the way tomorrow for the high desert, 68 for the low desert. We've got sunshine all the way through. With that northeasterly wind, it dries out the atmosphere. Plenty of sunshine Tuesday and Wednesday for the mountains, but temperatures hanging out in the 40s. That's your forecast. Colleen, I'll send it back over your way.
All right, Melissa, thank you. Still ahead here at 5. NBC4 continues to follow the journey of Mexico's specialized firefighters here to support our fire crews. We caught up with them in Zuma Beach this morning just before they went to work. Coming up at 6.
I'm Conan Nolan. Thousands from the Pacific Palisades to Altadena have lost their homes. Now what? A long road ahead for those seeking to rebuild. I'll have a live report.
He says it's a $3,700 investment that absolutely saved his home from the Palisades fire. I'm Hetty Chang. Coming up, we're going to show you what the system is and what else this homeowner says he did to protect his home.
Next at 6.
Kimberly Akimbo is the winner of 5 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. And now it's coming to Segerstrom Center for the Arts in Costa Mesa, January 21st through February 2nd. Tickets at scfta.org.
At the offices of Larry H. Parker, our case files are filled with cars just like these, and each one tells a story.
If you find yourself injured after an accident, call us at Larry H. Parker. Here's a few of the results we've recovered for our clients.
With 50 years in California, no one has more experience or success.
And we believe nobody should settle for less than what's right.
Call us at the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, BedMatch recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you. During our New Year, New You sale, save up to $1,000 on select brands and get 0% financing for 24 months.
Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price, or your mattress is free!
Kimberly Akimbo is the winner of 5 Tony Awards, including Best Musical. And now it's coming to Segerstrom Center for the Arts in Costa Mesa, January 21st through February 2nd. Tickets at scfta.org.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
15,000 firefighters are working around the clock.
And some of the fire crews are coming from our neighboring countries to the north and south of us. Alberta Wildfire in Canada has sent 2 fire crews to assist with the LA wildfires. They tweeted out these pictures this morning as they were getting ready to leave from Canada, headed to LA. LA Fire Department Chief Kristen Crowley says the department is oh so grateful for all their help.
We also have reinforcements from Mexico as well. Over the weekend, a crew of more than 70 firefighters joined American crews there on the front lines after landing at LAX here. They received training at the March Air Reserve Base in Riverside.
Entonces venimos con mucho entusiasmo y pues apoyarlos.
Firefighter says he and his team come with great enthusiasm and are honored to help. The Mexican fire crews were deployed to the Palisades fire to help in handline construction to surround and suppress that fire.
Coming up at 6.
I'm Conan Nolan. Thousands from the Pacific Palisades to Altadena have lost their homes. Now what?
That's going to cause major delays.
A long road ahead for those seeking to rebuild. I'll have a live report.
He says it's a $3,700 investment that absolutely saved his home from the Palisades fire. I'm Hetty Chang. Coming up, we're going to show you what the system is and what else this homeowner says he did to protect his home.
Next at 6.
There are many dental implant centers, but only one Dr. E.
Would you recommend Dr. E to your family and friends? And what would you say to them?
I would, and I have. So when I see people looking at my mouth, I'm like, you know they're not real, right? 99% of the time they go, what? Like, you can't even tell. If they are interested in something like that, I give them the name and I give them the number and I say, this is who you would go to.
Call Dr. E and Implants for Life for your free, no-obligation dental implant consultation.
We've secured windows with sensors.
And as you can see, we've installed high-def cameras to spot any threats.
Our agents review live footage to eliminate the possibility of any false alarms. And with the tap, you can lock all entrances. And unlock them as well. So why don't we finish this up outside, huh?
How can you know which mattress provides exactly the right level of support for you?
You can't, but Sit and Sleep's exclusive bed match technology can. Bed match measures your height, weight, your shoulders, waist, and hips. Then, Bed match recommends the level of support you need and which mattresses are right for you. During our New Year, New You sale, save up to $1,000 on select brands and get 0% financing for 24 months.
Sit and Sleep will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free!
Attorney can mean the difference between winning $10,000 or $10 million. Call the firm that wins big. Call Sweet James.
My mental health was better, but uncontrollable movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia, started disrupting my day.
TD felt embarrassing. I felt like disconnecting. I asked my doctor about treating my TD and learned about Ingrezza.
Ingrezza is clinically proven to treat TD, quickly reducing TD by greater than 5 times at 2 weeks. #1 prescribed Ingrezza has dosing that's always 1 pill once daily, and you can keep taking most mental health meds. Ingrezza can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden behavior or mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like sudden, potentially fatal swelling and hives, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart rhythm problems. Know how Ingrezza affects you before operating a car or dangerous machinery. Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking, as these might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, drooling, and trouble with moving or balance may occur.
Take control by asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
Right now at 6, progress on the Palisades and the Eaton fires, but is it enough? The concern is winds pick back up tonight. Melissa.
And Colleen, we've got moderate to locally strong winds on the way. Wind advisories, high wind warnings have been posted tonight right through Wednesday. We'll talk about it coming up with your first alert forecast.
And what caused 2 of California's most destructive fires in state history? Well, investigators locate a possible point of origin in the Palisades fire, just as some people who survived the Eaton fire start pointing fingers.
NBC4 News at 6 starts with breaking news.
And we begin here at 6 with the Palisades and Eaton fire still burning here in LA County. Good evening once again, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. The focus for firefighters today, getting the upper hand just before the Santa Ana winds are scheduled to pick up tonight. Here's where the numbers stand right now. The Palisades fires burned nearly 24,000 acres. Containment, 14%. Meantime, the Eaton fires burned more than 14,000 acres. Containment there, 33%. Firefighters continue to work on hotspots on both major fires. The death toll stands at 24 across LA County. Tens of thousands of people are still under evacuation orders, and with the wind set to move in tonight, set to return, more could be told to pick up and go at a moment's notice.
All right, we have team coverage in Altadena and the Palisades tonight, two of the most vulnerable areas as we monitor our weather. Let's begin with meteorologist Melissa McGee and those winds. Melissa.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, we're already starting to see those winds pick up. They developed tonight and then they really increased during the overnight hours. So some of the peak gusts right now, Santa Clarita, close to 40 miles per hour. Orange County, Santa Ana, you've got a gust up to 33. Not so bad right now. Riverside, the IE, gusting close to 22 miles per hour. Nonetheless, it's the combination of the gusty winds, dry relative humidity on the ground, which will lead to rapid fire growth. So we've got red flag warnings for almost everybody. The exception, LA County and the coast, the basin and the coast, and the coastal sections of Orange County. But we're tracking strong winds right throughout Wednesday. So a timeline for you tonight, right through Tuesday and Wednesday, moderate to locally strong winds across the region. Overall, for most locations, 45 to 55 miles per hour gusts. And then as we look at our mountain spots, you could have some isolated winds up to 70 miles per hour. The highest intensity will be overnight from 4 a.m. Tuesday until noon on Wednesday. So more than a 24-hour window of finding strong winds, mainly for LA and Ventura counties. The impacts, even though the winds will not be as strong as they were with our last event, it's still fairly dangerous because we've got dry conditions on the ground. So new or existing fires will spread fairly rapidly. We'll go over the details coming up with your first alert forecast. Michael, back over to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you. A major development of the Palisades fire investigation. Multiple law enforcement sources tell NBC News an early focus is a possible human cause, potentially revolving around fireworks or unauthorized campers. NBC 4 shows you fire investigators here combing through some areas of interest. This is in Topanga State Park just a few hours ago. Now, to be clear, they aren't ruling out accidental or equipment-related causes just yet. We now go live to reporter Candace Sweat with our NBC station in Dallas. She's in the Pacific Palisades with a look at the fire's behavior and what's happening out there right now. Candace.
Right, we are on Sunset Boulevard at what was once a restaurant, and this is just absolutely heartbreaking to see. You can imagine people once visited this restaurant for birthday dinners, anniversary dinners, to meet up with friends, and now it is just absolutely gutted. Right next door, there's a Bank of America where people would do their business. This is an area where you can tell there was once a hustle and bustle and livelihood of folks who live, work, and played here. Now, this is what is left of what's standing in this area. Now, a couple of blocks down the street, and we hope to be able to give you some visuals of this in about an hour, but there's just what you can see in terms of how unpredictable these wildfires can be. It's sort of a tale of two fates of two different churches, one that was left standing and one that is completely gutted. Now, a few minutes ago, we spoke to one of the locals here, a man who's been here for some 80 years, and he believes that this town, this area, his home, will absolutely rebuild. And it's sort of hard to imagine when you see this sort of devastation. But really, when you think about it, you need people like this. You need the folks who have a heart for this town, who have a heart for this city, and believe that this can absolutely be done, that rebuilding will happen at some point. Of course, it's going to take some time. When you see this devastation, just absolutely heartbreaking. But again, this gentleman, 80 years old, says he's lived here his entire life. He has no doubt that the Palisades will come back, and we'll have more from Sunset Boulevard coming up in the next hour. Again, just a tale of two churches across the street, buildings left untouched, and again, just a really example of how unpredictable these fires can be, how devastating they can be. But we'll continue to stay out here, monitor what's going on in terms of neighbors helping neighbors and people showing up in ways that they always do in situations like this. For NBC4, Candace Sweat.
Candace, thank you for that. It really speaks to the power of community. Now to the Eaton fire burning in Altadena. Some in Altadena, homeowners there, now suing Southern California Edison over this fire. It's burned more than 7,000 buildings, including homes and schools and businesses. The lawsuit claims that the fire was caused by SoCal Edison's power lines. It also names these stamped videos from Cheryl and Jeffrey Koo that were shared on social media. The images were taken the night the fire started last Tuesday. They show an electrical tower, you can see it in the distance there, with flames all around the base. This apparently before the fire spread.
Despite the National Weather Service issuing the highest level warnings that they issue of particularly dangerous situation, of life-threatening extreme fire risk weather, they chose not to de-energize their circuits in the Altadena, Pasadena area.
SoCal Edison says it's not to blame for this fire. A spokesperson from SCE shared this statement with us. It reads in part, SCE's distribution lines immediately to the west of Eaton Canyon were de-energized well before the reported start of the fire as part of SCE's public safety power shutoff program. SCE is currently conducting a review of this event.
Well, work is already happening in Altadena to try to get that community back together after so much was lost in the Eaton fire. Conan Nolan joins us live in Altadena where the problems many homeowners are facing already. Conan.
That's right. Michael, keep in mind that what we're standing here, you're going to multiply that by several thousand times from the Palisades to Altadena. It's the toxicity of the home sites. There's asbestos. In so many places, there are car batteries, even electric car batteries that have melted into the ground that's filled with cobalt and lithium and nickel. These are toxic waste dumps. Getting rid of that is the first order of business, in which is going to be a very difficult road ahead.
It is the cadence slowly enveloping scores of neighborhoods throughout Altadena, one street at a time. Public Works clearing debris so that utility crews can get to the work of bringing in new lines and poles in the effort to restore power.
Get rid of all the wires that are down, cleaning out all the poles that are like just this one that you see here.
64-year-old Kent Kashigian has a generator, but he needs more fuel. He saved his home using water from his swimming pool. Neighbors not so lucky.
I saw there was fire in the eaves.
Yeah, I put those out with the buckets and they're equal. I broke the wall the other side of the garage and poured water by cup in there.
Oh my God.
There wasn't a fireman until Friday.
Such are the tentative first steps to an oh-so-difficult future. Jeremiah Van Cans is a real estate agent now struggling to get burned-out clients shelter. This while navigating the precarious road ahead.
Phase one, remove all the hazardous material to get the rubble out of here. While this is all happening, people are processing their insurance claims, right? If you lost your house, file that claim as soon as possible. What do you have? 12,000 plus people wanting to rebuild at the same time. So that's going to cause major delays.
The state already has a shortage of housing and of construction labor, but no shortage, unfortunately, of speculators who started seeking bargains even before the smoke cleared.
The land that the house once sat on, they're already speculating on that.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's like we're going through a tragedy, and you have developers already looking at this as an opportunity.
Van Can says it will take an unprecedented effort by state, county, and city officials to cooperate in helping homeowners, without which rebuilding could take years.
But out of all this, I'm positive that this community is going to come back stronger than ever.
That's certainly the hope, but keep in mind, remember the mud flows in Montecito in Santa Barbara County that caused widespread death there and destruction? There are still people trying to rebuild their homes, and that was 7 years ago. Reporting from Altadena, I'm Conan Nolan, NBC4.
Still ahead here at 6, a success story in the Palisades. One man shows us the machine he says made all the difference in protecting his father's home.
Plus, reports of jacked up pricing and price gouging for families displaced by the wildfires. The real estate nightmare for people who have already lost everything.
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
It's in our very nature.
to seek the excitement of the unexpected. An endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is California's #1 entertainment destination. Grab tickets for The Killers on February 18th. Catch the Lumineers on February 22nd. And country legend Reba McEntire March 20th. Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Man, I need some serious help with this health insurance stuff.
Check out Covered California. It's a free service from the state that helps you get health insurance. Millions of people have used it.
Wait, for real?
Mm-hmm. They even offer financial help to lower the cost.
No, how you know about all this?
That's how I got my insurance. I got a great plan for about $10 a month.
Okay, I see you.
If you've got questions, Covered California can help every step of the way. Enroll by January 31st. Covered California. This way to health insurance.
What has lasted 5,000 years was once almost lost. Now, the world awaits the divine culture's return. Shen Yun, coming to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, January 17th through the 19th. Buy tickets now at shenyun.com.
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
Protecting your home from wildfires, it really is top of mind for people living in areas with fire danger risk tonight. One family, though, says they are certain a home watering system saved their house from the Palisades fire.
Yeah, they live just a 4-minute walk from where the first 911 calls came in for the Palisades fire. NBC4's Hetty Chang is live in that family's backyard with a look at that system. Hetty.
Yeah, Colleen and Michael, we were just listening to the interview in Conan's report there from that homeowner. This is kind of like a homemade sprinkling system, but think of it as much more advanced. This is the Goling family swimming pool. It used to have about 20,000 gallons of water. It's all gone now, they say, because it went to protect their property.
This is where we set up our sprinkler for quite a bit of time.
Patrick Goling tells us he's certain two things saved his father's Palisades Highlands home.
We cleared out brush that was on our property all the way here, and if you see there, all the trees, everything was cleared on the bottom. Everything dry and dead, we cleared out.
The other thing is now sitting in his father's garage.
It's a water pump that's fueled by a Honda engine.
Consider it a generator-powered, homemade sprinkler system that you hook up to your swimming pool. Goling's father purchased it from someone online last summer for $3,700.
I envisioned this being burning, and I said to myself, this is a catastrophe to happen.
This is video of the family's test run a few months ago. At the time, they couldn't have known one of the most devastating fires in history would race through their neighborhood.
When we came back on Thursday, we were so shocked to see this tree that had caught fire and all this hillside below. And that's when it occurred to us that there's no doubt in our mind that if this wasn't soaking for 5 hours, that the fire would have lit up and burnt everything.
The Golings ran the equipment for 10 hours after the Palisades fire started Tuesday. They drained their 20,000-gallon pool and the one next door. Their homes are among the few dozen in their Highlands neighborhood that survived. The Golings say they feel for their community and so many who lost everything. They do believe luck was on their side, but also feel their home watering system saved their home.
People should be better prepared for future fires. Fires aren't going anywhere.
We want people to save their homes. We saved our home. We want to share our experience with them.
Again, the Goling family spent about $3,700 on this system. They also realized that not everybody has a swimming pool, but there's other ways they did protect their property. Notice how they moved all the patio furniture off of their balcony away from the house. That, along with brush clearance and this homemade sprinkler system, they believe is why they have a home to return to. We're live in the Pacific Palisades tonight. Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
And as I mentioned, a little bit of luck. Hetty, thank you for that. Want to give you a live look right now from our camera here in Universal City as we wait on yet more wind. Meteorologist Melissa McGee timing it out for you in your first alert forecast. Hey, Melissa.
Hi there, Michael. And yeah, we are tracking those strong winds, but right now it's really quiet. It was actually a great afternoon earlier today. Temperatures were in the 60s. As we're looking at a picture outside of Long Beach here on this Monday evening, there are 4 things to watch because we are tracking moderate to locally strong Santa Ana winds on the way. So damaging winds tonight right through our Wednesday. The peak intensity overnight tonight, so 4 a.m. Tuesday until 12 p.m. on Wednesday. So more than a 24-hour period of some locally strong winds here in Southern California. Northeasterly winds for most spots, anywhere from 45 to 55 miles per hour in terms of those gusts. The mountain could have winds gusting as high as 70 miles per hour. So the difference with this Santa Ana wind event and the one we had last week is that, yes, we are not tracking hurricane force winds across the region. However, it is just as dangerous. And here's why. Relative humidity down into the teens and the single digits. So dry conditions on the ground will allow new or existing fires to spread fairly rapidly. And that's our highest concern over the next 72 hours here. So we've got wind alerts to tell you about. In tan, we've got the wind advisories for much of Orange County and the Inland Empire. And then the mustard shaded color here, that's a high wind warning. That's across areas in LA and Ventura counties. And this will stay up until 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Why the strong winds? We're tracking an upper level low and a surface high pressure. So we've got this cold mountain winds coming through and racing through the canyons and passes. The highest gusts out across the mountains and the foothills. That wind will downslope. It compresses as it warms at the surface and it dries out the atmosphere. So I want to do 2 things for you. I want to talk about LA and Ventura County winds and also Orange County and the IE. First, later on tonight for LA and Ventura counties at 11 o'clock, it's still pretty strong. The winds will start to develop tonight, close to 45 miles per hour in Moore Park, close to 40 for Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley. And also another difference with this event and last week, this is in our wind-prone spots, right through the Santa Clarita Valley, Ventura County, valleys and mountains. LA County, you are void of strong winds across our region this time. Now across areas in Orange County later on this evening when we are tracking those stronger winds. They develop tonight for Orange County mountains and they really start to intensify for you as we get into Tuesday afternoon. Close to 45 miles per hour in Beaumont and close to 40 miles per hour for some of the mountain spots in Orange County. So we will continue to track the winds, but no matter where you are over the next few days, air quality is a big concern. Moderate conditions for much of the basin, but the air is unhealthy for sensitive groups with this orange square here. That's for areas west of Downey, so Compton, Linwood, Southgate, and also where we're dealing with the Palisades fire. Make sure you monitor conditions outside. The air is unhealthy for sensitive groups. So here's your forecast tomorrow for the basin. 68 degrees. We're tracking those winds Tuesday and Wednesday. Same thing for the coast. High temperatures in the middle and upper 60s. I am tracking a pattern change, though, as we get into Thursday. More of a northeasterly wind develops, more of an onshore flow. That marine layer is back, and it'll cool us down. 68 degrees for the valleys tomorrow, the Inland Empire, and it's 66, upper 60s, lower 70s as you head into your Wednesday. And then as we look at the high desert, 56 for your high temperature on Tuesday. Windy conditions or breezy. You can see for the low desert, upper 60s, around 70 the next few days. Mountains Tuesday and Wednesday, very windy for you. Otherwise, temperatures hanging out in the 40s. That's your forecast. Colleen, back over to you.
All right, Melissa, thank you. We have some breaking news to show you and to tell you about here. Right now, fire crews are battling a brush fire. This is in Yurupa Valley. This is, we understand, very close to DiMaggio Street. As you can see, smoke and flames coming from the brushes and the trees there. This fire is burning near homes. You could see that in one of the silhouette pictures there. We're just getting this video in right now. We're not sure about any evacuations. We're working to find that out. We will continue to follow this fire. Again, it's in Yurupa Valley. We'll bring you updates as soon as we have them.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Give up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this sofa with our patent dream seating for just $399, or get 2 recliners for just $188.
Going on now.
Cash offer for your house today, regardless of condition. We buy houses as is. It can be move-in ready or a complete fixer. MyHomeSold.com makes selling your house easier than ever. When you sell to MyHomeSold.com, you'll save money with no commissions, no fees, no banks, no repairs. Just go to MyHomeSold.com for a free, no obligation, as-is cash offer. That's MyHomeSold.com.
My name is Putu Ariawan. I'm driving a Toyota Prius. This is a used car when I purchased it. The dealership checked from top to bottom, bumper to bumper. I know it's guaranteed. Beside the typical Toyota reliability, the value is there. It holds its value. You know, that's impressive.
Now get a low APR on a reliable Toyota certified used vehicle. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
At Saboba Casino Resort, we want to make one thing perfectly clear. Things have changed a lot around here.
Start your year off right at Jerome's New Year's clearance event, going on now.
Give up to 50% off of Jerry's already low prices, like this Queen Joe memory foam mattress for just $398, or get 2 recliners for just $188.
Going on now.
We don't want patients coming in here telling us what they want and how they want it. It's not some Quiznos.
St. Dennis Medical returns Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Every person
on Deal or No Deal Island
is motivated purely by
money, money, money.
Everyone's gonna lie.
You're gonna be safe.
Deceive, that's how you win.
I like it. Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
We have some more details right now on those criminal charges just announced against the people accused of looting and burglary. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says 10 people, 10 now, facing charges, 9 of them associated with looting and burglary. 1 person has been charged with arson. That arson charge not associated with any of the major fires. Apparently, it's connected to a fire at a park in Azusa.
Many wildfire survivors are reporting a spike in rental prices in L.A. since the fire started last week. NBC4's McCullough Medina spoke with some of them who say they've seen an 80% jump on rentals in recent days, which has only created another hurdle for them.
I read about a Beverly Hills mansion that went up like 86%.
Real estate broker Jimmy Mercado is talking about this Bel Air mansion listed this weekend for $29,500 a month. That's up from $15,900 when it was last listed in September. The listing has since been removed, but we found other listings that show a 29 or 22% hike in prices since the days after the fire. Mercado says it's a clear example of the jacked up prices that those in need are facing right now after losing everything because of the fires.
I've had calls from people who've lost their homes and looking for places, and I know the prices have significantly increased illegally.
Illegal is the key term here. Under California law, when an emergency declaration is made, it includes a ban on increasing prices more than 10% compared to pre-disaster listings.
In one night I slept by my sister, one night I slept by my mother, one night I slept in the car.
Rafi Antibi is an evacuee from Malibu. He owns Rafi Lounge there. He is disgusted, he says, about the attempt to make a quick buck on a disaster that he's still trying to maneuver through.
This is the most horrible thing I've heard. That's like, for me, it's just as been as somebody who's looting.
They've increased the rent by like 30%, 50%, 60% since January 7th.
It disturbed Chelsea Clark, an LA Tenants Union organizer, so much that she decided to track the jacked up prices on this public Google Doc and report the listings to the state and local governments.
I'd say hundreds of people have contributed. We have 465 submissions so far. We're seeing some disgusting rent gouging happening right now.
For Rafi, he hopes those trying to make a buck will get what's due.
We maybe take some money, but enjoy your jail time after. That's what I said to those people. I think right now it's the time for community to support each other.
Now, if you'd like to help with wildfire relief efforts, NBC4 is partnering with the American Red Cross to help those affected. You can go to our website, NBCLA.com, or call the number that you see on the screen there.
We leave you with a look at a new mural in Venice honoring the firefighters working around the clock to keep us safe. You're watching the NBC4 News at 6. We're back right after this.
Eight Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
Why do we grill to order at Waba Grill? It's just better for you. Right now, get our Value Bowl combo for only $8.99. Waba Grill, it's for you.
What's the secret to bringing a party together? A great meal that everyone loves. Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks are here to impress your friends and family. Mess-free, easy to prepare, and packed with mouth-watering flavor. They'll take your game day, dinner, or snack time to the next level. Look for Redbird Farms Super French Drumsticks in the frozen section and bring home what real chicken tastes like.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
More money for your home. It's true. Home sellers everywhere are walking away with tens of thousands more for their home because of the 72 Sold program. This process is disrupting the traditional way homes are sold because it's faster, it's easier, and it's way more profitable. If you're thinking about selling your home, there's one reason why you should go to 72sold.com. More money for your home.
The annual clearance event is going on now at Mathis Home with doorbuster prices in every department. Shop hundreds of sofas in all the latest styles and get huge discounts. Get closeout prices on bedroom and dining furniture, or choose from a huge assortment of recliners from all the top brands. Plus, they're all in stock, so you can take it home today with our fast and easy financing. Come save at the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
The Lakers are stepping up in another way tonight.
Back on the court at Crypto.com Arena after having their past 2 games postponed. Mario Solis live in downtown to show us what the Lakers are up to. Mario.
Guys, thank you. Lakers are going to be back on the court tonight. They postponed a couple of games last week, and it's also a very special night, not just because the Lakers are playing, but also because there's a good cause tonight. They've started a donation drive. Liz, you are a season ticket holder, and you made it a point to bring this. Why? Where did that need come from?
Of course, it's important to help our community and to come together as a community to help the fire victims and people that have been displaced.
All right, now you're going to head on over there and drop off your stuff. Matt, in charge of community relations, give us a little insight. What should people be bringing?
We're looking for toiletry items, brand new sealed toiletry items, shampoo, toothbrush, toothpastes. Bring it. We'll be happy to get those redistributed out to our partner, the LA Food Bank. So we're also looking for high protein food items, power bars, energy bars. Those will all go a long way to help keep our community going.
Right. You were mentioning also that if you cannot make it tonight, there will be 2 other games this week, Wednesday and Friday, right? 90 minutes before tip and through halftime. And also you'll be open at your facility in El Segundo Tuesday through Friday. What time?
Exactly. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Drive-through donations at our headquarters in El Segundo.
There you go. That's it. All right, that's it. Live from Crypto.com Arena. Back to you guys.
All right, Mario, we'll be back at 7 with the latest on the winds and the wildfires.
West Coast edition of the NBC Nightly News starts right now.
Tonight, the critical hours in the wildfire fight in Southern California as more dangerous winds threaten to bring new destruction. Crews racing to contain these historic fires just as Santa Ana winds return with gusts up to 70 miles an hour, threatening the air assault on the flames and potentially spreading new infernos. We're on the front lines with the team hunting for hotspots. The death toll rising to at least 24. Dozens of arrests made, including looting charges, and investigators zeroing in on what sparked the largest blaze, the Palisades fire. Was there a human cause? Plus, the desperate homeowners who have been defending their homes with hoses, the disaster making California's dire housing crisis even worse. Our team in the fire zone and Al Roper tracking the winds. Also tonight, the first major movement in months on a possible ceasefire deal in Gaza. Could an agreement be struck before President Biden leaves office? A critical week for President-elect Trump and his cabinet nominees. Confirmation hearings set to begin. First up, Pete Hegseth, his pick for defense secretary. The tough questions he faces about his experience and his conduct. The alarming new study on the rising risk of dementia and what you can do to minimize your risk. And the emotional reunion in California, the dog back together with his owner and the firefighter who saved his life.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
And good evening. I'm Tom Yamas, in for Lester, who is on assignment overseas. Tonight, there is new concern about the fire emergency and threat here in Los Angeles. That's because those Santa Ana winds that spread these fires so rapidly and destructively are once again forecast to ramp up. The situation so extreme, the National Weather Service says, quote, this setup is about as bad as it gets. There is some progress, though. We saw it firsthand. The Palisades fire, the largest, is 14% contained, and the Eaton fire is now 33% contained. Brush fires sparking even as far south as San Diego at the Marine Corps Air Station in Miramar. In a moment, we take you on the front lines with hotspot crews working these dry hills, knowing the fires could kick up at any moment. The mission is urgent tonight. For now, at least 24 people are reported dead, with many more missing. Tonight, about 100,000 people here remain under evacuation orders. And for many, the next big challenge is finding a temporary place to live with not much available. And when it is, sometimes the prices have been raised sky high. We'll get to that in a moment, but first, the latest on the firefight. Fire crews working nonstop, waging an all-out battle from the air and the ground as they brace for the worst of those punishing Santa Ana winds. The National Weather Service warning conditions to be as bad as it gets, with the potential for hurricane-force winds over the next 48 hours. 13 million are under red flag warnings, stretching north of Santa Barbara to San Diego County. With more than 8,000 firefighters now in the front lines, officials insist they're better prepared with more ground and air resources this time around. Just behind us here, you can see a massive burn scar. There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger. And that's why there are lines of firefighters right now with cutting tools like chainsaws and axes, clearing all the brush, making sure there's no fuel in case those winds pick up and carry embers. We were with CAL FIRE as they worked to clear brush before those dangerous winds hit burn zones.
So you're worried about this area because there's still brush here and it's so close to those homes right there. That's correct.
Firefighters lined up on cliffs, scaling canyons, and on the lookout.
They're putting their lives on the line to get out in front of something that most people wouldn't get in front of.
Over the weekend, California's National Guard dropping flame retardant on hot spots in the Palisades fire. After flare-ups forced new evacuations in Encino and Brentwood, triggering this eerie fire-nado. The Eaton and Palisades fire still mostly uncontained, with speculation on the origins of the infernos running rampant. The ATF now leading a newly formed task force to investigate the cause of the Palisades fire, as multiple law enforcement sources tell NBC News that a possible human cause is an early focus in this case.
They're identifying cause and origin for each of these separate fires. There's so many of them. None have been ruled out of arson.
The death toll has now reached 24 and expected to rise, including 95-year-old Delise Mama D. Curry of Altadena.
That was her refrigerator. This is where she would be.
Her granddaughter looking for her remains in what's left of her home.
Mama D, are you here?
Officials today urging residents to stay out of evacuation zones.
People are saying, I just want to go look at my house and I want to see what's left. We know that, but we have people literally looking for the remains of your neighbors.
Law enforcement in the region announcing more than 70 arrests, including looting and burglary charges. The FBI says unauthorized drones over the fire zones are now well into the double digits as they search for the drone pilot that crashed into a Canadian super scooper last week, grounding the aircraft for days. Today, the Los Angeles Unified School District reopened most of its 1,000 campuses, giving students some return to normalcy.
I've been pretty scared coming here, but I feel, but as long as the doors are open, I feel safe.
Schools damaged by the fires or inside the evacuation zones remain closed, with tens of thousands pushed from their homes, now forced to start over. One estimate says the insured losses are already at least $30 billion.
Right now, I'm trying to just keep it together to find us a place to live for us, temporary living for our family and my parents.
Andrea Heindel lost her family home, as did her parents.
How tough is it?
It is tough. There's millions of people looking at millions of different places, and so we just have to figure out one step at a time how we're going to handle it.
And with the winds bringing the possibility of new fires and destruction just like this, some homeowners plan to take matters into their own hands once again. Gotti Schwartz tonight with their stories.
For days, so many across Los Angeles faced off against apocalyptic wildfires. Some homeowners defying the evacuation orders, choosing to protect their properties amid the hellscape.
We need a water drop. We need a water drop.
Sprinklers, hoses, generators, pumps, and tonight facing new red flag warnings, some Angelenos say they are preparing for round two. In wealthy enclaves, rows of water trucks and private firefighters standing at the ready.
And right here we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different water trucks. There's another 3 down the way.
Those in the evacuation zones who lived to tell the tale of how they saved their streets say they did what they could with high-pressured hoses.
So we were in all of our neighbors' backyards and lugging our hoses around.
In Altadena, Felipe Carrillo saving 2 houses on his street with a garden hose.
I caught on fire a couple of times.
You caught on fire?
Yes, and so what I started doing is every once in a while I would just spray myself with the garden hose. Just soak myself with the garden hose and continue to fight.
Fire officials say those who stay to fight the fire are putting their lives at risk. 66-year-old Victor Shaw died in the Eaton fire. His remains found holding a garden hose. Right along the coast, owners of this row of homes had their own fire hoses ready and some willing to risk their lives.
There's another hot spot that just started up. So we're hooking up our fire hoses again to put it down before the wind starts again.
When the fire rolled in, Clayton Colbert and his friends stood their ground, tapping into the hydrant and saving 6 homes.
Do you have any firefighting experience? I mean,
I do now.
Yeah. What do you think would have happened if you and your neighbors weren't here?
Oh, my house would have been gone in a matter of minutes.
Tonight, Steve Foster's home is still standing, but most of the surrounding community is gone.
It's been difficult, but we're getting through it.
Would you leave?
I'm not leaving. I've been here the whole time. I have no intentions of leaving until my neighbors are back.
And Tom, technically, it's a misdemeanor not to evacuate during the chaos, but it's not always enforced. However, firefighters say, bottom line, every moment during a firefight is precious, and if they have to be pulled off of a fire line to come save someone that is not supposed to be there, it not only jeopardizes their lives, but puts the whole community at risk. Tom?
Gotti Schwartz tonight for us in Malibu. Gotti, we thank you for that. And for those who have lost everything, another crisis has quickly emerged. Where will they find a new place to live? Here's Morgan Chesky.
We're gonna find a house, I promise. I promise we'll find a house.
A promise for a new home. Ashley and Tim Palmatier are now fighting to keep amid a disaster that's ignited a citywide housing crisis. The family of 5, 6, including their pup Apollo, one of dozens, packing an open house. After watching flames approach, then engulf their beloved Palisades home.
Wednesday afternoon, we saw footage that our entire neighborhood had burned down.
With more than 12,000 structures destroyed and potentially more to come, the demand for LA's rental market exploding overnight.
You call and you're like, hey, can I come see it? And they're like, nope, it's rented. You call another one. Hey, can I come see it today? Nope, it's rented already. So it's
Ashley says she's looked into 50 properties over the last several days.
In some cases, people driving hours just to find a home.
Yes, yes.
LA realtor Tanya Stosky says fewer options are already leading to price gouging.
We have greedy landlords who are spiking up the prices, and we also have a bidding war as well.
A check on Zillow for one property near the Palisades 3 days after the fires began shows rent jumping $10,000. It's since been removed, but officials warn price surges are growing. The governor declared a state of emergency last week, which means any price hike over 10% on essential goods, including rental housing, is illegal under California law.
Price gouging is sick, it's wrong, it's illegal. These scams taking advantage of victims and re-victimizing them.
They say if you see or are a victim of price gouging, report it immediately to local law enforcement or state authorities.
then we'll find another one. We'll just keep looking.
For the Palmatiers, it's not just about getting a place to live. They've also got to get their kids back in the classroom after their schools burned to the ground.
How are y'all staying sane amidst all this?
Just taking it one step at a time. Our friends have been amazing. Our community across the country has been amazing.
And Morgan joins us live tonight from a Palisades elementary school that once stood there. Morgan, what's the plan for those students now?
Yeah, Tom, tonight parents are giving all the credit to school officials who just days after losing this entire school have already made plans for the student body to be absorbed into another LA school where classes are hoping to resume this Wednesday. Tom?
All right, Morgan, we thank you for that. The next round of high winds is nearly upon us. Al Roker tonight tracking it all. And Al, millions are under red flag warnings again tonight. Tell us what it all means.
All right. Well, Tom, we're talking about 13 million people from San Luis Obispo down to Campo. Gusting winds of up to 70 miles per hour. Humidity levels are dropping. A particularly dangerous situation. Pyramid Lake, San Fernando, Camarillo. And this is unfortunately due to climate change. In the last 36 years, the conditions are 9 degrees warmer, 15% drier, 20% windier. And right now, the winds are fairly calm, but they are starting to pick up within the next few hours. They will be at hurricane force, and that is going to limit the ability to bring some sort of air support in there. And as you can see for tomorrow, there is a critical risk from Santa Clarita to Los Angeles all the way down to Escondido. So we're going to continue to track this, have the latest tomorrow morning, Tom.
Everyone tracking those winds here in Los Angeles. All right, Al, we thank you for that. We do want to take a turn now to the Middle East and the growing potential for a ceasefire and hostage release deal. Richard Engel joins us tonight. And Richard, it sounds like all sides seem to be optimistic.
Tom, a senior Arab negotiator tells me this is the most progress they've seen in months, and that it comes after intense efforts from the Prime Minister of Qatar and President-elect Trump's personal envoy. According to 2 U.S. officials, 48 hours after this deal is signed, potentially this week, Hamas would begin to release a large number of hostages, and that ultimately all of the hostages would be set free. In exchange, Israel would end major combat operations in Gaza after nearly 47,000 Palestinians have been killed, according to local officials, and Israeli troops would pull out of major Palestinian population centers. According to the officials, some of the hostages, Tom, are, quote, in bad shape.
Richard Engel for us tonight. Richard, we thank you. Back home now to the confirmation hearings beginning this week for President-elect Trump's cabinet nominees. The first up, Pete Hegseth, his embattled pick for defense secretary. Here's Garrett Haake.
Tonight, a visit by President-elect Trump to California's devastated wildfire zone is under active discussion inside the Trump transition, sources tell NBC News. As the Trump team also preps for 13 high-stakes confirmation hearings this week for Trump's cabinet picks. With smooth confirmations expected for Marco Rubio as Secretary of State, Pam Bondi as Attorney General, and Scott Bessent as Treasury Secretary, among others. But then there's embattled Pentagon pick Pete Hegseth, whose hearing tomorrow could be make or break.
He can expect his hearing to be tough but respectful, candid but fair.
Hegseth, a former Fox News host and decorated combat veteran, is likely to be pressed about allegations of sexual assault and excessive drinking, allegations he denies. If all Democrats vote against him, Hegseth can only afford 3 Republican defections.
What are you hoping to hear from him?
Well, I think he's got a lot of questions that need to be answered.
As the vice president-elect is detailing an Inauguration Day blitz of executive orders focused on immigration.
Dozens of executive orders coming from the Trump administration, coming from us on day one that send a message to Customs and Border Patrol: you guys are allowed to do your job again, and to illegal immigrants all over the world: you are not welcome into this country illegally.
As for potential January 6 pardons, Vance said those who protested nonviolently should be pardoned, while those who committed violence should not. Tom?
Okay, Garrett, thank you. In 60 seconds, former North Korean soldiers described the brutality under which they served as the first North Koreans fighting for Russia are captured by Ukraine. Stay with us.
With Dupixent, stay ahead of moderate to severe eczema as you welcome the feeling of touch with clearer skin and less itch. The #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists helps heal your skin from within. Severe allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for face, mouth, tongue, or throat swelling, wheezing, or trouble breathing. Tell your doctor of new or worsening eye problems like eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma or other medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
My name's Dan. I live here in San Antonio, Texas. I ran my own HVAC business and now I'm retired. I'm not good being retired. I'm a pain in the neck. I like to be able to have a purpose. About 3 or 4 years ago, I felt like I was starting to slip. I saw the Prevagen commercials. After a short amount of time taking Prevagen, I started noticing a difference. I stopped taking Prevagen and I found myself slacking back, so I jumped right back on it. I've been taking Prevagen for about 2 years now, and I've found a huge difference.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
We are back now with a rare look into Kim Jong-un's military from the first North Korean soldiers captured while fighting for Russia. Here's Janice Mackey-Freyer.
Tonight, the first North Korean soldiers Ukraine says it has captured alive. Seen in this video being questioned by Ukraine's military with help from South Korean intelligence. One telling interrogators he thought he was going to Russia for training, not war. The soldiers providing a rare glimpse into how North Korean troops are fighting with Russian forces in Kursk, where U.S. officials say they're taking heavy losses. Roy Sung-hyun was a North Korean soldier until 2019, when he ran across the demilitarized zone to freedom in South Korea.
Honestly, it's not easy to capture North Korean soldier.
Why is it not easy?
Before captured, they suicide themselves. They training like that.
He says every recruit learns a song about saving their last bullet for themselves to avoid capture. Interviews with several former North Korean soldiers reveal one of the world's largest standing armies lacks regular training in modern warfare.
I think I only fired 3 bullets per year. When I moved to a special force, we do had more than 20 bullets.
Most months, they say, spent on farming and construction. For Lee Chul-yoon, who swam 6 hours to escape, the main enemy was hunger. Grass, potatoes, even tree bark, he says. You ate tree bark? There's no rule for the kind of meals served. President Zelensky now making an offer to Kim Jong-un to swap his soldiers for Ukrainian prisoners in Russia. The captives living proof, he says, of the widening war. Janice Mackey-Freyer, NBC News, Seoul.
And up next, the troubling new numbers about cases of dementia.
For people who feel limited by the unpredictability of generalized myasthenia gravis, season to season, Ultomiris is continuous symptom control with improvement in activities of daily living and reduced muscle weakness. And Ultomiris is the only long-acting GMG treatment with the freedom of just 6 to 7 infusions per year. For a predictable routine I can count on.
Ultomiris may lower your immune system's ability to fight infections, increasing your chance of serious meningococcal and other infections which may become life-threatening or fatal. Complete or update meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before you start. If treatment is urgent and you're not vaccinated, you should receive antibiotics with your vaccines. Don't start if you have a meningococcal infection. Infusion reactions may include back, belly, limb or chest pain, muscle spasms, blood pressure changes, tiredness, shaking chills, bad taste, breathing problems, or face, tongue, or throat swelling. Ultomiris is continuous symptom control. Ask your neurologist about starting Ultomiris.
Tap into Etsy for home and style staples to help you set any vibe. From custom lighting under $150 to vintage jackets under $100. For affordable pieces to help you make a fresh start, Etsy has it.
Today, my friend, you did it! You did it!
Pursue a better you with Centrum. It's a small win toward taking charge of your health. So this year, you can say,
You did it!
What I gotta fix? If I'm not broken,
oh, come
what I
on.
gotta fix? What I gotta fix? What I gotta...
Oh, no.
You break it, we take it. At Verizon, anyone can trade in any phone in any condition, guaranteed, and get Samsung Galaxy S24 for everyone in the family. Only on Verizon.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our matching platform lets you spend less time searching and more time connecting with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold or Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew, fizz. Feel better fast. No water needed. New Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
Okay, guys, instead of getting WeatherTech, I saved a few bucks and got some cheap foreign-made floor mats. But they really stink, so put these on.
Really, Gary? Mom, I'm thirsty.
Don't settle for cheap, stinky floor mats. At WeatherTech, we make our floor liners and cargo liners here in America out of pure, non-toxic American materials.
Dad, next time get WeatherTech. They don't stink.
I'm on it. Find out everything we have at WT.com.
For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
A brand new exhibition featuring one of the earliest known copies of the Old Testament alongside hundreds of ancient treasures. A collection never before on display. The Dead Sea Scrolls. Open now at the Reagan Library.
Back now with a health alert about the rising risk of dementia. Ann Thompson joins us now. And Ann, tell us about this new study.
Tom, this new number, a 42% risk of getting dementia after 55, scientists say is due in part to better tracking and the fact we're living longer. In fact, for women who live longer than men, the risk is now 48%. And the number of dementia cases among Black Americans is projected to triple. To stave off dementia, doctors say you need to exercise your brain just like the rest of your body. And that means taking care of your mental health, getting proper sleep, reducing your risk for cardiovascular disease and diabetes, and paying attention to hearing loss, which is associated with increased dementia risk. Tom?
Important tips there. All right, and we thank you for that. Next, the remarkable reunion between a man and his dog and the firefighter who made it possible.
Quarantine after 6 weeks.
What causes a curve down there?
Is it Peyronie's disease?
Is there somebody I can talk to or help?
I got somebody for that.
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
And my Progressive rep was super helpful.
Tom Hayes is passive-progressive.
The way Kevin says he always has to help you.
Tom doesn't have Progressive, so he takes it out on those who do.
If you switch, you can save hundreds.
Well, that's great. You could buy more of that cologne we all love.
Huh. Progressive called me back about the claim I filed.
Support when you need it. I wonder what that's like, huh?
In my office. Now, Tom!
Don't be passive-progressive.
This is bad, right?
Switch to get good coverage and savings for yourself.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
Are you 50 or older? Well, this news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Why? If you're 50 or older, even if you're healthy, you're 6 times more likely to be hospitalized. So schedule at vaxassist.com.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
After cooking a delicious Knorr chicken cheddar broccoli recipe, you will want to close your delivery apps because nothing beats a perfect combo of sweet tomatoes and smooth, silky zucchini. Make your own Knorr taste combo. It's not fast food, but it's so good.
Molly leaving was one thing, but then I thought Mom's osteoporosis might keep us stuck on the couch. No way. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can do more than just slow bone loss. You can build new bone in 12 months with Evenity. Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk. She said the Evenity she's taking builds new bone. Builds new bone!
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity.
Building bone? We dig it.
Want stronger bones? Ask your doctor about Evenity.
Every morning, we choose how to begin.
When we step through the morning together, we walk through the rest of our day feeling just a little bit better.
We come here to make the most of today. We are each other's people. We are today.
Coming up on the NBC4 News at 7, we continue our coverage of the wildfires burning across Southern California, including the suspected looters facing several charges.
And we still have dangerous fire conditions across Southern California. I've got details on the forecast at 7.
And finally tonight, amid the destruction in California, we have witnessed miracles, big and small, but none quite like the one you're about to see from Liz Kreutz and a dog named Oreo.
That was it. I couldn't go.
We first met Casey Colvin amidst the chaos of evacuations.
My boss was actually calling me saying, "Is everything okay in the Palisades?" I said, "I'm in the city. I don't know."
The Pacific Palisades resident raced back, even renting a bike, trying to get home to his 2 dogs inside, but couldn't get past the roadblock.
I literally rescued them off the street. They deserve better than this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
How do I get to my house?
A firefighter offered to go for him, knocking down his door, rescuing one of his 2 dogs. But the other, Oreo, was still missing.
Got the dog?
Yeah, this is my daughter. The behavioral dog, he ran out of the house.
Later that night, the Palisades fire reduced Casey's home to rubble, but his only concern, Oreo. For 5 days, he was missing. Then, Casey got a call. Oreo spotted in the neighboring property.
It's your daddy! Hi, Bubba! How's the fire? Oh, honey! Oh, honey! Oh, my God!
It's the happy ending Casey prayed for.
Oh, honey! Oh,
and there's one person he really wanted to thank.
Hey, this guy saved your life! This guy saved your life! And you look like a Ken doll! What's up, dude?
Cal Fire Battalion Chief Brent Pasqua.
If that dog could talk, he would have a story to tell. He would have a national bestseller.
Had he not knocked down that door, both dogs would have been trapped inside.
Casey, what do you want to say to Brent?
When I first met you, I was in the middle of crisis. I was in the middle of a firestorm. My dogs would have died if not for you.
Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Los Angeles.
We'll keep an eye out for that bestseller. We thank Liz for that story, and we thank you for watching Nightly News. I'm Tom Yamas in Los Angeles. Have a great night.
This fire is impacting truly everyone.
But right now, we're getting a glimmer of hope with a grassroots volunteer effort.
People helping people. And this is the most beautiful example of that happening.
Everybody wants to help in some way.
I heard
just this loud in my face. That's when I realized I've been hit by a semi-truck. I had over 100 doctor's appointments, including surgery. I was nervous about dealing with the insurance companies, all the injuries that I was going to be dealing with, all the bills I might pay. And that's when I Googled and saw Jacoby & Myers was #1 for injury lawyers. Once I hired Jacoby & Myers, all the medical bills were paid off. Jacoby & Myers changed my life.
You may not be able to tell from the outside, but cars are more complicated than ever on the inside. That's why you need to take your car to a place where the technicians really know what they're doing. At AMCO, we've been fixing cars for almost 60 years. From simple brake jobs to complex transmissions. There's nothing the experts at AMCO haven't seen or fixed. That's why we know cars inside and out. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. AA MCO.
Next, all new Kelly. Dennis Leary from No Good Deed. Plus Kelsey Asbill from Yellowstone.
Tomorrow at 2 on NBC4. NBC4 News at 7 starts with breaking news.
It has been nearly 1 week since the Palisades and the Eaton fires started. More than 15,000 firefighters continue to work around the clock, with more still on the way. And tonight, there is a new threat.
Firefighters are bracing for more strong winds overnight and into tomorrow. Meteorologist David Bigger is tracking what you need to know. David.
And Michael and Colleen, as we go through the next couple of hours.
But first, here's a look at the latest numbers on the fires. The Palisades fire has burned nearly 24,000 acres, containment 14%. Meantime, the Eaton fire has burned more than 14,000 acres, 33% containment here. The death toll stands at 24 across LA County. Tens of thousands of people are still under evacuation orders. Also, if you live in the 90272 zip code or adjacent communities north of San Vicente Boulevard, the LADWP says do not drink the tap water. There could be fire-related contamination in the water system. And the same is true for areas around the Eaton fire as well.
Now, like we said, more winds are expected to return overnight. Let's bring in David Bigger right now, tracking the next round of winds headed our way. David.
Yeah, Michael and Colleen, we are looking at some wind out there right now, but we have some additional wind coming our way through the overnight hours for tonight. I wanted to quickly start off by just showing you the conditions around 2 of the big fires. You can see for the Palisades fire, we've got some wind gusts up into about the 18-mile-per-hour range, so fortunately not too strong across some of our ridgetop observation sites. Same for Malibu Creek, and around Santa Monica, the winds are relatively calm. That's all very good news for firefighters tonight. As you take a look around the Eden fire, it is still very dry out there. We've got humidities running in the teens and the low 20% range, but we've only got light winds right now pretty much around all of our observation sites. Again, very good news for the firefighters. As we take a look at the current gusts across the region, you can see that south the Cone Pass, we've got a couple of gusts in the 20 to 30 mile per hour range. We've got some gusts as well across LA and Ventura County wind prone spots, but it does look like as we go through the next couple of hours tonight that the winds will likely pick up. So we still have fire weather across the region all the way through Wednesday. We'll have the Santa Ana winds through Wednesday as well. So for all the shaded areas you see here, we're under a red flag warning through 6 p.m. The combination of the winds and low humidity making for high fire danger. I want to point out the San Gabriel Valley has now been included with this red flag warning. Originally, the San Gabriel Valley, along with the basin, completely clear of the red flag warning, but it has been extended into the San Gabriel Valley. Within the red flag warning itself, we also have what's called a particularly dangerous situation. This speaks to the strong winds that we'll see as we go through the next couple of hours, potentially downing some trees, but especially leading to some erratic and extreme fire behavior if we get any new fire starts. I'll have details on the winds coming up in just a few minutes. Back to you, Michael.
All right, David, thank you. I want to give you a live look at the weather conditions in the San Fernando Valley right now. Our coverage of this next wind event continues with NBC4's Camila Rambaldi in Porter Ranch.
You can hear the winds picking up Monday afternoon in Porter Ranch. The San Fernando Valley is bracing for another round of strong winds over the next couple of days. People who live in this area say they are staying alert and ready to go.
Porter Ranch is so windy, so I'm always worried. We are making sure we keep food in the house, those kind of basic things, but making sure we watch the news and stay updated with all the updates from the fire department.
This is Letitia Bender with her son, Caden.
I'm just a little worried for like the people that lost their homes because of the fire
and I just hope that it doesn't come anywhere near us.
We also caught up with Gloria Santos. She says she has already set aside important items in case she needs to evacuate.
This fire could start any place, any area. Documents and some clothes, medications, and some, that's all pretty much.
The message here is to remain prepared. In Porter Ranch, Camilla Rambaldi, NBC4 News.
All right, so here's what you should have in your wildfire go bag: a pair of glasses or contact lenses if you need them, copies of your IDs like your driver's license and passport, any prescription medications you might be taking, a USB drive with photos of your valuables in case you need to file an insurance claim, a flashlight, a paper map, and some cash.
Now, as fire crews work to get more containment on the Palisades fire, we found this today. Investigators working to figure out how it started. Today, News Chopper 4 spotted arson investigators in Skull Canyon. This is near a neighborhood on the north side of the Pacific Palisades. And this new video just into our newsroom shows a closer look at the investigation from the ground. Investigators are looking for any clues at all that might point to how the fire started last Tuesday. Law enforcement sources tell NBC News they are looking to see if the fire was started by a person, but they're not ruling out that it may have been started by accident. Finding out the cause could and may take months.
All right, we have some new information tonight on those criminal charges announced against the people accused of looting and burglary in the wake of these fires. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says 10 people are now facing charges. 9 of them are linked to looting and burglary, and 1 person has been charged with arson. Now, bear in mind here, this arson charge is not associated with any of the major fires here in Southern California. It's connected to a fire at a park in Azusa. Supervisor Catherine Barger says accountability in LA County is alive and well.
And for those that left their home and it's still standing, their greatest fear is they're going to go back and it's going to be looted. The fact that you are prosecuting and recognizing that there are victims beyond what anyone even realizes is refreshing.
LA County Sheriff Robert Luna reminded people again to stay out of the areas under curfew. He warned you will be caught and arrested.
Let's turn now to our reporter Candace Sweat with our station in Dallas-Fort Worth.
She's live in Palisades with a look at the extensive damage left behind there. Candace.
Yeah, we're at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Swarthmore Avenue, a place where people would come and do Pilates, go to restaurants, live, work, play, have fun. This restaurant here, you can imagine this was a place where folks would come and have anniversary dinners, birthday dinners. Now it's a ghost town as the work is still being done to contain a fire that has destroyed more than 23,000 acres. Right now, the Palisades fire is at 14% contained and continues to be a threat to homes and businesses in the area. Already, though, people's lives have been upended with tens of thousands of acres burned. We've seen the National Guard here on the ground, and we know they're also helping to fight the fire as well. It's difficult and too soon right now for people to fully process and imagine the magnitude of the loss as evacuation orders are still in place. But we did speak to a man who's lived here his entire life, and though he's surrounded by devastation, he has hope for rebuilding.
I mean, it's too nice here. I mean, we have the ocean breezes. We're right near the mountains, of course, and it's just too nice an area not to develop. I mean, it'll rebuild. It'll be several years before, and a lot of the old structures that have been here for 100 years or more have been wiped out in this fire.
And it's hard to imagine life before or even after this destruction, but you can't help to be thankful for people like Mr. Wilkin, people who know this community, know the grit and the spirit of this community, and really have that hope and that faith that he will see his hometown rebuild again. For now, though, people are watching the weather, watching the winds to see what's going to happen in the coming days. In the Palisades, Candace Sweat, NBC4.
Candace, thank you for that. Now, it's a symbol of love, a family treasure found in the debris of the Eaton fire. Firefighters helped one woman find her wedding band after her home burned down. The woman says she set the rings by the front door last week in her rush to evacuate. She meant to grab them before she left, but sadly, She just forgot. She didn't do it. So she returned on a mission and asked nearby firefighters if they would help her look.
They're just like hands and knees digging through the ash. And one of the guys says, I found a ring, but it's not gold. And I said, oh my God, that's my wedding band.
Victoria thinks she found some other melted parts of her wedding ring as well, but she says she's definitely holding on to that wedding band forever. Great picture of her with those firefighters.
All right, coming up, rebuilding following all the devastation. The mayor of Paradise, a town ravaged by the Camp Fire, joins us next to talk about the challenges of rebuilding.
You can see a single firefighter just desperately trying to put out the fire.
It's really, really smoky, but those firefighters just standing in the middle of it.
They are right up against it with the fire blowing right at them.
These firefighters, man, they're working.
And they have been working for quite some time. 18 hours that these firefighters have been on the line.
These firefighters, they don't quit.
These are the real heroes right here. They are protecting life.
We're doing the best we can.
We're doing more than the best.
Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference. Clean water is essential to look and feel your best. And nothing filters harsh, smelly chemicals out of all the water in your home like the LifeSource water system. Taste and feel clean water for life. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Experts say the recovery for fire zones will be a sustained effort. Images show the devastation left behind from the Palisades and the Eaton fires. Neighborhoods are gone. Decades of growth wiped out in just hours.
The devastation is similar to that of the Camp Fire, which destroyed the town of Paradise in 2018. Now, to date, the Camp Fire is the most destructive wildfire in state history. According to CAL FIRE, the Palisades and Eaton fires are third and fourth on that list. With us now live is the current mayor of Paradise, Steve Crowder. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course, this fire was 6 years ago and remains the most destructive wildfire in state history. So how much has been built already and how quickly, and how much still needs to be done here?
Well, we're figuring our rebuild is about a 20-year rebuild. We lost 95% of our town. We started the day at about 13,500 structures and ended the day at less than, well, about 1,700 structures. Our infrastructure, our power grid was totally gone. Our roads, good part of them were destroyed. So we had to go, we had a lot to do. So currently right now, our population is 11,000 people. We were 26,000 before the fire. We've got about a third of our housing stock back. We are having all of our utilities undergrounded. We are probably a year out from completion on that, probably 2 years out on completion of paving all the, finished paving all the public roads in town. Schools have rebuilt and remodeled. So our demographics here are changing. We were kind of a retirement community before. Now we're attracting a lot of younger families. Right after the fire, the majority of the people coming back, probably 70%, were people that were burned out and wanted to come home. And now, as people return, it's about a 50-50 mix of new people that haven't lived here before, as well as returning.
Mayor, the governor and officials here have said they're going to cut through all the red tape, speed up the time for building permits. How realistic is that? And even with that, what is the basic time to rebuild a home or a structure?
Well, we were, before the fire, we built maybe 4 new homes a year. We started rebuilding probably 3 months after the fire. and on a pace of about 500 homes a year. We're down now to about 350 a year, which is still a big pace. We had our first home rebuilt in right under a year. So given that, debris removal took 9 months, I think we've done a great job of recovering. We've got a long ways to go. But I think we're further ahead than we ever thought we'd be. We had some issues with our water as well. So we're going good, and we were a real close-knit community, and people were going to do anything to get home.
All right, Mayor there of Paradise, we appreciate your time here tonight, and good luck on the continuous rebuild.
Thank you. And I need to send my heartfelt condolences to all of the citizens in Southern California that are impacted by these horrible fires. We can definitely relate, and just let you know you're not alone, because Paradise absolutely stands with you.
Mayor, thanks so much for your insight on this, and you touched on it. It's all about community, and we've realized here our community is so much greater and so much bigger than we ever thought. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
Our meteorologist, David Bigger, is here right now for another check of the forecast. We keep talking about those winds moving in.
Yes.
There's no change in that forecast, is there?
Unfortunately not. It does look like we'll still see some more wind as we go through the overnight hours tonight into tomorrow, and we may have some additional wind potentially coming our way a little bit later on in the week. So let's get to the fire forecast for tomorrow, the fire weather forecast, I should say. So we are looking at an area of what we call extreme fire conditions across portions of Ventura County and northern LA County as we get into tomorrow. This is the combination of some of the gustiest winds and the lowest humidities. And of course, as you probably know, because we haven't had any rainfall in what seems like forever at this point, we're looking at some very dry fuel moistures, and those ingredients combined really elevating the fire danger across a good chunk of Southern California. Now, here's what it looks like wind-wise as we get into tonight and tomorrow. And I just want to give you one note before we get into this. I do think that Futurecast is overplaying the winds by just a little bit, but it's still a really good show of what we're going to be seeing potentially with some of our gusts as we go through the overnight hours tonight. So we'll start right around 10 o'clock this evening, and you can see that if you look across Ventura County, we've got plenty of locations potentially looking at gusts in the 25 to 35 mile per hour range, while some areas, especially around the basin and parts of the San Gabriel Valley, are relatively wind sheltered. San Fernando Valley, kind of on the border. I have a feeling this will be sort of like our traditional Santa Ana winds, where the western half of the San Fernando Valley, Porter Ranch, Northridge, Canoga Park, West Hills, Woodland Hills, probably all seeing the wind tonight, while some areas like Van Nuys and Burbank looking at relatively light winds. As we go through the rest of the overnight and head into the morning, you can see the color purple starting to pop up a bit more on this map, and that's an indication of wind gusts potentially in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range. I have a feeling that'll probably be the upper end of our wind gust strength, although we can't rule out an occasional gust above 60 miles an hour in a few spots, which is why we have such high fire danger getting into early tomorrow morning. But you can see where most of this is being felt. It's mainly Ventura County with this wind. For LA County, it's the northern half of the San Fernando Valley into the Santa Clarita Valley and our mountain locations. So something we'll watch very closely. And then, of course, Sunland and the Crescenta Valley also seeing some gusty winds as well. And we'll be watching the western half of the Palisades fire. As we go through the rest of Tuesday, the wind intensity comes down for the afternoon and evening, but by the evening, we're going to be seeing some gusts picking up across some parts of the Santa Monica Mountains. But again, the intensity definitely down from what we will be seeing during the early morning hours. And then for Wednesday morning, we'll see another little round of maybe these stronger gusts popping up across Ventura County before it looks like the winds start to get a bit lighter as we get through the rest of the day on Wednesday and we get closer to the end of this offshore wind. Just wanted to quickly show you what it looks like for the Inland Empire, south the Cajon Pass for tomorrow morning. That'll be the gustiest. It's that IE wind tunnel. A lot of spots will be wind sheltered. It's just this little pocket looking at the gusty winds, and that'll continue as we get into Wednesday morning as well. So the 7-day forecast, basin on top, coastline down below, shows the temperatures will remain pretty level for the next couple of days. And then once the winds stop, the temperatures will actually drop off a couple of degrees heading into the weekend. We will have breezy conditions for Thursday. Right now, it looks like Friday and Saturday would have light or no winds, but we are watching the potential for maybe some more offshore winds coming our way as we get into the start of next week. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that doesn't happen. We've got the high desert on top, low desert forecast down below. Some windy conditions in there for tomorrow. And then for the next couple of days, we stay in the low 60s, back into the 50s by the weekend. And for the mountain locations, windy over the next couple of days, and the winds start to let up, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that we won't see any more winds as we get into the weekend. That's a look at your forecast, and we'll be right back after this break.
Pretty much all our stuff that's gone. Where do you even go from here? What do you do? I hope everyone else who was around here is okay and that they recover and, you know, can move on and do well after this.
Big truck accidents can result in big injuries and big settlements. These are just some of the big results we've gotten for our clients. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
I had health insurance before. So expensive. I mean, I'm helping my mama. I don't have that kind of cash.
I know, but you can get financial help now through Covered California. It's totally affordable. You'd be surprised. They've got this calculator thing that shows how much you'll pay.
For real?
Yeah. What are you doing not having health insurance, man?
Hey, I know.
Here, let me show you.
We all have questions. Covered California has answers and can find a health plan that's right for you. Covered California, this way to health insurance.
This February, get ready for a hilarious night of stand-up with Brian Regan. Saturday, February 15th at 8 p.m. One of the most respected stand-up comedians in show business and star of multiple Netflix comedy specials, Brian Regan has delivered non-stop laughs to sold-out crowds across the country for decades. Get your tickets at Saboba.com. Don't miss legendary funny man Brian Regan. Saboba Casino Resort.
It's halftime. Time to open the fridge.
I'm not sure why I'm showing you this.
The cabinets and the pantry.
Okay, and here you've got plenty of storage for snacks or expired stuff.
And show how much space you have in your kitchen. Selling your home to Open Door is so easy. You can do it during halftime.
Keep an eye on this one, Beth. Oh yeah, it's not like I'm selling the house or anything.
Get started at opendoor.com.
Food definitely brings community together. When I created My Fresh Treatery, it needed to tie into a sense of purpose. Maui is still the beautiful destination that it's always been. Come with an open heart, and if you go a little bit below the surface, it's the culture and the people that make the island.
A brand new exhibition featuring one of the earliest known copies of the Old Testament alongside hundreds of ancient treasures. A collection never before on display. The Dead Sea Scrolls, open now at the Reagan Library.
We're heartbroken. This is just like seeing our home go down, our memories, our neighborhood, our city. Everything's burnt to the ground. We're just hurting, especially not just us, everybody else that lost their home.
Well, amid the crisis and tragedy, there is a whole lot of humanity.
We've seen the best of the City of Angels the past several days, so many people pitching in to do anything they can to help out. Our Mario Solis at a donation drive hosted by the Lakers tonight. Mario.
That's right, guys. Thank you. Special night here at Crypto.com Arena, not just because the Lakers are back on the court after having to postpone a couple of games last week, but also because, as you mentioned, Colleen, there's a donation drive. We stopped a couple of people here that have big hearts. That is an enormous bag. What impelled you? What drove you to, contribute?
Just to help out the community. It's so devastating. So we're here up from Orange County and wanting to do our part.
That is beautiful. So go ahead and do your thing. They have already filled 6 of these bins here. Now, keep in mind, there are 3 different drop-off locations. The Lakers also part of 12 teams in Los Angeles, professional teams, that are donating $8 million to help those in need. So obviously, J.J. Redick, very proud to be a part of this organization.
We always want to help when things like this happen, and we've always tried to do our best. Being with an organization and in a city with a number of professional franchises that also want to do that, it makes you feel proud to be with the Lakers.
Now, this donation is going to continue the next 2 games here. That's Wednesday and Friday, 90 minutes before tip-off and through halftime. And you can also go to the Lakers facility in El Segundo tomorrow through Saturday, 9 a.m. through 6 p.m. We're live here at Crypto.com Arena. Let's go back to you guys in the studio.
Really impressive out there, Mario. Appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll be right back.
You're way shorter than I thought you'd be. There's a shirtless selfie of me by the dumbbells. Here I am. I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The new Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Lease a Hyundai Tucson for only $259 a month or get 1.99% APR. See your SoCal Hyundai dealer.
At Ultimed, we take care of you so you can spend more time doing what you love. With all the health services you need under one roof. Our priority is to help you and your family live fully and grow healthy at any age.
Saving for retirement was tough enough.
And navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we keep a disciplined approach with your portfolio, helping you through the market's ups and downs.
What about communication?
We check in regularly to keep you informed.
Which means you'll help us stay on track?
Yes, as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Every beat up and mangled car here has a story.
If you've been in an accident like this, with serious injuries and bills piling up, call us at Larry H. Parker.
Check out some of our results.
The law offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
Before you go to extremes to fix sagging and wrinkles with expensive injections, try this, Olay Regenerist. Olay boosts skin cell regeneration to firm, lift, and reshape volume without painful prices. For me, it's only Olay.
When you really need to sleep, you reach for the really good stuff. ZzzQuil Ultra helps you sleep better and longer when you need it most. It's non-habit forming and powered by the makers of NyQuil. ZzzQuil Ultra, when you really, really need to sleep.
Legendary R&B sensations, New Edition, live in concert. In a one-of-a-kind experience. New Edition, performing at Yamava Theater, February 27th. Get tickets now at YamavaTheater.com or at the casino box office. New Edition, live at Yamava Theater.
All right, let's get another check of the weather with David and, of course, those winds, huh?
Yeah, so we'll see some more winds as we go into the overnight hours tonight. This is a great example of it. You can see Santa Clarita seeing the gusts pick up through the overnight hours, and then by the early morning, by 8 a.m., for example, we may potentially have some gusts up into the 40-mile-per-hour range. I think the strongest gusts will be across northern LA County, including Santa Clarita and Ventura County. The rest of the region, though, will still see some gusty offshore winds for tomorrow, and obviously that will keep the fire danger high heading into tomorrow. And then we'll see something very similar into Wednesday as well.
Reminder, there is a curfew on right now for the fire zone areas. It extends from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. And there were several developments today. We heard from the DA, Nathan Hochman, that 10 people have been charged, 9 of them for looting, 1 for that arson fire that was set in Azusa.
That's right. Yeah. Well, that's going to do it for us here at 7. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock. And if there are any big developments, we, of course, will bring them to you right here. Updates all night long.
Thanks so much for joining us. Stay safe. Access Hollywood is next.
My name is Putu Aryawan. I'm driving a Toyota Prius. This is a used car when I purchased it. the dealership, checked from top to bottom, bumper to bumper. I know it's guaranteed. Besides the typical Toyota reliability, the value is there. It holds its value. You know, that's impressive.
Now get a low APR on a reliable Toyota certified used vehicle. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Come to Mathis Home and save during our annual clearance event. We have the state's largest selection of sofas with huge discounts on all the latest styles. Get this luxurious sofa covered in a soft, durable leather. It's made to sell for much more, but we have it clearance priced at just $9.98. They're in stock now, so you get fast delivery absolutely free. For the best value, come to the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Big trucks are dangerous, and they can cause big, bad injuries. But the big trucking companies don't stand a chance against us. We fight to get you paid. Call us. We're the Law Brothers.
Call now or visit lawbrothers.com.
Waba Grill is an LA original, so we've got to keep it real fresh, with our Asian-inspired menu that's grilled to order every time. Download the Waba Rewards app or order online at wabagrill.com. Waba Grill, keeping it real for you.
8 Jaguars, 4 weeks at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. 2 lucky Club Serrano members will win a Jaguar every Thursday in January. Play all month to earn entries. Not a member? Join for free today. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at yamava.com.
Hollywood rallies to help victims of the devastating wildfires. Access Hollywood starts right now.
What can I do? How can I help?
And I know we can do it.
So much has been lost, but so many are stepping up to make a difference. And even though his home is gone, Cameron Matheson shares his gratitude.
I know you're a very positive guy. I try to be as well.
A heartwarming family surprise. We're with Craig Melvin for his first Today Show as co-anchor, as Jenna shares her plan for mornings without Hoda.
Hey Access, come with me on a tour of the Wheel of Fortune set.
So much to share from Pat Sajak's daughter Maggie as we get even more than we bargained for during our Real Exclusive.
A behind-the-scenes secret for you.
And from the depths of despair, stories of hope emerge from the ashes.
Oh, honey! Oh my God, you're alive! You're alive!
Welcome to Access Hollywood. I'm Mario Lopez with Kit Hoover, Scott Evans, and Zuri Hall. And literally everyone here in LA has been affected in some way by the wildfires, and it's not necessarily over yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, more high winds are expected as firefighters work around the clock. They are the heroes to extinguish any and all of these hot spots.
Well, not only have thousands of homes and structures been destroyed, but hundreds of thousands of people have been forced to flee.
That's right, and sadly, the death toll continues to rise, and this loss of life has been felt by Jennifer Garner also, who's mourning the passing of a friend.
How has it been for you? I know you lost a friend.
I did lose a friend, and for our church, it's really tender, so I don't feel like I should talk about her yet. But yeah, I did lose a friend who did not get out in time. My heart bleeds for my friends. I mean, I can think of 100 families, and there are 5,000 homes lost. I feel almost guilty walking through my house, just, you know, what can I do? How can I help?
Jennifer Garner, who's lived in the Palisades for 25 years, is finding healing through action. Her charity Save the Children, teaming up with Chef Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen to help those in need.
It is an incredible thing to watch World Central Kitchen and Chef Jose just come in and just, we've got this handled. Don't worry, we've got you.
Dennis Quaid came very close to losing his home in the Mandeville Canyon area, sharing his close call with KNBC News.
It came within 150 yards of the house, and these guys with their planes came down and put that retardant down there, and those helicopter pilots they're incredible what they do. And I can't say enough about the firefighters and the first responders.
Customers cheered this fire crew at a local In-N-Out restaurant. The burger chain showing their appreciation by providing complimentary meals for first responders. Beyonce's Be Good Foundation has generously donated $2.5 million to support LA fire relief, and other celebrities are joining in, including Jamie Lee Curtis with another $1 million, and Eva Longoria donating money, clothing, and food.
We've donated clothes. I literally emptied out my pantry to take down to all of the places that are accepting donations. People are coming together in beautiful ways. And it's beautiful to watch.
At an evacuation center in Pasadena, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle were doing their part visiting fire victims and distributing food and supplies.
Thank you so much, everybody, for the love and support that you've shown us and others right now.
My longtime friend, actor and host Cameron Matheson, who lost everything he owns to the Eaton fire, is giving thanks to first responders and all those who've reached out to him and his family.
There's a lot of loss, and there's a lot to be grateful for. I know you're a very positive guy. I try to be as well, and I try to kind of get my mind in that frame where we're alive and we're safe and we're taken care of, and you know, we're there for each other, and we've got LA strong, and we're all together in this. But at the same time, it's so easy to kind of get sucked back down.
It really is. And if you're looking to help people who've been devastated in these communities, head over to our website, Access Online, for a list of organizations aiding in relief efforts.
That's right. If you look for the helpers, you know there's hope. Let's move on now to some happy news. Hoda Kotb posted this photo proudly proclaiming no more 3 a.m. alarms as she begins her very first day since leaving the Today Show.
Ooh, those are brutal times right there, which means, of course, this morning Craig Melvin officially took over for her on Today, co-hosting with Savannah Guthrie.
Did you wear this all day?
Exact same thing. Thanks for noticing.
It's the first I looked at you.
It's like we've been married for 20 years.
It's going to be a beautiful ride.
And there's no one I would rather ride with than you.
Congratulations. What were the emotions this morning?
As the kids would say, all the feels.
You know, Hoda's shoes are very hard to fill, but it turned out the perfect person was sitting right there the whole time.
Hoda left you a message.
Oh, yeah, she wrote this cute letter for Craig.
I'm moving forward, so reach back your hand, grab the baton. Oh, it rhymes, and your world will expand.
But the most emotional part of the morning was when Craig's family, including his wife Lindsay and their 2 kids, surprised him.
I'm sorry.
Come on, Mrs. Melvin.
It was so beautiful hearing your mom, Betty Jo.
Of all the special moments this morning, that was hands down the most special.
He has done his very best, and he deserves this. We love you.
Thank you, Mom. I'm not on the couch. I'm sitting next to Savannah, had it not been for my mom. You know, Mom's a school teacher. First in the family to go to college. So it was nice for her to be able to see up close the fruits of her labor.
You know when you've, like, been broken up with? And not that Hoda broke up with me, but we were like such a pair, and she's gone. Now we need time to just hang and have fun and see what's out there.
Jenna Bush Hager began what she calls her dating era, kicking off Jenna and Friends with guest host Taraji P. Henson.
I was a child bride. I got married at 26, and so I haven't dated. And this is kind of my dating era, and you're my first date.
Look at that.
I'm blushing.
Jenna's other upcoming A-list co-hosts include Scarlett Johansson, Keke Palmer, and Eva Longoria.
There's really horrible things going on in LA, and we don't take it lightly. But at the same time, I'm just so excited, and I cannot believe that these women are showing up for me.
Eventually, Jenna will have a permanent co-host. I'm rooting for Justin Sylvester.
You and me both, and whoever lands that gig is going to have a great one for sure. All right, well, turning now to Full House star Dave Coulier, who's being treated for stage 3 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
Yeah, Dave joined Marla Sokoloff, who played Gia on the series, for the Full House Rewind podcast and gave a health update.
It's a roller coaster because the side effects have side effects, and then you take a drug to counteract that and this and that. So it's this constant cocktail where your body is in fight or flight mode.
Yeah.
But I have heard from so many people, Marla, who have been affected by cancer in their lives. And, you know, the words of encouragement have, I think, really helped people.
Yeah.
And so that, to me, is worth the journey of all of this.
Will Ferrell was the guest on the latest episode of Travis and Jason Kelce's New Heights podcast, and he shared what went into his hilarious viral moment where he dressed up as a bad Buddy the Elf at a recent LA Kings hockey game.
Buddy the Elf got laid off, I think. From the North Pole.
Santa not taking a swig, smoking.
Yep.
That's
He's
He's having a pull from his beer, smoking a cig. I get these weird ideas every now and then.
They're golden, man.
I told my wife,
Incredible.
I said, gosh, over the break, it'd be funny if I just got like a Buddy the Elf costume and didn't shave for like a week. And I'm just sitting there with like a candy cigarette. It's like just a candy cigarette. And I'm just gonna like sit there for a period and see how people react. And that was it. But the reaction was insane.
Mario, good, bad. I just love that elf.
He stays in character. All right, coming up next, it's more from our Wheel of Fortune exclusive as Maggie Sajak gives us a VIP tour of the set. We'll be right back.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin. Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free to bend my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything. Whoa. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Don't freak out, but you can get 50% off all menu price Domino's pizzas when you order online right now.
Right now?
Right now. Right now?
Right now? Right now.
50% off, honey, right now!
Now through the end of the week, get 50% off all menu price pizzas when you order online at Domino's.
Home Goods. Go finding.
Beyond covering grays, my color needs to suit me.
My skin. My complexion.
Excellence Nudes by L'Oreal Paris. Ammonia-free shades for 100% gray coverage, designed to flatter your complexion. Excellence Nudes by L'Oreal Paris.
I'm worth it.
Hey, whoa. What's this? You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies for my boy Junior.
What are we doing here?
Anybody asks, we were at Grandma's.
It's wonderful. I'm lucky. Cynthia Erivo was honored with the Creative Impact and Acting Award at Variety's 10 Directors to Watch and Creative Impact Awards brunch.
I've got this dream, and you're all in it.
Let's hear it.
With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for your dream.
I have this vacation home.
That's like a getaway.
Yeah, but it's also an eco-friendly artist retreat.
So, you're expanding your business?
And our family.
Can you help me plan for that?
Yeah, let's get started.
Ready to meet the dream team? You can with Wells Fargo.
The excitement of the unexpected, an endless yearning to experience what lies beyond the everyday.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is California's #1 entertainment destination. Grab tickets for The Killers on February 18th. Catch the Lumineers on February 22nd. And country legend Reba McEntire March 20th. Details at yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter.
Find a seating solution that adapts to your lifestyle at Living Spaces, where we offer a variety of modular collections that are flexible, functional, and versatile. Switch, change, and rearrange configurations to fit your room and meet your needs. You can start small or go big with your design, thanks to separate components that come together in many ways. Our modular assortment spans tons of different styles, so there's something for everyone. Discover why modular is so popular and experience it for yourself, only at Living Spaces.
Living Spaces.
Hidden for 2,000 years on the rugged shores of the Dead Sea, until a remarkable discovery, the Dead Sea Scrolls, featuring one of the earliest known copies of the Old Testament.
It's amazing to see where civilization came from.
And it puts you right back in the time.
Alongside over 200 ancient treasures.
I'm standing in the presence of something that's thousands of years old.
It's just a treasure to have.
The Dead Sea Scrolls, open now at the Reagan Library.
Why do we do what we do? It's for you. We do it to know our communities and to serve them, so together we can live, grow, and thrive. For nearly 75 years, NBC4 has been dedicated to uncovering the truth. That's a promise we make for you.
The NBC4 News at 6 with Colleen, Michael, and Melissa.
Thank you, sweetie.
These amazing 40-plus years.
Excuse me, we have to hug.
Sweet moment right there between Pat Sajak and his daughter Maggie, who is continuing his Wheel of Fortune legacy as the show's social media correspondent.
That's cool, and she's a huge part of Fortune's future, along with Ryan Seacrest. In fact, she has even filled in for Vanna White.
That's nice.
Cool.
And Maggie gave us an exclusive tour of the new set to celebrate Wheel's 50th anniversary.
Obviously, this show is a huge part of my life and my family's life, but it's a huge part of so many lives over generations now, which is just crazy to even think.
You're having a good time.
Maggie made her Wheel of Fortune debut back in 1996, and at the age of 4, she was already honing her hosting skills when she and her brother pretended to be Vanna and Pat closing the show.
Maggie, did Vanna give you any advice? Don't be funnier than Daddy is. Anything else? Well, she did tell me to say this. What? Bye-bye.
I didn't even realize when I was that age the impact of this show. So seeing it now and seeing, those moments, I'm like, wow, little did she know.
And to celebrate the show's 50th anniversary, Maggie's given us a tour of the new set.
Here we are at the iconic puzzle board, and the puzzle board's gone through some changes over time. So it used to be Vanna turning the letters, but now there's actually lasers that come down. They're the same technology used on the Mars rover, apparently. So we're very high tech over here, and she just has to break the plane of that laser to activate the letter. This new center board is very cool because it splits down the middle. This is where Ryan and Vanna walk out. You can't even tell it splits when you're looking at it. It's pretty incredible technology. Here is our famous wheel. It's so amazing, the contestants that get to stand here, such an important part of their lives. So they're always so excited for that first spin of the wheel, and it's a little heavier than people expect. I think it's 2,700 pounds. We want to make sure all the players have good leverage when they're trying to spin it. And everyone's heights are different, obviously. So we actually have these risers back here so they can be evened out for the players, so it's fair for everyone. We also have a used letter board. So when the players are over there, they can see what letters have already been called. And that helps them try to avoid calling the same letter, and also just helps narrow down the options for what's in the puzzle when they're solving. A behind-the-scenes secret for you.
Great intel, okay. And fun fact, Maggie, by the way, has a law degree from Georgetown University. Okay, Maggie.
You go, Maggie.
Nice.
Next up, the multifaceted Gabrielle Union tells us all about her flawless hair care line.
It's only on Access, so stay right here.
This fire is impacting truly everyone.
But right now, we're getting a glimmer of hope
with a grassroots volunteer effort.
People helping people. And this is the most beautiful example of that happening.
Everybody wants to help in some way.
If you like options, you'll love my $6 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Shop Jerome's MLK Mattress event this Thursday through Monday. And rest easy with your choice of 3 amazing deals. Sleep better with up to $1,200 off famous brands like Tempur-Pedic, Heirloom, and more. Spend $9.99 on a new mattress and get 50% off our balanced adjustable base. Or make sleep more affordable with no interest financing from 12 to 60 months. This is your chance to save big at Jerome's MLK Mattress event. Thursday through Monday. Only at Jerome's.
And nominated for 10 Critics' Choice Awards, including the Best Picture of the Year. It's a genre-defining work of genius. Emilia Perez, for your consideration, rated R.
There are no bad decisions when it comes to my new chicken fajita and Caesar Jack Wraps. 2 new flavors for $3.29 each. Unless you don't get one. That would be a bad decision. Get my Jack Wraps or try my tasty munchies under $4. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Gabrielle Union, Dwayne Wade, and their 6-year-old daughter, Kavia, enjoying some family time over the holidays.
Such an adorable family, and Gabby is a busy woman. Beyond her acting career, she can now add beauty entrepreneur to her resume.
That is right, Zuri. And before the devastation of the LA fires, we sat down with Gabrielle and her hairstylist and co-founder of Flawless by Gabrielle Union, Larry Sims, and she shared what inspired her to start that hair care line.
After being in Hollywood for so many years and having so many people who were untrained and using products that did not work for our hair, I really wasn't getting the results I was looking for. And I partnered with the one and only Larry Sims, also one of my best friends, to come up with a line that is affordable, first and foremost, that actually works, and that is easily accessible. This is going to be a new year with new hair. Let it be flawless.
Gabrielle and Larry shared their go-to Flawless products.
So I'll start off with the glaze. It will lay your hair down through a wind tunnel.
And I'm going to go with the 3-minute conditioner and also the leave-in conditioner.
We have a 5 butter and honey mask that is super hydrating. That's for anyone that has color-treated hair, dry hair, curly hair. It's a game changer.
Now Gabrielle, Larry, and Flawless are teaming up with JCPenney to create the exclusive Sim-styled salon experience, which will feature an 8-look styling menu based on popular hairstyles worn by Gabrielle herself. And the best part? You won't have to spend all day getting your hair done.
That's what this collaboration is about. It's about getting ready in 2 hours or less by a JCPenney styled professional.
Gabrielle and Larry are a match made in hair heaven, so we got the secrets behind some of their amazing collaborations from this past year, beginning with the Oscars.
Beautiful snatchback. Yeah, it was more because it was hot, but like a beautiful snatchback is my forever go-to.
Her face is so iconic that pulling it back, a snatchback is always so clean. And that's another prime example of less is more.
That was our Horn of Plenty look.
Yes.
Like, you know, Thanksgiving, and that was giving bountiful harvest.
The inspiration was like the cyclone of water, when water and air meet, because the dress reminded you of a fishtail.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a power bob.
Yeah, I mean, again, less is more. Clean, sleek, modern, that's all you needed.
That's a power bob right there, Zuri.
I'm all for it. Love me a good bob.
You know? All right, well, now the figure skater Amber Glenn, back in 2023, Amber shocked the world by landing, wow, a triple axel for the very first time, becoming the 6th American woman to do so in competition.
Incredible. It is one of the most difficult jumps in the sport.
Yeah.
And she told Access Hollywood guest correspondent Emily Orozco how it felt to pull it off.
We got to talk about the triple axel. Is anything going through your mind when you're doing something like that?
So many things are going through my mind.
Yeah.
I'm having to set up on the right part of the ice. I have to time everything perfectly, but also match the music. There's a million things going. But honestly, I just think about reminding myself to breathe.
Yeah. For Amber, landing that triple axel and winning gold at the 2024 Grand Prix is proof of her hard work for over 2 decades.
I was about 5 years old when I started skating. For me, it felt like flying.
Now the 25-year-old from Texas has her eyes on competing in Milan 2026 for what would be her first Olympics. How are you feeling as you prepare for Milan?
I'm feeling incredible. I mean, I'm really starting to get the ball rolling. My goal is to just keep my consistency, to keep improving, to keep enjoying what I do, and really living in the moment.
But before we see her dominate the ice, we challenged her to a round of rapid-fire questions. Go-to warm-up song.
It changes a lot, but I've been listening to a lot of Chapel Roan, of course.
Any superstitions before competing?
I always put my right skate on before my left.
That's so funny. Who would play you in a movie about your life?
It would be hard, but I would say Anna Taylor-Joy.
I see that. Okay, who is your teen celebrity crush?
Halsey.
Love Halsey. And speaking of celebrity, Amber's #1 fan, Queer Eye's Jonathan Van Ness, was on site and did her hair for this interview.
Has been so sweet, so supportive.
Get out of her
yeah,
shot.
is wanting to be, doesn't even want to be, wants to be in the background, just like supportive.
All right, he's a little shy, okay. And Amber is back on the ice at the Perthigan U.S. Figure Skating Championships, looking to defend her national title January 20th through 26th on NBC USA and Peacock. All right, coming up next, reunited with his best friend, the joyful celebration after losing his home in the LA wildfires. It's only on Access, so stay right here.
Letting loose, baby! Mammogram time.
We don't want patients coming in here telling us what they want and how they want it. It's not some Quiznos.
St. Dennis Medical returns Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Every person
On Deal or No Deal Island
is motivated purely by
money, money, money.
Everyone's gonna lie.
You're gonna be safe.
Deceive, that's how you win.
I like it. Deal or No Deal Island, Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
Need cash? Get it right now at Speedy Cash. That's right, Speedy Cash offers cold, hard cash on the spot.
I went to my local Speedy Cash store and walked out with cash in minutes.
Speedy Cash has helped millions get cash when they need it most.
I didn't have time to waste. I applied today at speedycash.com and already got my cash.
At Speedy Cash, we know life moves fast, and so do we. Just call, click, or come in, and you could have cash today.
Love that Speedy Cash.
Hey, how'd you get your health insurance again?
Oh, Cover California. They helped with the cost, so it was actually affordable.
That's what I'm worried about, the cost.
Well, now a bunch of their silver level plans have lower copays and no deductibles. So you'll pay less when you see the doctor or get care.
Really?
Yeah, and you can get it regardless of how much you make. Come here, check this out. Check out your new options at Covered California.
On the next Access Hollywood, our All Access exclusive with Wheel of Fortune's Vanna White.
This is my home away from home. Let me show you some of my dresses.
Next Access Hollywood.
Dry eyes still feel gritty, rough, or tired? With MyBo, eyes can feel MyBo. MyBo is the only prescription dry eye drop that forms a protective layer for the #1 cause of dry eye, too much tear evaporation. For relief, that's MyBo. Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask your eye doctor about prescription MyBo.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression with the quality, styles, and prices you love. Max what makes you, you.
Oh, thank you, God! NBC, where's NBC? Where are you, Liz? Thank you. Oh, honey, thank you.
That is the incredibly happy ending to days of sorrow and stress for dog owner Casey Coleman.
So NBC's Liz Kreutz ran into a very distressed Casey as he found out that his Pacific Palisades home was on fire and that his 2 dogs were missing.
No, we were bawling when we saw this. Of course, it's a nightmare scenario for any pet owner, but thankfully, there's a reason to smile.
There is, and shed happy tears, because this, my friends, is a miracle.
That's a little lightness on this day. That'll do it from Universal Studios Hollywood. We'll see you next time.
I literally rescued them off the street. They deserve better than this.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Casey was at work downtown when he got the alert that there was an evacuation of his neighborhood in the Palisades. He rushed home in an attempt to save his dogs, but was stuck in nearly 5 hours of traffic.
How do I get to my house?
Okay.
Thankfully, a nearby firefighter offered to go to Casey's home and search for the dogs.
You got the dog?
Yeah, this is my daughter.
Do you know where the other one is?
No, I have an air tag on him, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Oh.
Casey lost his home in the fire, but his only concern was finding Oreo. He posted flyers while Liz shared the alert on her Instagram, and days later, Casey got word that someone spotted Oreo and he called Liz to help. Just as she arrived, another miracle.
Oh, honey! Oh, my God, you're alive! I'm never gonna let him go. I'm never gonna let him go.
Tonight's primetime lineup is brought to you by Spectrum.
The team at Liberty Parker earned my trust just by staying committed to my situation, reaching out to me, updating me. Every time I needed something, they were there to give it, showed that they actually cared and that loyalty and trust was there from the start.
If you like options, you'll love my $6 all-day big deal meal. Choose from 4 delicious entrees and 5 tasty sides with a drink. Oh, and nobody else includes breakfast items all day. Just this guy. At Jack, every bite's a big deal.
Welcome to Jack in the Box.
Dreams begin here. Welcome to the Good Night Club.
My name is Putu Aryawan. I'm driving a Toyota Prius. This is a used car when I purchased it. The dealership checked from top to bottom, bumper to bumper. I know it's guaranteed. Beside the typical Toyota reliability, the value is there. It holds its value. You know, that's impressive.
Now get a low APR on a reliable Toyota certified used vehicle. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see. Must see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Coming to Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, January 17th through the 19th. Shenyun.com.
If you or someone you know is affected by the Los Angeles wildfires, you're not alone. No matter how sad, scared, and heartbroken you feel, Cal Hope is here for you and all those affected by the devastating wildfires. Find free, safe, confidential mental health support at calhope.org.
With wet AMD, I worry I'm losing sight of the world around me. But now, I can open up my world with Vabysmo. Vabysmo is the first FDA-approved treatment for people with wet AMD that improves vision and delivers a chance for up to 4 months between treatments. So I can do more of what I love. Vabysmo works differently. It's the only treatment thought to block 2 causes of wet AMD.
Vabysmo is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection, active eye swelling, or are allergic to it. Vabysmo could cause eye infection, retinal detachment, temporary increase in eye pressure, an uncommon risk of heart attack or stroke, or severe swelling of blood vessels in the eye. Report changes to vision or eye pain to your retina specialist right away.
Open up your world with Vabysmo.
A chance for up to 4 months between treatments with Vabysmo. Ask a retina specialist.
Febreze.
Have you tried these Febreze car vent clips? The intensity dial gives you total control. I could turn it up.
He sniffs inside his car.
That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
P&G.
The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor tracks your glucose in real time. And over time, it can help lower your A1C. This is progress. Learn more and try for free at freestylelibre.us.
Cash back. 1% when you buy and 1% as you pay with the Citi Double Cash Card.
Special K. For all the special reasons you move. Like being an absolute boss.
Got an itchy throat from allergies? New Claritin Liquid provides powerful all-day allergy relief in an instantly soothing liquid. For relief of even your most irritating symptoms, like an itchy throat. New Claritin Liquid. Live Claritin Clear.
I gotta get Marcus some new cleats.
I bet you could buy the whole team new cleats with all that money you saved.
Nancy Dawson is passive-progressive.
You know, Nancy, that's actually really...
Nancy doesn't have progressive, so she takes it out on those who do.
You should get Luca private coaching with that. Maybe he'll score a goal. I figured you'd want the whole roll since you've saved hundreds with Progressive.
How many tickets?
2, please.
Don't be passive-progressive.
2 for Becky.
Drivers who switch could save hundreds.
Letting loose, baby! Mammogram time.
We don't want patients coming in here telling us what they want and how they want it. It's not some Quiznos.
St. Dennis Medical returns Tuesday on NBC and Peacock.
TV's Blossom is in our courtroom. Can we not make a big deal out of it?
When I was a kid, I do your entire dance from the opening credits.
In the wow. So, dancing can be non-sexual.
Night Court returns Tuesday on NBC.
Nothing dims my light like a migraine. With Nurtec ODT, I found relief.
Nurtec ODT can provide relief in 2 hours, which can last up to 2 days when used for the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults.
To those with migraine, I see you.
Don't take if allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can occur even days after use, like trouble breathing and rash. Get help if you have trouble breathing, swelling of the face, mouth, tongue, or throat. Common side effect is nausea.
It's time we all shine.
Talk to a doctor to see if Nurtec is right for you.
Don't freak out, but you can get 50% off all menu price Domino's pizzas when you order online right now. Right now?
Right now.
Right now? Right now? Right now. 50% off, honey! Right now! Now through the end of the week, get 50% off all menu price pizzas when you order online at Domino's.
What if your best hair day was every day?
Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump with hyaluronic acid. 2 times more hydration transforms your hair for up to 72 hours. Work that bounce. Elvive Hyaluron Plus Plump by L'Oreal Paris.
You're worth it.
When you smell the amazing scent of Gain Flings, time stops. And you realize you're in love.
Steve!
With a laundry detergent. Gain Flings. Seriously good scent.
Good morning with Vocalax. Good morning. Yeah. Try Vocalax Chewy Fruit Bites for fast and gentle constipation relief in as little as 30 minutes. Making your good morning even better with Vocalax.
The biggest prize in the history of television.
Where each moment turns into a cherished memory. Ensuring life's journey and experiences along the way. AAA, we're always with you.
The annual clearance event is going on now at Mathis Home with doorbuster prices in every department. Shop hundreds of sofas in all the latest styles and get huge discounts. Get closeout prices on bedroom and dining furniture, or choose from a huge assortment of recliners from all the top brands. Plus, they're all in stock, so you can take it home today with our fast and easy financing. Come save at the annual clearance event at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
It's a robotic money expert.
Clever. How do I start a savings habit?
Famous cabbage.
Savings habit.
Shaving rabbits.
Tech can make life simpler, but when it comes to savings habits, nothing's as simple as BMO. A BMO savings account helps you build the habit with a cash reward every month you save.
Cash reward? Ingenious.
Sardine fest.
This year's top prize goes to BMO.
I'm just in it for the saving, but it's nice to be recognized.
BMO. NBC4's continuing coverage of the wildfire disaster.
Michael Bublé, Kelsey Ballerini, and the return of a legend.
You? It's literally my name. It's fair.
John Legend and Adam Levine join The Voice, premiering February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
It was a jailbreak.
How many got out?
A lot.
That's why you're here. We need your help to catch them.
The Hunting Party, February 3rd.
Show.
You told Mom to send her prescription to Amazon Pharmacy. She didn't. Now you're stuck behind this guy, as he uses the pharmacy line to purchase half the store, including a ceramic dolphin figurine, without a price.
Price check in pharmacy.
All Mom had to do was use Amazon Pharmacy, and her meds would get delivered right to her door.
A dad and his young daughter.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick. And try new Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Hey Lauren, thanks to your excessive use of exclamation marks, Olive Garden's stuffed chicken marsala's back, along with other fan favorites. Like our limited time only 4-cheese manicotti, starting at $12.99.
If I had to start college again from scratch, I probably wouldn't have made it. University of Phoenix made the process of transferring my credits seamless and simple. Life's too short to repeat the work you've already done.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
Why blend in when standing out is so much more fun?
Get 2.99% APR, plus eligible owners can get $1,000 on the GV70, exclusively at your local Genesis retailers.
What are you doing pouring the milk first?
Jason, it's milk first, Cinnamon Toast Crunch second. That's how we won.
Oh, okay, listen. I'm doing the same magical formula I did last week. That's why we won.
Yeah, okay.
Buy $30 of General Mills, earn a $10 gift card in the Fetch app.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Skyrizi, I'm all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer. Yeah, I feel free to bend my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything. Whoa.
With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And most people were clearer even at 5 years. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
This is an extraordinary journey that has never been filmed before. The scope of the Americas is so massive. It's Earth's great supercontinent, our home. There are things that you did not know exist.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 GMC EV models. That's up to $17,200 in average finance savings.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
We lose 1% of our collagen every year starting in our 20s, which means we must start banking collagen for plumper, glowing skin. Do it with Neutrogena Collagen Bank. Trust me, I'm a banker.
Shouldn't they trust me, the dermatologist?
It's not a competition.
A duckling trudges through thick oil before being rescued. Later, the duckling is cleaned using Dawn Ultra. Rescue workers trust Dawn. It's tough on grease, yet gentle. Dawn helps save wildlife. P&G.
On Medicare, living with diabetes, progress is having your coffee like you like it. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor is covered by Medicare for more people managing diabetes with insulin. This is progress. Ask your doctor today.
Original gangster.
Life is a stage and I'm in the spot. Look at me, outline the chalk.
Investigates the aftermath of the devastating wildfires.
I've never experienced such an emotional pain in my life.
Families facing fraud, red tape, and broken promises. Critical mistakes revealed. And through it all, a story of heroes and resilience. NBC4 is digging deeper, asking tough questions, and holding leaders accountable. Stay with us right here, because recovery isn't the end. It's just the beginning. NBC4U.
The day of the accident was my worst day. Blindsided, didn't see it coming, couldn't even react. Brand new car, I had the car for 3 days. I didn't know how to go about the whole situation. I'd never been in a lawsuit, never had anything like that. Team at Liberty Parker earned my trust just by staying committed to my situation, reaching out to me, updating me throughout the whole process. Those little things showed that they actually cared and that loyalty and trust was there from the start.
Call today. Man, I need some serious help with this health insurance stuff.
Check out Covered California. It's a free service from the state that helps you get health insurance. Millions of people have used it.
Wait, for real?
Mm-hmm. They even offer financial help to lower the cost.
No, how you know about all this?
That's how I got my insurance. I got a great plan for about $10 a month.
Okay, I see you.
If you've got questions, Covered California can help every step of the way. Enroll by January 31st. Covered California. This way to health insurance.
Critters is back for an all-new season. Here we go again.
This game is torturous.
Dude, if I were them, I'd be scared.
Oh, I've missed this.
Live from New York!
It's the best sketch that's ever been made.
I gotta have more cowbell.
Writing's hard.
My first audition, I threw up. Yeah, I got fired. We gonna talk about it.
Living with your albuterol asthma rescue inhaler? It's a bit of a dinosaur. Albuterol only treats your symptoms, not inflammation, a cause of asthma attacks. Treating symptoms and inflammation with rescue is supported by asthma experts. Finally, there's a modern way to treat symptoms and asthma attacks. Air Supra is the first and only dual-action asthma rescue inhaler FDA approved to treat symptoms and help prevent asthma attacks. Air Supra should not be used as a maintenance treatment for asthma. Get medical help right away if your breathing doesn't improve or worsens, or for serious allergic reactions like rash, mouth or tongue swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing, or chest pain. Using Air Supra more than prescribed could be life-threatening. Serious side effects include increased risk of thrush or infections, or heart problems like faster heart rate and higher blood pressure. Welcome to the modern age of dual-action asthma rescue. Ask your doctor if Air Supra is right for you.
Let's go.
Applebee's really big meal deal for $9.99. Size matters when it comes to our big classic bacon cheeseburger, plus endless fries and drinks, all for just $9.99.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad.
Hey, watch it.
It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face.
Game changer.
While the Flex, this contours to it, so the 5 blades can get virtually every hair in one stroke for the ultimate Gillette shaving experience.
The best a man can get
is Gillette Labs.
Hey, neighbor, you switched to T-Mobile Home Internet yet?
Trim your hedge.
It's $35 a month with no price hikes. Bam! It runs on T-Mobile's wireless 5G network, so all you gotta do is plug in one cord.
T-Mobile 5G Home Internet, just $35 a month. And with Price Lock, we won't raise your rate on internet.
I did it.
Oh!
I switched to T-Mobile Home Internet, and I am loving it.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so she doesn't have to overpay. Unpause. Whoa. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Hey, bro! What's this? You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh.